T minus 14 minutes. T minus 13 minutes. T minus 12 minutes. T minus 11 minutes. T minus 10 minutes. T minus 9 minutes. T minus 8 minutes. T minus 7 minutes. T minus 6 minutes. T minus 5 minutes. T minus 4 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. We're not counting all this down. We're going right in. How you guys doing? Mike back at you. ACU back here for day 2 of the NFL draft. How you guys doing, man? How you guys thinking about, how you guys feeling about Josh Simmons in round 1? After sleeping on it for a night, man, I kind of understand where Brett Veach was at taking this. I kind of feel like he had to do it. So I feel like Brett Veach probably got the best left tackle back. We had our boy Josh Simmons, left tackle. We had him the number 4 overall left tackle behind Will Campbell, Kelvin Banks, Armand Membu, and Josh Simmons. Again, Will Campbell and Kelvin Banks, those two are quite possibly guards. I mean, they're talking about moving them both to guard at the NFL level. So 32 and 5/8, 33 and 1/2 inch arms on those two. Kelvin Banks got a little bit longer arms. But look, if those both go to guard, then that would put Armand Membu, he's basically a right tackle. At 6'4", 332. He played right tackle his entire career at Mizzou. So that leaves Josh Simmons as the most pure left tackle on the board, and he was our number 4 overall. So, I mean, the fact that Brett Veach was able to move down, pick up an extra 5th, and get possibly the best left tackle. I think he is the best left tackle, to be honest. If you look at a pure left tackle, everything, I think he's right there. Now, he does have a little bit shorter arms than Andy usually likes. He usually wants 34 plus. He's 33. So he actually has longer arms than Will Campbell. He's got about a half inch short compared to Kelvin Banks. So I don't think it's nothing crazy, but the fact that they said Kelvin Banks had to play guard and Josh Simmons couldn't or didn't have to play guard, he was more of a left tackle, that's a little weird. He's also got smaller hands than Kelvin Banks. So I will honestly say Kelvin Banks is probably the number 1 left tackle. Josh Simmons was probably my number 2 left tackle. ACU's number 2 left tackle. So I think Brett Veach arguably, he got arguably a top 2 left tackle in this draft. And again, a lot of people say, well, he don't have to play this year. He's not going to play this year. I think that's false. I don't know if he just 100% does not play this year. I wouldn't rule that out just yet. I would maybe want to sit on it and see what Jalen Moore can do. But he has a good backup plan. I also don't think he's just going to take Jawan Taylor's job. I've seen that thrown out here very like a lot today. I've seen that thrown out. Like, hey, he's going to just take Jawan Taylor's job. He's not going to take Jawan Taylor's job unless Jawan Taylor is injured or until the end of the season. If they cut Jawan Taylor, they can look to slide him over if Jalen Moore is awesome, or switch those and put Jalen Moore. I just don't see it. The Jalen Moore 2-year deal thing kind of seals the deal on why they went ahead and took him here. I don't know. Jalen Moore would have to be super good over the next year to go ahead and get that long-term deal, I think, with Josh Simmons here now. But I really like the pick. I still give him an A+. I still give him an A+, especially with that round 5. So looking into tonight's, and I'm sure we got to have somebody on the clock or something by now. So let's get this going. Let's get everything going. Let's talk a little bit about some of the players that have it at the bottom of the screen. I'll try to keep up with this a little bit, but these are some of the best available that we think is still out there. We got Mike Green from I forget, where did Mike Green play? Ohio? Did he transfer to Ohio? Is that where it was? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Mike Green out there. No, it was Marshall. It was one of those green schools. So Mike Green, Marshall, he transferred in because of a sexual assault accusation. He now has 3 of these. I can't really speak on this a lot, but this is exactly why he he's just been looked over. Someone is going to pull the trigger on this kid early tonight, probably. I think at this point, you don't have to pay round one money. You could get round one talent. He's going to go in this round. I think he goes in this round. Besides him, you've got Nick Scourton, defensive end. You've got Landon Jackson from Arkansas. Either of those two could have had their names called in round one, and I would have not batted an eye over that. I think both of those kind of got close to that. Will Johnson, they're saying that there was a knee injury. It could be chronic. Okay, that's wild. They're throwing around the word chronic again with a knee injury, but I still think Will Johnson comes off the board here soon. Ezeraku, the pass rusher from BC, he's probably coming off. He could have went off in round one. Shedeur Sanders, that's a big one too. Somebody will probably take a shot on Shedeur Sanders this round, I would think. And then, of course, you got Trey Amos, Azareye'h Thomas, Nick Emanwori, the safety out there, still going strong. Xavier Watts, another safety. I didn't put him on this one because I run out of space, but Xavier Watts, another safety. It could get drafted here pretty soon. And yeah, man, you've also got Quinshawn Judkins that you could talk about as possibly a round two pick here. So there's a lot of good names still on the board. And of course, Luther Burden. Didn't even put Luther Burden on here. I just didn't even want to talk about him. It's just a sore spot. Don't want to talk about him. I don't think we're going to get there. A lot of people are saying that Luther Burden had character issues. He's got character issues, Mike. He had character issues, Steve. Why'd you want him in Kansas City? Chiefs don't give a shit about character issues if you guys haven't paid attention. If you haven't paid attention, they don't care. They haven't cared since Tyreek Hill. They didn't care with Rashee Rice when they drafted him. And they don't care. They just do not care. Don't tell me they're going to start caring about issues now. It was rumored that Josh Simmons wasn't mature enough, and his maturity issues is why nobody picked him. The Chiefs don't care about it. They don't care. They feel like they've got a good enough, stable in-house locker room and coaches and everything else that they just do not care about all that. They're not going to waste their time with it. They just don't care. I can't say it over and over again. They don't care, and if they don't care, I don't care. It's whatever. We're already the villains. We're already hated. Who cares if we draft Luther Burden and he goes out and causes a problem here or there? I don't care. I mean, if we're drafting him, then whatever. I mean, we can't win for losing anyway. I mean, they tried to pin us with Isaiah Buggs. The cat never played a snap for us. He didn't even put a jersey on, I don't think. And we took all the heat for Isaiah Buggs every time he did something stupid in the offseason 2 or 3 times, and then he gets cut. It's like if Brett Veach and them didn't want that, they'd have cut him the first time. Like, I don't know. I just don't think they care. I think it goes in one ear and out the other. I think it's just overhyped by media and everybody else, you know. But anyways, man, tonight's going to be fun. Tonight's going to be real fun. I had to cut that intro, man. It was just building too much hype. It was building too much hype. I was getting too nervous. I couldn't do it anymore. Like, I couldn't take 3 more minutes of that thing counting down and telling me that, hey, it's draft time. It's draft time. Like, we don't need it. We don't need it. We know it's draft time. We're ready to go. So the Browns' first pick is in. The Browns are going to take a linebacker that I almost put on this board as one of my best available, but I didn't have enough room to write his last name, and you're going to see why. They took Carson Schweisinger, 33rd pick overall. That's who they're going to take out of UCLA. Carson Schweisinger is a pretty good linebacker, but he's also very green at the position. Schweisinger has only played football for a very limited number of years. I think he only played 1 season starting for UCLA, but he's got good instincts, good athleticism. He's a competitive kid. I think he 4'3" linebacker in the NFL. He could almost do like a Willie Gay type of role. I mean, I think he's pretty good, man. He can avoid blocks in the run game. He's got good body control. His hips, his feet, his eyes. He covers a lot of ground in zone defenses. I think he's good. He decipher play action pretty well. He's also going to be a good contributor on special teams. Good pick by the Browns. Kind of crazy the Browns still didn't take Shedeur Sanders right here. They may take Shedeur Sanders. When's their next pick? I know they've got like 2 really quickly here. So at 33, they're probably going to take Carson Schweisinger, and let's say Shedeur comes off the board at 36. You know, 34, Houston. 35, obviously the Titans aren't taking Cam Ward. I would think maybe Luther Burden comes off the board here in the next 2 picks. Both of those teams need a wide receiver. And then, of course, maybe Shedeur Sanders goes 36. If Shedeur Sanders don't go 36 right there, I don't know if the Saints will take him at number 40. It's possible. And if that doesn't happen, Shadur Sanders could drop. Maybe the Cowboys surprise and shock the world and take him at number 44. Who knows? Maybe the Rams at 46 is a possibility, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how far down Shadur Sanders could drop here, but we're going to see, man. It's going to be fun, and we're going to see what happens. Tom says, will Rasheed even get suspended? We don't know. We were always on the thing that it was going to be 4 games max. People said we were crazy. People said we didn't know what you were talking about. And now more and more and more it's coming and leveling itself out. Some people are saying no, and some people are saying 2 games max. So we shall see. It is looming, though. It's looming, and he is looking like he's making progress on that knee injury. But you know, with those kinds of things, you don't want to rush them back. You don't want to overexert them. You don't want to do things like that. You just kind of want to let them flow. You don't want to put them any pressure. You don't want to have any setbacks on it. So I think that's something that the Chiefs really got to monitor here. Like, don't get them horned up. Don't you get too horned up and rush them back and get all that. Let's get them through everything and see what's up. Let's see. ESPN is just doing a bad job of updating everything. Okay. The Texans takes Jaden Higgins from Iowa State. That's a great pick. Jaden Higgins, for me, if you watched on X yesterday, we had, let me see if I can bring that in from X yesterday. We had a little write-up of targets that we would have liked to have seen the Chiefs kind of take a look at here in maybe the first round. And let me see. Let me make sure this is 100% correct. Yeah. Some wide receiver names that we said the Chiefs may be curious and interested in the first round. I'll bring that up. We said Luther Burden. That would have been our number 1 pick. They passed. They said, no, thank you. Matt Golden, if he were to have fell down to the end of the first, we liked him. That was our number 2 pick. And then we said a dark horse right there at the end of the first round was Jaden Higgins. That would have been our 3rd pick that we liked. A lot of people said Jaden Higgins will no way get into the first round. Well, he just went 2 picks into the second, so it wouldn't have been that far of a stretch. I think we were right there with our evaluation of Jaden Higgins. I think he was right there borderline in first round. He's produced every place he's been. He is a good football mind. He's a workhorse in all the off-season stuff. He's going to the locker room. He's going to the weight room. He's watching film. He's trying to get better every day. He's just somebody the coaches rave about. You kind of knew Jaden Higgins was going to be a high pick here. So, yeah, we kind of knew it was going to be borderline round 1 for Jaden Higgins. I don't know if the Chiefs ever had him on their draft board, though. I kind of wonder if they did. That's the one thing I would love to see every year is if I want to see how the draft plays out, and I want to see what happens. I want to see what happens in comparison to what the Chiefs draft board looked like. So I would love to see after it's over with and you can't run nothing. I want to see like where did they have Jaden Higgins up there? Like was that right or wrong? Alex says, thanks for all the hard work, Mike. How is your house doing? Appreciate you, Alex. Yeah, I was a little late today because why? I was at my house trying to do some work. So I did that. I come back. I stopped by. I got the girlfriend some pizza. She's going to have a pizza and a movie night downstairs at the Airbnb while I do this. So I ate a slice of pizza as fast as I could, and I come up the stairs to the second to the master suite here, and I'm going to do some draft stuff for the next 4 or 5 hours. So yeah, it's nonstop all day, every day, but we're getting it. We're making some progress. It'll be awesome. I appreciate you for asking, brother. Sam, appreciate you, man. Thanks for the gas. Jonathan says, you hear Mahomes turns in his own draft board to Veach. I did see that today. Did Andy mention that? I think it was. That's funny. But it's, like, I don't know why. Like, I used to love doing draft stuff when I played back in, like, high school. Like, I was a huge draft nerd. Like, I always was. So, I mean, if I'd ever been God-talented, God-gifted enough with some talent to go to the NFL, I'd have probably done the same thing. I'd be like, who are we going to take? Like, where am I going to go? And the answer to that would have been in Canada, son. You'd been playing CFL football. That was the answer to that one. But, yeah, it's just, It's wild, dude. Marvelous Mike in the house, man. He says, Mike, do you have a job or is this your sole work? Yeah, I do this. This is my full time. I used to do, Steve still has a job that he does part time because he has a bunch of kids. And so he gets insurance through his job. It's tough for him to cut that off because he needs insurance for his 23,000 children he has. But yeah, I do not have kids. And so I was able to quit, go full time here. It's still, in the off season, you don't get paid much. It's not season, you get paid a little bit more. Sponsors drop in the off season. It is what it is. I survive. And then I also, I do day trading. So, I invest in the stock market and do things like that. Like I day trade pretty much on the reg 5 days a week, for about 2 hours a day. And, you don't make a lot of money day trading either unless you're really good or really lucky. But I'm getting there. Man. It's been a while. But anyways, appreciate you guys. Peter says, where's Steve? Steve's still at work right now, so he's going to be here probably about 8 o'clock. So, yeah, I'm holding down the fort here until we get here, till he gets here. And, man, I hope the Chiefs do something fun tonight. Do you guys think that they got that 5th round pick? You think it's going to help them maybe make a move here in the second round? You think maybe they're going to come up and snag somebody? A lot of people think it could be, for somebody named Travion Henderson. And the Browns have selected again. So who did the Seahawks take here? Here we go. The Seahawks have taken. Nobody knows who the Seahawks have taken. Okay. So the Seahawks haven't announced their pick. That's cool. Mike, what can Casey do to get Burden or Henderson? Boy, they'd have to trade up. They really would. They'd have to move up, and I don't know if they can. From the reports I'm getting, I'm hearing that Cleveland has already taken their selection. Okay, here it is. Nick Eamon-Warry from South Carolina, the safety, is who the Seahawks have taken. That's a good pick by the Seahawks. And Quinshon Judkins is going to be a Cleveland Brown, ladies and gents. Quinshon Judkins. And look, not to toot the horn, but I tried to tell everybody that when it come to running back rankings, Quinshon Judkins should have been rated higher than Travion Henderson. And sure enough, I had Quinshon as number 3 in my rankings. He's the third back to go, Quinshon Judkins. He's just big. He's strong. He's fast. His field vision was better than Travion. Now, Travion does hit the home run. He's got more speed. It's minimal more speed. Judkins ran a 4.48. Travion ran a 4.43. So, I mean, it's only like a 0.05. That's literally like that. So it's not much. Judkins actually had a 1.51 10-yard split, and Travion had a 1.52. So technically, Judkins is just a hair quicker in a 10-yard split. He's also got a little bit. He's got a little bit less vert than Travion, which means he's a little bit less explosive. And I take that back. They had the exact same vert. I was looking at the wrong number. So yeah, they both got a 38.5-inch vert. So yeah, Quinshon Judkins. That's going to be the guy that Cleveland goes with. And honestly, I think he was the third best running back. And if you go back to his Ole Miss tape, you could see it. You could see it plain as day. His production went down a little bit when he shared the backfield there with Travion Henderson in Ohio State here this past season. But Judkins is the pick here for the Browns. That's who they're going to take at 36. And so Shadur Sanders keeps sliding. Congrats, Shadur. You're doing a heck of a job, man. You're doing a heck of a job. Chiefer, what's up, brother? He says, I like trading low floats in pre-market. There you go, Chiefer. We're speaking, we're probably speaking over a lot of people's heads. Like, what are y'all talking about? You trade them penny stocks, those low floats in the pre-market, and I'm telling you, sometimes they pay off, and sometimes if your stop loss doesn't hold, like mine tends to not want to do, you lose a lot more money than you wanted to lose because your stop loss don't want to hit, my boy. And so that's you live and you learn, I guess. But I appreciate you guys. Peter says, what is the chance we pick a running back? It's a decent shot. I mean, if Travion Henderson does keep falling, and he is on the short list, I guess we're just going to turn ourselves into the Ohio State Chiefs. I guess we'll do that. Maybe Ohio State's the only team we had scouts for, or I don't know. We'll see. But we didn't really. I take it back. We had that recent, that little online meetup interview with Travion, but we hadn't done nothing with him yet. It had only been Quinshon Judkins. So, but I also said maybe they used Quinshon Judkins to get some backdoor info on Travion Henderson. So maybe that was a thing too. I don't know. Maybe that was a thing, but we shall see. Marvelous Mike, what's up, brother? He says, I would love to learn how to day trade. It's fun, dude. You can go find a brokerage and then you can just do paper trading, which is like practice, man. Go practice. You'll learn it. Find you somebody to watch. It's pretty fun, man. Yep, Judkins is off the board. Yeah, it looks like, let's see who's up next. The Raiders are back up. So the Raiders took Ashton Genty first round, which was a good pick. I don't really know what they'll take this time. I don't know what Pete Carroll wants to do. What does Chip Kelly and Pete Carroll want to do? Maybe they go Luther Burden here, man. They like speed. The Raiders are always going to be a team that likes speed. So maybe they want somebody that Geno can throw moonballs to. I mean, or maybe they just go defense. Maybe they go offensive line, protect Geno a little bit. Sometimes they'll tend. I mean, think about it. When Pete Carroll was in Seattle, they like to take a lot of off the wall, like linebackers early. They would take a lot of off the wall linemen early, if you guys remember that. So you might see something weird like that. Who knows? But yeah, dude, Quinshon Judkins. I hate to see Judkins go. I would have loved to have drafted Quinshon Judkins, but the chance of that was pretty small. So at least Cleveland, we do know running backs can do well in Cleveland. Okay, we've seen it. Nick Chubb, perfect prime example. So there you go, man. It can be done. It can be done. It can be done, I guess. Okay. Let me see. Let me update these players down here at the bottom now, since we got this going. So we don't have, let's see. Trey Amos is already. Thomas Nicky Minwari is off the board now, so we'll take him off. I'm gonna go ahead, but I'll go ahead and put Luther Burden on there. I mean, I just gotta get over it. Just get over it. Move on, Mike. Come on. Okay, so we'll update this. Throw this back at the bottom. Will Johnson not being picked is just blowing my mind. I actually thought Nick Scourton was doing enough to get himself into the first round as well. I think a lot of teams were a little iffy about him. Like, he was a little too small. He tried to gain some weight. He come back and done all the stuff at the pro day. He impressed a lot of people. But I guess in the end, it just didn't work out. Okay, another pick. Dolphins. The pick's in. They took Jonah Saviania, 37th overall pick. That's a tackle guard out of Arizona. Jonah Saviania. I probably butchered that, right? So Suamataia, got that one down. So Saviania. I don't know. Who knows? We gotta watch some interviews with this cat and see how he pronounces his name. Decent pick. I did not have him ranked super high because he was such a tweener for me. I didn't know if he could play tackle or guard. A lot of people had him at tackle. And then a lot of people said, hey, he might get moved to guard. So I ended up putting him right outside of my top 10. Milam and Cam Williams tied at number 10. And then Jonah was number 11, technically. Well, I would say 12, technically, because of 10A and 10B. So, yeah, I had him right above Marcus Imbo from Purdue. He's 6'4", 323 or 324, and my note said, hey, he's probably a guard. But at the same time, he has 33 and 7/8 inch arms, which means he's almost got 34 inch arms. He's right, just barely under the threshold. And I mean, that's almost a full inch bigger than Josh Connerly, and a full inch bigger than Josh Simmons, and a half inch bigger than Banks and Mimbo. So I think they've thrown the 34-inch arm thing out the window at this point. I think people are starting to just get rid of that. So, yeah, maybe he's not projected to a guard. So maybe if I don't project him to a guard, I maybe put him above I wouldn't have put him above Donovan Jackson, that's for sure. I'd have probably left Ariante Ursery above him too. I'd have maybe put him at like number 9 behind Donovan Jackson. Maybe. Ozzie Trapillo. Steve loves Milam. I feel like the NFL is going to be down on Milam. I don't know why, but I just felt like they would be. Cam Williams needed to go back to school. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say I would have moved him much. But, yeah, I projected him to be a guard. But, I mean, he could totally play tackle. I don't see why everybody just thought guard. I mean, I thought guard too, but I don't know why. He's just built like one. That's just the way it is. You just built like him. You're built like it. You look like it. That's what you're doing in my book, baby. Okay, Pats are on the clock. Let's see what the Pats do. So the Pats in round 1, they took Will Campbell. So they took the tackle in round 1. I'm going to go ahead and keep calling him a tackle. I'm not going to say guard anymore. Apparently, it's just all subjective. So they took the tackle, Will Campbell. I mean, they could take a wide receiver here too. They could use a Luther Burden. They could use lots of things. Dark horse pick here, Mike Vrabel. I'm telling you, I don't know if he'll swing this high, but I'm just going to put this out in the atmosphere, guys. He really, 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 I cannot stress this enough. He likes linebacker Jeffrey Bossa from Oregon. Now, it could be too high for him here, and I think it would be. I think you could grab Bossa in the 3rd round, but it would not surprise me if they pulled out something crazy like that. But yeah, I've heard that Vrabel really likes Bossa from Oregon, so we'll see. Sam says Miami drafted Patrick Paul at the start of the 2nd round last year. Yes, they did. They took Patrick Paul. Quit taunting me, Mike, says Brian Parrott. What's up, Brian? What'd you do? What'd I do? Who did the Browns take, says Candace. They took Carson Schweisinger at number 33, and at number 36, they took Quinshon Judkins, running back from Ohio State. Thanks for being here, Candace. Appreciate you. Is he related to Nick and Joey Bosa? No, it's spelled different. It's Bassa. So it's Bossa, I guess is how you pronounce it. Bassa. Maybe he's like French. Bossa. Who knows? Well, let's see what's happening, man. They're a little slow tonight, getting picks to me, getting everything going. The Patriots are on the clock, Tyler. That's at least who I thought is on the clock. We'll see. I could be behind. I don't even have my ESPN feed up. It's annoying. They're so far behind half the time. They want to take commercial breaks and all that trash, so I'm just not worrying about it. I thought Jordan Schultz released a tweet earlier that was kind of interesting. He said, from his sources, several teams picking in the high 30s and 40s. So the high 30s and high 40s. So he's talking about 35 to 50. They're calling the Browns at 33, the Texans at 34, and the Titans at 35 about potential trade-ups. Wide receiver edge are viewed as having tangible drop-offs. So that would have been maybe for Ezeraku, Scourton. Who knows? But none of that played out. The Browns, the Texans, and the Titans all. Well, the Titans did move. The Titans moved out. Where was the Titans picking? Let's see. The Titans would have been picking. I guess they were picking 34. Were they picking 34? No. I don't know. Who traded with the Titans? Was it the Texans? I don't know. But the Titans did drop down the board because I thought the Titans may have taken somebody, but maybe the Texans come up and took Higgins. Who knows? Let's see. They're saying the pick's in. Let's have a gander over here, see if we can find it. The pick is in. No idea who they're going to take. You guys are going to be really sad. They're taking Travion Henderson. Okay, the Patriots are going to take Travion Henderson, ladies and gents. So Travion's off the board. So Sam, sorry about your luck. Man, there was a run on some Ohio State running backs up here, wasn't there? Travion Henderson officially off the board, guys, so we can throw that right out the window. Travion is not going to be a Chief. That's kind of sad. That kind of sucks. But look, that kind of frees us up now. We don't have to take the running back so early. Or maybe there's another running back they actually like. Maybe they do like a Caleb Johnson, or maybe they do like a Cam Scatterboo. I don't know if you have to take. You probably have to take Caleb Johnson at the end. I think you'd probably have to take them both at the end of the round too. So there's still some guys there. Personally, I would take. Maybe I like DJ Giddens out of K-State. I really like Devin Neal, obviously. We said they'd draft Damian Martinez. We thought that's a guy they may be targeting like round 3, late, round 4. Dylan Sampson, I think him out of Tennessee at 5'8", 200. He's built kind of like a LaShawn McCoy or something like that. So it is what it is. Alex said we're getting Martinez. Probably. Jaden Blue out of Texas, a lot of people are really down on him. Our boy Bro Schmo, he does a lot of good draft content. He didn't even have Jaden. He thinks Jaden Blue shouldn't even get drafted. He does not like him at all. He don't like anything about him. He's a good change of pace back. He can catch the ball in the backfield pretty well. I'm curious what the Bears do here. The Bears got 2 picks out of the next 3, and then you've got the Saints wedged in the middle. Again, will the Saints take a shot on Shadur Sanders at number 40? From everything I'm hearing, the Saints are not going to take Shadur Sanders. Like, they all thought they were. If you guys even seen Travis Hunter doing his interview last night, he tried to hush everybody when the Saints were on the clock and they took Kelvin Banks. He was trying to hush them because he wanted to hear Shadur Sanders' name called. So they're very much under the impression that the Saints were going to take him. From everything I'm hearing, I just heard that the Saints didn't like him. So, could be a lie there. Who knows? Somebody's lying. Okay, so the Bears. So Ryan Poles is trying to create the Chiefs in the NFC North. So that's what he's doing. Could he take more offensive line? Could he go ahead and snag Luther Burden, team him up with like a Rome Odunze here? I don't think. Obviously, Keenan Allen's not coming back there. They lost Darnell Mooney, obviously, last season. Sorry about that. I had to sneeze. I just seen Travion Henderson's name next to the Patriots, and it just shook me up a little bit. I don't know, man. I'm curious to see what they're going to do here. Poles is kind of a wild card. I don't know where Poles would go here. Poles, he went ahead and took Loveland in round 1. I thought he reached on that just a little bit. I think he could have got out of that pick and grabbed Loveland. Unless he was afraid that if he moved past the Colts would have taken him. Maybe that's what he was scared of last night. I guess. San Francisco wasn't going to take him. I don't think Dallas would have taken him. Maybe he thought Miami would have done it at 13, or yeah, maybe he had to. He goes down to past 13 and 14, and then you'd have had to contend with Miami, and you'd have had to contend with the Colts. So I don't think Dallas was going to trade up above San Francisco to take Tyler Booker. I don't think nobody was in a hurry to go get Michael Williams, so I think San Francisco didn't have a reason to trade. So I think Ron Poles' hand was forced last night. He had to take him there if he wanted him. He could not trade down to 15 or 6. He just couldn't do it. Yeah, he was stuck last night. So if that was his guy, then I guess it makes the pick not as crazy. It is what it is. He had to do it. Okay, Ron Poles, get it together, baby. Let's go. What are we doing? Chris. What's up, Chris? Chris, been a member for 21 months. Is Caleb Johnson, please, at 63. I like Caleb Johnson. I think he's got a little bit of like who do I see in him a little bit? I see a little bit like David Johnson, played with the Cardinals a little bit. I I see a little bit of Le'Veon Bell at times, which the Chiefs took a shot on Le'Veon Bell late in his career, if you guys remember. He come in and played for a little bit. He didn't really actually do nothing, but he was just too old at that point. Maybe the Chiefs, I mean, I still think the Chiefs are very much considering Damian Martinez. I think they're very much considering, it wouldn't surprise me, guys, if they wasn't looking at Bashal Tootin out of Virginia Tech. He's got all that burst that the Chiefs really love. He's got that. Again, they talked with Ollie Gordon. That would not surprise me either. I would say Marcus Yarns out of Delaware, but that's just too low-hanging fruit right there, just because Brett Veach and all them have links to Delaware. Okay, so as I stated, Ron Poles is building the Chiefs, and Burton's going to the Bears. There you go. Exactly what I said, man. Burton was not going to get past Ron Poles, I don't think, and there it was. So Burton's going to the Bears. He's going to be teamed up with Roma Dunze for a few years, playing with Caleb Williams. You know, congratulations to Luther Burton. Somehow, a lot of Chiefs Kingdom turned on Luther Burton because they were so upset that we wasn't going to take a tackle that they resorted to trying to dig up dirt on Luther Burton as to why we just possibly couldn't have him, and that you were an idiot to even consider it. But I think that's dirty tactics. It's dirty tactics. If you don't like Luther Burton and you want to tackle, cool, but you ain't got to slam the cat. Like, let him play, let him live life. I'm trying to turn down my lights a little bit. I'm getting a headache. If I get dark to see, I'm sorry, but I'm starting to get a migraine. Steve ain't here to help me out. I would go get a drink, but where's this guy at? Like his children need insurance. Come on. Come on. Insurance is a scam. Candace says, I think we should go wide receiver or running back for sure, DT next round. I think Brett Veach kind of alluded to the fact that he wants to go DT defensive end. So some kind of defensive line help early. I don't personally think we're going to, and I could be wrong. I mean, I've been wrong several times, but I don't think we're going to invest a high pick in a running back. I really don't. I could be completely wrong, but yeah, I don't think so. Nate with a 5-bomb. Appreciate you, brother. Says if Frazier or Rutledge is there, we got to jump. Okay, so you like Frazier and Rutledge. Let me go look at my rankings here. Let's see. Let's take a look at this. Tate, are you talking about Tate Ratledge from Georgia? Is that the kid you're talking about? He's a guard. Okay, he's my third-ranked guard. He's my third-ranked guard behind Donovan Jackson. Yeah, here's my notes. He was pretty good versus the double team. He drives his man out. He's a good drive blocker. Good punch. He's patient. His weaknesses for me, he leans a little bit too forward in pass moves. He's a little bit top heavy. He got beat a lot on swim moves. That's basically it, though. I thought he was pretty good. He looked like he was pretty high football IQ. So we'll see, man. He played pretty. Like he's kind of got a little Trey Smith in him too. Got a little dog in him. Ratledge wouldn't be bad though. I mean, it wouldn't be bad, but again, I don't know if we're going to take a guard. We seem to have a lot of guys we could put at that guard position. So I do not think that's probably what they'll do. But I appreciate you, man. Where's Frazier? Miles Frazier from LSU. Is that the other one you're talking about? Miles Frazier's rated right there with me. I got Marcus Imbo, Josh Gray, Miles Frazier. There's some other ones here that I just didn't really know how to rank. I just kind of have them all together. I really like Luke Condra out of Cincinnati. I thought that was a kid that we can look at late if he wanted to go guard. But so you think guard, Nate? Some people probably agree with you, man. I don't know if the Chiefs will invest in another guard. They could. I just think we got a lot of them. Let me see. Is Mike 3 to 4 picks behind? I could be. I don't know. Doing way too much stuff here. No, I don't think I'm 3 to 4 picks behind, am I? I could be. Maybe I am. I don't know. I'm not watching ESPN. I'm not watching NFL. I'm not watching the draft live. Like, I can't watch and do this. When Steve gets here, I can kind of like take glances over, but I can't do it. Doing 45 different things. Unless you guys really just want me to like just be sad and not talk. Okay, the Saints did not take Shedeur Sanders. The Saints are taking Tyler Shuck from Louisville, and I said that kid was going to be a second-round pick. Maybe somebody would slide back into the first for him. I was telling Pops this yesterday. Did I think he was going to go before Shedeur Sanders? Not really, but he was a steal, man. I thought he was going to be a lot better. To me, he was better than Jackson Dart, in my opinion. I had him rated higher than Jackson Dart. I still had Shedeur Sanders at number 2. But I had Shuck at 3. I had Jackson Dart at 5. And I had Will Howard. I got Will Howard at 4. I thought Will Howard not getting the respect he deserves, to be honest. But, yeah, the kid from U of L at 6'5", 219, he's got a gun, man. He can make all the throws. And that's who they wanted. And they did not want Shedeur Sanders. Dude, Shedeur Sanders has got to be on the verge of just, like, tears right now. Do you think the Jets... I don't know. I just don't know who needs a young quarterback that they can develop. It's not going to be... Is Dallas really going to do it? Are they going to let him develop behind... I don't know. Look, it's not going to be the Seahawks. They got Purdy. It's not going to be the Colts. They got Richardson. I would say he has to come off the board here at a surprise to Dallas or the Rams at 46. The Jets would be wild. Who does the Jets got playing quarterback now? Because they got rid of Papaw Rogers. Let's see who they got. Make sure they ain't got any young cats on the team that they're trying to develop. I know they traded for Justin Fields, but I don't see him as a long term. But maybe he is. They did take Jordan Travis last year from Florida State. They got Adrian Martinez, Tyrod Taylor. I don't see Tyrod Taylor being anything special. I mean, they could. They can still take Shedeur Sanders, have them pressure Justin Fields a little bit, and have Fields, Tyrod Taylor, and Shedeur Sanders going into the season. I mean, that's not horrible. I'll put the Jets as a dark horse to snag Shedeur. Huh. I think Shedeur goes the next 3 to 4 picks. If he don't go the next 3 to 4 picks, he's in trouble. People's freaking out over Shedeur Sanders. Cracks me up. Like, they'll say anything except for the fact that he's just kind of arrogant. Oh, I didn't even see this. Somebody said Mike was fully up to date. Well, thank you. I guess I didn't have to go looking. Tyler Shuck is from U of L. He makes all the throws. He's got a good arm. He was a big-time draft riser for me. I want to say back in maybe February or March. We were talking draft. We don't talk about quarterbacks much here because we got Patrick Mahomes, so we don't really analyze them or nothing. But I remember there was one episode. I remember telling Steve that Tyler Shuck from Louisville was going to be a draft riser. He was going to come up the board. That's who I liked. So we'll see. Jets will take Milroe over Sanders. That's possible too. Huh. Appreciate you guys being here with me. 280 in here. It's a little slow tonight. It's fine. When Steve gets here, the energy will get back up. When you're just running it singly like this, it's kind of boring. Like, come on. You're just watching somebody talk to themselves. It's kind of boring. Let's just be honest. Yeah, it'll pick up in just a little bit. Look, closer it gets to the Chiefs, we're all going to get fired up. We all know it's coming. We're just kind of battling out. We're slumming through the first half of the second round, trying to get in a groove here, baby. Just trying to get in a groove, Just tired of it. Peter with a 5. He says Sanders living off daddy's name. He's getting less in humility. Yeah, I think he has to. I think he has to tone that down. But a lot of people will say, well, I seen it today. Who was it? Somebody tweeted. It was a popular name out there. But he was like, nobody's asking, these other quarterbacks to tone it down and not be so arrogant. It's like, yeah, but these guys are in the NFL and they've made something of themselves. Like, you're trying to get drafted. Let's not act like this. So I just think you have to have a little bit of self-awareness sometimes. It is what it is, though. I mean, it's nothing. Look, they're going to try to throw out everything. They'll throw out racism. They'll throw out this. They'll throw out that. They'll throw out everything but the fact that Shadur Sanders kind of acts like a knucklehead when he gets in there and does his pre-draft process. He just gives vibes that he's the kind of kid that'll throw somebody under the bus and take the blame, like you'll see out of good quarterbacks. Like every time Patrick Mahomes, he'll blame himself first. He's just not giving me that vibe, Like, I think he's got a little bit of maturing to do when it comes to how he presents himself. And he does kind of come off as privileged. He comes off as a little privileged daddy's boy who just gets everything handed to him. And I think he's got to get in the NFL and he's got to work hard and he's got to get around that. And that's the only way he's going to get any respect. And the way he acts, I don't know if he'll ever be gritty enough to do that. I don't think he'll ever want to separate himself from all that and do it. So I think that's what teams are seeing too. And again, I'm not super hard on him. I like him. I think he's a decent football player. I thought Colorado's offensive line stunk and they were about to get him killed every other week. But, he extends the pocket or he extends the play. He does well. He's got a pretty good arm. He's not afraid to throw it. He doesn't always make the best decisions, but he's pretty decent. Sorry, I was just looking at a picture of him over here. I was just admiring him. No. But yeah, he's got a lot of intangibles that you like for the quarterback. But again, you want your quarterback to be a leader and you want him to be super, super selfless and just, you don't want a guy like that. You just don't. And I think that's his problem, man. Nate says, appreciate the 5, Nate. He says, have the Chiefs given up on Wanya Morris? If so, then yeah, we need another tackle. I don't think they've given up on Wanya. I think you could just about roll out the fact that left tackle's not his position. I think we all kind of knew that after a few games. But I mean, he could battle for this left guard position throughout camp. If, say, Kingsley struggles with it, you may see him end up there, him and Caliendo fighting for it. He could play right tackle. I mean, he's going to look better at right tackle than he does left, so he's always going to be a valuable swing piece to keep on the offensive line. I don't see Wanya getting to the end of his rookie deal and getting like this big money from somewhere, so I can see him being a piece kind of like Lucas Niang that he needs to look. If he just turns into the new Lucas Niang and just sets on the team and plays backup for 4 or 5 years, I'm fine with it. Let's just get Niang out of here. He stinks. Like, we're over him. Like, let's stop using roster spots on Lucas Niang, bro. Okay, the Bears have traded out their next pick to the Bills. The Bills have come up, took defensive tackle TJ Sanders out of South Carolina. TJ Sanders is a pretty good pick. I really like TJ Sanders. They liked him a lot better than I did. They've got the fact that they took him this high and traded up to get him. I thought they could have got him maybe at the end of round 2, but they liked him better than Darius Alexander out of Toledo. I think that's a little wild. I don't think that's right. I don't think I like him as good as Alfred Collins. I don't like him as good as Omar Norman Lott. So I think they reached on that one just a little bit. I'd put him right there with Shamar Turner, Josh Farmer, CJ West, somewhere in that grouping. Good pick, but, I'm glad Buffalo, that just because Buffalo drafted him, he will play better than he would have ever played for anybody else. Just because Buffalo just gets lucky like that. But, yeah, he's got good heavy hands, man. He can eat up some stuff. He's kind of a slasher, but he's also big enough to stay in the hole and clog it up, take some double teams. So he's fine. It's a fine pick. I feel like Bean went a little high on him here, but I mean, if they wanted their guy, they wanted their guy. It's hard to it's hard to critique some of these dudes and who they like because everybody's boards, everybody's scouts, everybody just likes different things. And again, I'm not super familiar with Buffalo's insides and outs. I don't know what style of player they prefer. Like if you ask the Chiefs, what do the Chiefs prefer? Well, I can tell you what they prefer up and down the line. I can tell you what Spags, what Spags' ideal defensive end looks like, what his ideal defensive tackle looks like. But for other teams, I don't. So I just look at it into a view of the Chiefs. So as a Chiefs point of view, TJ Sanders would not have been there. For the Bills, maybe TJ Sanders was the number 3 guy on their board. Who knows? And so I can't really dog it too much. But from a Chiefs perspective, yeah, I'm with you, Peter. I think Alexander, but see, Alexander fits the Chiefs pretty well. Does he fit them? I don't know. I would think it'd be pretty universal. He was a pretty good pick. If the Chiefs want to come up and start snagging somebody, which who are they going to come snag? Like who would you physically want them to snag at this point? You've already lost Luther Burden. You've already lost Travion Henderson. They're now both off the board. So I don't know if it makes sense for the Chiefs to trade up unless there's just somebody there that we don't know about that they would love. Now, you maybe could think a Mike Green would still have to be on the table. He's got character issues, but I mean, the Chiefs do not shy away from character issues. They could also come up for a Will Johnson. I do not think the knee is that chronic. That's insane. I think people are just being really weird about that. But then again, I don't get to see medicals. But I mean, can you go wrong with a Will Johnson teaming him up with McDuffie? And good night. Are you? If you're telling me that at the end of round 1 and round 2, you got a guy with an injury in the first round at left tackle, but he's possibly the top 2 left tackle in the football, and then Will Johnson, a top 2 by all means. He was the second highest rated corner in the draft. I don't care what anybody says. So if it wasn't for the knee or whatever they're saying, that's crazy, dude. So Trevion's out. I'm going to take him off this board. Trevion's gone. He gone. Okay, and then so Trey Amos, Azareye'h Thomas. There's a couple corners right here that would be really good. Of course, Darian Porter. We like Darian Porter a lot, so a lot of big guys still on this board. I think Brett Veach just may sit. Again, you got all these guys just coming down and falling, and Brett Veach is just sitting pretty. He's not panicking. I think it's what you got to learn when you draft. You got to learn that. You trust your board, you trust your evaluation, and you don't panic. You don't do something. You don't give away extra picks. You don't do this, you don't do that. You just got to sit. You got to sit, let it come to you. And if somebody swipes your pick at the last minute, that's what your big board's there for. You go into your next guy. So I think it's fine. Let me update this thing with some more players. I'm going to put Darius Alexander on here. I think he needs to grow on there. I think that's wild that he wasn't. Darius Alexander, I'll throw him on. Let's see. Who's another best top player available? I think top player available, man. I think it's too early to put Ariante Ursery on that. And as I say it, somebody will draft him really quick. Luther Burden Higgins is gone. Jack Besh. This is about the time I would start thinking you might see a Jack Besh or a Jalen Royals or a Kyle Williams or a Trey Harris come off the board if you start going running backs. You got a lot of a lot of wide receivers, rather, not running backs. Scatabo, Caleb Johnson, that's your next highest running backs on the board. I really don't see any more quarterbacks coming off the board until Shadur does. Maybe Will Howard, maybe Quinn Ewers, maybe Jalen Milroe, but those seem like more round 3, round 4 guys for me. Oluwafemi Oladejo, Jordan Birch, Oregon, JT Tuimoloau from Ohio State, Tuimoloau, how does he pronounce this? Tuimoloau. Let's call him that. I don't know if that's right. Princely Uman Milan. Could these guys please, if you're going to have 77 letters in your last name with 47 vowels, could we please get a official pronunciation that just comes along with your name every time? I don't want to be like that guy, I don't want to disrespect you. And I'm trying not, but it's not a very common last name. How about we just throw a pronunciation out there for the people? Help us out a little bit. Okay, the Jets have taken tight end Mason Taylor out of LSU. Decent pick. Mason Taylor, he's a decent pick. I wasn't as high on Mason Taylor as a lot of people were. He was not my number 3. He was my number 4. I actually had Elijah Arroyo from Miami above him. So, I mean, he's right here. I had him at number 4. Arroyo for me was a little better. But again, I do everything based off what I think fits the Chiefs. So to me, I thought Arroyo fit the Chiefs better. Other teams may think Taylor fits them. So that's why I don't really, I don't really take too much to heart there. But yeah, Mason Taylor's fine. His dad played in the league. He's got NFL experience. He's okay after the catch. I just wasn't super impressed by Mason Taylor. It is what it is. The Jets apparently like him, so congrats. Go to the Jets. Do something with yourself. Do something with your life there. Have at it, buddy. The 49ers are on the clock. Let's see who the 49ers decide they're going to take. The 49ers have selected a safety. No, I take that back. They took Mykel Williams at number 11. That was a little bit of a reach for Mykel at number 11. Who might they snag this time? Let me see if I got any. Okay, our boy Jordan Schultz wrote that the Jets took a good long look at Tyler Warren at their first-round pick yesterday. They decided to go against him. They come back a day later and take Mason Taylor. Honestly, they should have took Tyler Warren. I ain't gonna lie, you should have took Tyler Warren. They did end up picking up Armand Mimbu. You can't go wrong with that. But Armand Mimbu is a right tackle. He's not going to play left for you. If you're going to try to move him to left tackle, you're going to be wishing you hadn't. So I'll say that. It's solid, I guess. If you want to say Mimbu and Taylor, yeah, that's probably better than having. One thing I will say about the tight end though, Tyler Warren, is some of his better plays just came from him being in the Wildcat, just doing some weird stuff. Like, that's where he got, like, all of his, like, hype from, was just doing, like, oddball stuff, like Wildcat plays and just crazy stuff. So, I don't think he was the best. The best receiving one was Colston Loveland. Taylor, I mean, I still think he was probably better than Taylor. But again, you got Armand Mimbu there, too, so you can't argue that. I think that's pretty good. You got to think about it. Like, who would you have taken if they would have taken let's say they took Tyler Warren first, and then you go to tackle now, so you don't have Mimbu. Say they needed the tackle. They could have ended up with Ursery or Ozzie Trapillo, Wyatt Milam, somebody like that. So, yeah, would that have been a better – that's another thing you got to think about. Like the Chiefs, like when we go to pick, right? So you're going to have Simmons first round. Let's just say they take somebody here in the second. Let's just say they take a corner just for the fun of it. Let's just say they take Trey Amos. So then you can look back at the first and be like, well – they could have maybe had Will Johnson, and then they could have had Ursery in the second round. So then you got to compare those, and it's like, well, obviously Josh Simmons and Amos is going to be a better duo. So I think that's how some of these guys look at it. You look at them as a package pair. So I really like it. Nate says, is FAU salvageable? Yes, I think FAU will have a little bit better year this year. He showed a little bit more confidence. I think he needs to dig into the playbook a little bit more, get a little bit more acquainted with the scheme. But he's got to break out this year. I think you got to give defensive ends 3 years at least to see what they're going to do. He is a little bit of an undersized DE. At least I thought so when he come out. He wasn't like huge. At least I don't think he was. What was he when he come out? I thought he was in his 260s, but I could be a little bit wrong about that. I don't want to be wrong. So I want to make sure I get it right. I don't want to say that wrong. I don't want to lie to you. I thought he was like 260s when he come out. Let me see what his official weight was. Oh, 255, yeah. So, yeah, I thought he was a little bit undersized for what we do. Spags usually likes those 270s and above. So, see, Spags is going to ask him to sit there and set the edge. He's going to ask him to do this, do that. And we seen it. Felix, tough time setting the edge. I think it was against the Raiders, man. They put him on his back and they chunked one off for 70 yards. So, I think that was his rookie season. So I think he's just got to dig in. He's got to dig in. He's got to get better. But I'm going to give Felix one more year. I think he's bad. I think he's fine. After this year, if we're still talking about it again, probably not. It might be the end of the line here if we can't pick it up after this year. Okay, the 49ers took Alfred Collins. That kind of sucks, man. He would have been nice for the Chiefs. Alfred Collins would have been a really good pick for the Chiefs. So they are just going straight defensive line in San Francisco, man. Mikael Williams at defensive end and then Alfred Collins at defensive tackle in round 2. They are building up that defense. And I mean, pretty good draft right there. I think Alfred Collins would have been a good pick here for the Chiefs. Alfred Collins top 50, about right. So Alfred Collins again. I had Alfred Collins. Me and Steve had him rated above TJ Sanders. Sanders went 2 picks higher. I don't agree with that. Now the one that's really surprising me is Darius Alexander. Omar Norman Lott should have been picked a lot higher, but he got thrown in the category with Will Johnson right before the draft. It come out and they used the word chronic knee injury. So we've now seen the word chronic knee injury thrown on Justin Simmons, Will Harris or whatever his name is. I forget his name. Will Johnson and Omar Norman Lott. So they have thrown that around 3 times and all 3 of these guys are falling. So we'll see if Omar Norman Lott is not the next tackle off the board besides Darius Alexander. It must have took hold because I could see Omar Norman Lott being the number 5 rated DT, and you could make a case that he was number 9 or 10. I'll give you that because maybe he had some concerns about his run game stopping capability, like his stoutness in the run game. I'll give you that. If somebody comes off the board before him, if Josh Farmer, CJ West, maybe even Shamar Turner, if any of those guys come off the board before Omar Norman Lott, that must mean that they really think that knee injury is something. The Cowboys get a heck of a pick right here. They take edge Donovan Ezeraku from BC. That is a good pick right there, Ezeraku. Good pick right there with the Cowboys. Donovan Ezeraku can flat out get after the passer. He's a little undersized. For us, though, he was still he was number 6. He was our number 6 rated one. He was the next one supposed to be off the board. If you're not doing Mike Green, if Mike Green is now blacklisted into oblivion, then Donovan Ezeraku was the next one off, and Scourton, Landon Jackson should be one of the next few off the board as well if you want to go that route. So, yeah, I mean, Dallas, they got a good pick here. You can't be mad at this one. I think they did a good job there. So Dallas is working the offensive defensive line. They took the guard in the first round. They've got Ezeraku rushing the passer in the second round. I think it's pretty smart. I think Dallas is having a solid draft. I mean, who would have thought it? Who'd have thunk it, right? Who'd have thunk it? Dallas doing something proper. What? Not something stupid. It's crazy. Okay, who's on the board? Or who's on the clock? It's the Colts. The Colts took the tight end Tyler Warren in the first round. Jeez, I don't know where they could go here. I haven't read a ton of what they love. I know who I can go check out here. Yeah. KC Chiefs Production with the 2 bomb said they might be looking into Test Tickles. Yeah, it's possible. Test Tickles plays center, You got to get the quarterback gets his hands down there, and he's pretty good at it. But yeah, maybe they go with Test Tickles right here. Anthony, appreciate the 2 bomb there, KC Chiefs Productions. Anthony Cleveland says, how's Mike Green falling so far? He got smacked with 3 accusations of sexual assault. Again, one was in high school. One was at Virginia. He transferred to Marshall. They had a 0 tolerance policy. I don't think he's ever been detained. I don't think he's ever been questioned on it. I don't know the extent of this beyond an accusation, and I don't even know if they've fully investigated or they've investigated and cleared him. I don't know how that's worked, but I don't know if the NFL is planning on punishing him. I don't know. this just might be one of those things where like people are just afraid. Like, I mean, you know how the world is, man. You've got one subsection of people out there that you take anybody they don't like or you do something they don't like, man, they'll try to cancel your entire world, and they will pressure you. I mean, come on. Look what they're doing right now, man. They're like spray painting Teslas out here. Like, come on. So you got to watch out. And I'd say a lot of these people they don't want to deal with it. The Colts, JT Tuimoloau, edge rusher from Ohio State. There it is. That's a pretty good pick there, too. Colts put together a solid one. I do think this edge rusher out of Ohio State, in my opinion, I did not have him above Scorton and Jackson. I did not. I couldn't do it. He has good size. But I did not think he played consistently. I'll say that. I don't think he consistently played well enough to get there for me. I just don't. I thought he was just very average in a lot of categories. I didn't think his like if he had to run down sideline to sideline to catch a ball carrier, I didn't think the pursuit was very fast. I thought it was very average. I thought he ended up on the ground a lot. He was powerful. He has pretty good length. He can shed blocks, different things like that, but I just feel like he didn't have a lot of acceleration there. I didn't think he had a lot of lateral quickness. There were lots of things. I didn't think he was a very good pass rusher with a plan. I thought if he didn't win with strength and power, he just couldn't win. I don't think his bend was very good. You got to talk about edge rushers bending around the corner. I thought he looked a little stiff. I did not have him above Scourton or Landon Jackson. I definitely didn't have him above Mike Green. But you can finally see that this Mike Green thing's sticking. Mike Green may be on the daggone clock when the Chiefs pick. Look, if I'm Brett Veach and Mike Green falls into my lap knowing we need pass rushers all the way down to 63, I'm taking him and I don't care who gets mad about it. Screw it. I will take a top 10 rated player in this draft at pick 63, and I will laugh all the way to the Super Bowl for the next 10 years. That's what I'll do. So it is what it is. Okay, Rams are on the board. Are the Rams going to take Shedeur? Are the Rams going to take Shedeur? I don't know, man. Maybe. I'm very curious about this, man. I don't know. Not really finding much. Well. Okay, well, the Rams are still on the clock. While the Rams are sitting here going, give me 1 second. I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break. I'm going to run to the restroom. I'm going to grab some drink. Steve should be here in just a few seconds. I'm going to just go ahead and play a Mando ad. You guys check this out. I'll be back in like 2.5 minutes. Hit that like button while I'm gone. I'll be right back, and we'll keep this thing rolling. Oh, yeah, right off the rip. I'm getting that leather and tobacco vibe and that bourbon vanilla. This stuff right here, straight fire, baby. You work hard, you play hard, and we know Chiefs Kingdom cheers hard. And when you do that, it's obvious you work up a little stank. I mean, come on. We're stinky humans who survive on barbecue and Patrick Mahomes highlights. But you don't always want to be at musty level 10. We don't. We're trying to smell nice. And for us, it's this right here, Mando, baby. You wake up, you shower, you start your day, but eventually you start to get a little, ripe. You catch a whiff and you just pray nobody else is offended by your stank bubble. You don't have to walk around smelling like Bigfoot's Grab yourself some Mando full body deodorant or some Mando whole body deodorant spray. They even have whole body deodorant cream. You have no reason to stink. We absolutely love Mando, and that's why we partnered with them to bring their goodness to you. Look, we're super big into fragrances and colognes, and this stuff smells fantastic. This is bourbon leather, and it smells incredible. There's so many reasons to love it. It's safe to use for your pits, to your balls, to your big old disgusting filthy feet. It was created by an actual doctor who wanted to stop the misdiagnosis and mistreatment of odors. Mando is clinically proven to block odor all day and control odor for up to 72 hours. And no, that doesn't mean you can be a degenerate piece of and not shower for real. It helps with odor. It doesn't perform miracles. There's 4 scents. This bourbon leather here is fantastic. They also have Clover Woods, Mount Fuji, and Pro Sport scent. Some sick individual actually ran a test where they sniffed several people's grundles 12 hours post-shower and documented the stink levels. The average odor was a 5 out of 10 just 12 hours after your shower. With Mando, those same sick perverts that sniffed them taints were now a 0 of 10 level stank. Let's go. So do you want to try America's #1 whole body deodorant formula? Of course you do. You can find them at Walmart, Target, and other retailers across the country. But for the best deals, go to shopmando.com. You can pick up a Mando starter pack. It's absolutely perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice like a mini body wash or deodorant wipes, and you get free shipping. Free shipping is huge. I've been known not to order $100 worth of stuff because I didn't want to pay $10 for shipping. But this is what I want to offer to the ACU crew because you guys are special. New customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates to over 40% of your starter pack when using our code ACU to shopmando.com. That's SHOPMANDO.com. Please support our show and tell them we sent you. And if you don't love it, they'll give you a full refund up to 60 days later. That's how confident Mando is that your balls won't stink. Go to shopmando.com and use code ACU to get 40% and free shipping off your Mando starter pack. Smell fresher, stay drier, and boost your confidence head to toe with Mando. Thanks for Mando for sponsoring this video. We got some Mando action quite literally for that ass. Get it up in there. Those butt cheeks, baby. We still don't have Steve. Steve should be here any minute. He's got to be. He's coming in from work. Appreciate you guys being here. While we were gone taking a break, I grabbed an M&M. Got a little yellow and red action for the Chiefs. That's what's up. So I'm eating M&M's for dinner. Hey, why not? While we were gone, the Rams took Terrence Ferguson, tight end out of Oregon. That was a heck of a pick in a way. I feel like it's a little early for Terrence Ferguson. I think you probably could have got him in round 3, especially above Elijah Arroyo, Harold Fannin, maybe even Gunnar Ham. But I had Terrence Ferguson rated right behind Fannin at number 6. So he did get drafted before Arroyo and Ferguson, or Fannin and Arroyo. It is what it is. But I like Terrence Ferguson. I like some of his film. I thought he could do a lot of stuff. So he ran a 4.63 and 1.55 10-yard split. Kid can play, man. So they've got a type there that they like. They want fast, quick guys that can run plenty of routes. They probably would have loved Colston Loveland. They would have loved him. So good pick by the Rams, I guess. I'm not going to call it too much of a reach at this point. I feel like once you get to the second round, you just about go with anything you want. Now, if they would have dipped all the way down to like Josh Simon out of South Carolina, I'd have took a laugh at you, but they ain't going that hard. So you got the Cardinals on the clock. The Cardinals have not picked a player yet. Yeah, they have. Never mind. I thought they traded out in the first round, but they did not. The Cardinals took Walter Nolan. Okay. Yeah, I'll just block them out of my mind. So the Cardinals took Walter Nolan. They're going to take Will Johnson right here. Will Johnson's finally off the board. The Cardinals said, we're going to take him. That's what they're saying. Okay, we got 2 bomb here from Peter. Peter, he says, Mike, use your crystal ball. Who do we take next? Who do we take next as the Chiefs? Let's see. At this point in the draft, we pick in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 picks. So we're 16 picks away. Theoretically, you may have a pretty nice wide receiver sitting on the board. You could still have a Jack Besh or a Jalen Royals. You could have Jalen Noel. Jalen Noel is from Kansas City. That's a Brett Veach kind of guy. You've also got Kyle Williams. Ty Felton would be a pick there, but that's if you want to go wide receiver. I'm just going to talk wide receivers for a second. If you want to go running backs, you still got a chance of getting Scattaboo, Caleb Johnson, Dylan Sampson, or if you like Martinez. I don't think Martinez goes this early. I could be wrong. I don't think they look at any more offensive line this close. I think they may go to defense. Honestly, if it were me, I would take Omar Norman Lott, and I would be completely content with Omar Norman Lott. Like a couple weeks ago, I had him picked in the first round for us because he was gaining the hype. He didn't have that chronic knee injury crap floating around. But, that it's floating. So we'll see. But I think him and Darius Alexander definitely on the short list. Maybe Josh Farmer, too. The Chiefs have met with Josh Farmer. Those are people you can look at there with a defensive tackle. Defensive end, if Mike Green's still on the board, I'm considering it. I don't care what anybody says. Nick Scourton, Landon Jackson, both. I like Jordan Birch out of Oregon here. I like Olufemi Oladejo here. Not a super big fan of Braden Swinson at LSU. Some people are. The Chiefs have spoke with Princely, Uman Milan. I just feel like he's too small. A 244-pound defensive end just doesn't strike me as being very Steve Spagnuolo. So I can't get my head around that. Corner, Azareye'h Thomas, Trey Amos, Darian Porter. I'm going to go out on a limb here. If he's here at number 63, and I'm the Chiefs, I just may grab my corner here. And if Trey Amos and Azareye'h Thomas is off the board, maybe even before Darian Porter, I maybe looked at Ravel out of ECU. Siobhan Ravel out of ECU at 6'2", 194 just screams athletic DB. Now, he is coming off that injury. He's coming off the injury, so I don't know. But I can see that being a pick. I can see it. I don't know. If it were me, I like Azareye'h Thomas better. I think I like him a little bit better. But I can see the Chiefs doing it. So I'll say short list. Honestly, I would consider Elijah Arroyo as well. But you also got to remember at 63, we turn around and pick again at 66. So you have two pretty quick coming up here. So we're only picking rounds 2 and 3 tonight, right? So the Chiefs will pick at 95 again, too. So we have 95, 66, 63. Yeah. Man, it's tough. It's tough. We're so far away. If it's me, I'm taking Mike Green if he's on the board. That's my number one player. If Mike Green's still sitting there, I'm taking Mike Green, Marshall. 100% that's who I'm taking if he's on the board. If Mike Green's not on the board, I maybe take a defensive end, Scourton or Landon Jackson. If they're not on the board, if your defensive end's not on the board, I go to Omar Norman Lott. I actually probably maybe put Omar Norman Lott above those other two guys. But if the knee injury is kind of true, then maybe you put those two guys above them. But I go defensive tackle, defensive end right there. And if all else fails, I maybe take Elijah Arroyo, Azareye'h Thomas, Siobhan Ravel, Darian Porter, somebody in that range. So I would be looking to defensive end, defensive tackle, maybe corner here. I don't think I would jump the gun on the running back right now. I think there's too many running backs on the board. You could snag them with the first pick in the third round. You can maybe get you a good running back with a second pick in the third round. There's a lot of good ones here, and I honestly, the way it's going, I don't think right now nothing tells me that Damian Martinez and Devin Neal won't be sitting there at the very end of the third round. There's just no running backs being taken. There's been 4. Trevion. I forgot Trevion Henderson. So there's been 4 taken. So out of the top 10, you still got 60% of them left out of the top 10. I don't think I would jump the gun here on a running back. So, yeah, if it's me, I'm taking defensive tackle. I'd probably take Omar Norman Lott. Mike Green. And let's go Trey Amos if he's still on the board. That'd be the 3 I'd look at. That'd be my 3. Now, I don't know if they're going to be on the board still. We'll have to see. We got a little bit of time. The Texans are up. I don't know if they're ever going to pick today or if they just quit. I think the Texans may have just given up on life. Appreciate the 2-bomb, Peter. Let me see. Nate with a 10. He says, Ravel's a dog. He is, man. He really is. Okay, so the Texans finally picked. They picked Ariante Ursery out of Minnesota. And that was what we were kind of saying last night. Like, if you wanted a day 2 tackle, it was Ariante Ursery. He was the left tackle in day 2. When it's all said and done, I trust Josh Simmons at left tackle way more than I trust Ariante Ursery. So the Chiefs would have had to have traded up to get Ariante Ursery. So you'd have had to give up draft capital and come get Ariante Ursery. And you'd have had Ariante Ursery plus draft capital and then maybe Luther Burden, right? Or you have Josh Simmons and whoever they snag this time. And I think at the end of the day, the right pick was made. Knowing that Ariante Ursery goes 48 right here, the right call was made. If Ariante Ursery would have maybe fell all the way down to 63, you had a chance. But now that we know that he went top 50, they made the right call, 100%. I think Steve's finally with us. I think he's getting ready to roll in. Look at this. Look what the cat drug in. Look what the cat's been dragging on. Darius Alexander, yeah, still. That's a pretty good pick, too. Wolfgang, MB3 gone. Do you mean Luther Burden? Yeah, he's gone. Who's MB3? Peter, Mike, thanks for your expertise. I don't have much expertise, you know. Steve's
Hello.
back. It's about time, Steve. I've been here for 2.5 hours. I'm tired, bro.
Trust me, I wanted to be here. Let's see. I'm excited. I've been trying to keep up with the draft tracker. Seen some stuff happen.
Will Johnson just come off the board.
Yeah,
47.
I was really surprised that Jaden Higgins got taken quick in the second round.
Are you? I'm not. I wrote about it yesterday.
I know. I thought Burden would go above him, but no. Quinshon Judkins went quick too. Him and Henderson gone. All kinds of. Alfred Collins got.
We
a
did have
second
Judkins
round,
ranked
bro.
as the 3rd highest running back, and that's why the field vision was better. Steve, I think to me, the most surprising pick for me was maybe Carson Schweisinger kicking it off at 33.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
That's a little high for him, I think. But other than that, chalk maybe, except for South Carolina. Taking T.J. Sanders with 41. I think that was a little high.
And Ursery just went to the Texans.
Okay, another linebacker just come off the board. Demetrius Knight to the Bengals. Mm-hmm. So Demetrius Knight, pretty good linebacker. I told Pops yesterday. He said, "Do you really think Schweisinger's going to get picked before Demetrius Knight?" And I said, "Yeah, that'll definitely happen." Pops, hate to say it, told you so, brother.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, nothing
now that
crazy.
You're here,
crazy.
I can update my board. Haven't been able to update nothing.
Yeah, my bad. I'm here though.
You're fine.
I think I got everything set up. Oh, really? Dov Kleiman or Kleiman, however he says his name, that slapnut. He's on the X right now. Is Shadur Sanders being blackballed? No, nobody wants his cocky ass. I'm sorry. No one wants to deal with him and his daddy.
Yeah, we've had this conversation. I think he got so mad he quit.
Yep, K. Wayne, sun's out, guns out, baby. Pulled out the old KD Texas jersey. Let's see here.
Dude, get a little linebacker run, though, in the second round.
Now, I'm not surprised by how high Alfred Collins went, but a lot of people had him 3rd round and on. So, dang.
Yeah,
San Francisco seems just the type to take him, too, don't they?
That's what we were all talking about. Michael Williams, they're definitely going defensive line hard today.
Yeah. Well, I'm just glad I'm here before the Chiefs start picking because this is man, I put it in on the thumbnail. I think this is a crucial one for the Chiefs. Today is the big day, right? It's round 2 and 3. So that's 3 picks in the heart of this draft, man. Today's a huge day for the Chiefs. Can't wait to see how this plays out.
Yeah, big day for the Chiefs, man. Pumped about it. Are you surprised that Darius Alexander's still on the board? Does that surprise you?
I wasn't as high on him as you guys were.
Well, does it surprise you that Terrence Ferguson was drafted over Harold Fannin?
Yes, and Elijah Arroyo.
And Elijah Arroyo.
Yeah, that one's pretty wild.
Hey, but every time they do that, it drops somebody to the Chiefs. That's the way I see it, man.
Right. I like when teams reach, as long as it's not us.
Yeah.
It's always fun. How you guys doing tonight, by the way? Thanks for being patient and waiting on me. Mike held it down, though. Mike held it down. I listened in my earbud a little bit when I could. Tried to keep up with things. Hope you guys are doing good, though. Appreciate y'all being here. Appreciate y'all hanging out with Mike.
I had to throw out a what was it? I had to throw out a Mando ad for 3 minutes to take a break. I had to get some drink. I had to use the restroom. I had to grab some dinner. Peanut M&Ms. Then I got on sale at Walmart today for 75 cents.
Look at that clearance M&Ms, bro.
You can't beat clearance M&Ms.
Hey, look, you know what I'm eating right now? Do y'all remember these old man candies? They're just cinnamon.
Oh no, you're going cinnamon, huh?
They're just cinnamon, and then there's like the things called like bonbons that are like strawberries that old grandmas always had. Oh, Meemaw always had a a strawberry candy. I got the damn cinnamon. They're like the butterscotch, but it's cinnamon instead.
Steve, what do you think? What do you think about Mike Green not getting drafted yet? This is a top 10 talent, and nobody's going to think. Is he cooked? Did they get video evidence of this or something?
Sounds like he's.
Or do you think they're just
R-wordy,
scared of the
right?
You think they're just scared of the cancel culture of 2025 that nobody wants to deal with it?
100%. Even if he's innocent, it doesn't matter. He's been accused of something that's completely. Just you can't even be accused of that without.
It turns into our punter situation, right? Where he got blackballed from the whole league over
so
it.
Can he recover from it if he didn't do it? Potentially. I mean, you've seen it happen, but yeah, he's going to take the heat right up front because that's what people do now, instantly. So yeah, I think that's what's going on there. Let's go.
I hate to see it, but if he's guilty, you get what you get.
Mikey got 91 likes while I was gone. I'd like to see that be over 100 like ASAP, and let's keep that thing rolling.
That's pretty good for an hour.
Yeah, if you guys haven't hit the like button yet, make sure to do that.
I've noticed there's about 17,000 channels on YouTube streaming draft.
It's a lot, man.
There's a lot.
Appreciate you guys are sticking with us.
It was just me over here looking like a chooch, just out here trying to do the Lord's work by myself. It's tough. I was telling them it's tough to do it by yourself when you're used to having a partner in crime, man.
Yeah, it can be. Let's see. Come on, Seahawks. What are you doing? What's the clock?
Jacking around out here.
Is it the same clock, or are they lower it yet?
They usually lower it.
Yeah. Well, what about Urshford going to the Texans? I know they needed some tackle help, but kind of odd that they passed up on it in the first round.
Just talking about that before you come in. We said Elijah Arroyo off the board to the Seahawks.
Dang.
There it was.
Good
I was telling everybody, I would put Elijah Arroyo on a short list at this pick coming up if he was there, but he's gone.
Dang.
People thought I was crazy, though, when I said Elijah Arroyo was the first second-round pick. I remember that. That was sort of the bid Senate from last year when people were like, y'all too high on him. Nay.
Yeah, no. Elijah Arroyo was fun to watch on his tape. I thought
he looked more Kelsey-esque than anybody. I thought he looked more Kelsey-esque than Loveland half the time.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, it's definitely an argument.
The way he moved after the catch.
Oh, let's see. Carolina Panthers are on the clock.
Did they trade up just now?
With Denver.
Who are they coming to get? They're horned up for a few players, man. I heard they were pretty high on. You think they might take Mike Green right here? They need some pass rushers. You think finally Mike Green's going to come off the board? Once you get out of the top 50, the cancel culture will leave you alone. If you draft him at 51, you're good. But if you give him a top 50 money, you're out. You had to cancel it.
Yeah. Let me see if there's a way I can make this a little bit smaller, but bigger at the same time. Does that make sense to you?
Not for sure. Oh, but anyways, back to what I was saying before Elijah Arroyo rudely interrupted us. Ariante Ursery at 48. If the Chiefs may have got Ariante Ursery at, say, 63 when we picked, then it become a thing of like, would you have rather had Luther Burden in round 1 and Ariante Ursery? But now that you know that Ariante Ursery went top 50 and the Chiefs would have physically had to give up draft capital and come up, so they could have took Luther Burden in round 1 and then would have had to spend draft capital and come up to get Ursery. Now that makes the Josh Simmons pick even much better because now you're going to have Simmons and whoever this round, and that's always going to win.
Right.
That's going to win in a package deal. That beats every time. You didn't want to give up any extra picks to get Ariante Ursery.
No, I didn't think that was smart.
Nick Scourton. They come up for the defensive end. I was right on that, but it was Scourton.
That's a good pick for them, though. I kind of thought
I think he pronounces it Scorton, actually.
However it is, he could have snuck into the back end of the first round potentially.
Yeah.
A lot of people had that happening, so.
Yep, I was telling everybody that too. I said if I'd have heard his number get called in the first round, his name, I wouldn't have thought twice about it.
Right.
He tested very well at the pro day.
How do I make this thing disappear without, like, taking us with it? Bing. There we go. All right. Well, kind of, yeah, nothing, like, crazy surprising. I think the craziest thing for me so far is the fact that Will Johnson fell all the way to pick 47.
And Mike Green's not been drafted.
Yeah, that's probably the two big ones, right?
Okay, Titans are on the clock, man.
What do you think Titans do here?
Borgonzi's already traded out early. He traded out of his pick. Because I kind of thought Borgonzi would have
You think they go
taken
with some receiver help here because they don't have a whole lot, and they just drafted a quarterback that's going to need some help. I think Kyle Williams could come off the board here.
You got
Somebody
Kyle
like that.
Williams, you got Jalen Knoll, you got Jalen Royals, Jack Besh, Ty Felton is another. I'm telling you, Ty Felton is a dark horse to go third round. A lot of people are saying he's fifth, sixth round. And he's going to go top 3-4 rounds. Put a note next to it. There's no way this kid's falling out of the fourth round. It's not happening. He'll get picked before the fourth.
Some people had him graded way too low, right?
Way too low. He was an elite tester across the board, and I think if you're an elite tester and you're 6 foot tall, 186, perfect prototype. I mean, he come out of Maryland. He looks like Stephon Diggs a little bit.
Hey,
Okay.
where are you at on the super chats, by the way?
Olufemi Oladejo from UCLA has been
That's a good
taken
pick.
to Mike Borgonzi.
Borgonzi, that's a good
Steve,
pick.
people
bro.
said Olufemi, he wasn't going to be around 2. It was too high.
Dude, he's good. He's really good. That was one of our favorite edge rushers. We didn't get to rank our edge rushers because we ran out of time, but he would have been high on my list, actually.
Yeah, I think the way we had it going is he was number 9 out of 10. Only people that were above him that got picked is Mike Green at number 2. He's not been selected yet, and Landon Jackson we had at 8. We had Olufemi at 9. So he went right before Landon Jackson. That's pretty wild, dude.
Mike, have you talked about testicles yet?
Testicles, yeah. I think I'm completely caught up.
Are you completely caught up? Are you sure? I don't think you are. I think you're lying.
Nate, yeah, the only one I haven't done to this one.
Our boy Peter. Peter Ortiz with the 5 bomb says, if you are accused of SA, you will suffer badly. Sharp is now dull. That's right. You think, Shannon Sharp, you think Mike Green's been hanging out with Unc a little bit?
Man, Unc is nasty. What's he doing out here?
Oh, horn dog. Ate too much Blue Chew. That's what happened.
Yeah, he's been horned for a while. He's been
Out of
doing
control.
nasty work.
Out of control. All right. Appreciate the 5, by the way, Peter. Thank you. Let's see here. Back to
Bucks are on the
draft.
clock. Steve, Bucks took a wide receiver in the first round. Where do you think they go?
That was mind-blowing.
I think the Bucks take a corner right here. Bucks need a corner, and there's a lot of good ones on the board, Steve. Trey Amos still on the board.
That could see that happening right here.
Azarie Thomas, Jacob Parrish, Darian Porter, Siobhan Ravel still kicking around out there. We were talking
like
about
him. I like
did
him
you
a
know
lot.
Siobhan Ravel's name is actually pronounced
Revel?
Savon or something like that? It's something very weird. And I can't bring myself to say it like that.
He's Siobhan. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, I feel like it's just very proper.
If you wanted it to be Savon, you should have spelled it like Savon. If you spell it like Shavon, it's Shavon. or
I
Siobhan.
gotta find the actual
Or,
pronunciation because it's wild.
You know, maybe he had a big beard and he was shaving.
Savon. That's how it's pronounced. Savon.
With no H, just a silent H.
SUH-Vaughn. Savon is how he
Whatever.
wants it
Savon
pronounced.
Revel is a good player. I like him a lot.
Savon.
This is a kid that kind of is in the same vein as like a Josh Simmons. Like if he hadn't suffered an injury, he would have been top 15 pick.
It's like
So-
we're brothers because I said that earlier.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Look at us. Hey, look at us.
Look at it.
Look at us.
Look at it. So Will Johnson actually went to 215 to the Cards. That's wild, dude.
Man, is everybody horned up for these picks? I'm more excited about these 3 picks than I was the first round pick.
Yeah.
Because like you know, we thought something cool might happen. Like they might be like, you know what, screw it, we're gonna go with Luther Burden or somebody like that. But when it was all said and done, it kind of was just exactly what you thought was gonna happen, right? Like a first round tackle, because they were just tired of hearing about the tackle thing. Like I think in my initial mock draft, I mocked Josh Cornerly in the first round to the Chiefs, and you mocked was it Ursery or somebody at the back end of the first round. So we were both on to tackles. I can't remember for sure. But
was it Norman Lott?
oh, that's right. You had
But it was
Ursery, the second
Ursery round 2.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know. It just felt like that was the obvious pick. I think you got to stop overthinking Brett Veach in the first round. Last year we knew it was going to be Xavier Worthy. It was so obvious. This year it was obvious he was going to go tackle, but you're like, well, maybe. Don't maybe it anymore. Just from now on, whatever the obvious thing is, they're going for it.
Here's the thing. So
Everybody and their grandma knew he was going to take Felix that time too.
But I kept seeing this yesterday too. It was commented on our video this morning when we talked about it. A lot of people were commenting and saying, "Well, 99% of Chiefs Kingdom knew we were going to take Justin Simmons." Maybe so, but you can't just say that though, because people were saying they wanted Justin Simmons, but they were also saying you had to trade up and give half of our draft away to get him. You know what I'm trying to say? Nobody knew you were going to be able to trade back. I think even Daniel Harms brought that up. He brought up an old tweet where he said we need to trade up to get him, and then he's like, we actually traded back to get him. And it's like, yeah, you can't see how it plays out. So yeah, it's easy to say, oh yeah, we're going to take Justin Simmons. But when you look at draft from a draft knower's point of view, it was hard to give the Chiefs Simmons unless you thought they were going to trade up, and I didn't think the Chiefs were going to trade up, and he should not have been there. So it's hard to give them.
Everybody's scared of him. I mean, I'm telling you, most people want immediate production from a round 1 player. They don't want to wait a year.
Right.
They don't want to get somebody that you're not. I mean, the Chiefs seem pretty confident about his medicals, but everybody else didn't. Let's just put it that way. I see where Peter asked who I think the next pick's going to be. Tampa Bay pick is in. I don't see it yet. If I had to guess, they're taking the corner, though. I would go Trey Amos. That would be my pick for them. We'll see what happens, though.
Trey Amos would be a good pick for them.
Yeah,
they could go surprise, though. They could do something like a Darian Porter if they went there.
They're doing some crazy and stuff. They're doing crazy stuff anyway. They should never have taken a wide receiver in round 1. But
well, if you go by our list, the next one off the board should be Trey Amos, Azareé Thomas, Benjamin Morris out of Notre Dame.
They took Benjamin Morrison from
Benjamin Morrison.
So we were right on the money with corner. They just went Benjamin Morrison.
They went the third one down.
Hey, that's a good pick, though.
That's a good pick.
I liked his tape a lot. He was a good kid.
He got injured this year. I think he would have been a little bit higher if he wouldn't have been injured. Isn't that the story of the draft so far?
Yeah, he's a smart player, though. Like he did a lot of good stuff. So I like that pick for them. So Green Bay's up. What do you think Green Bay's going to go for here? Let's take a gander at this.
Well, they
went receiver in the first round too. They went Matt Golden.
Yeah, they got Golden, which was a good pick.
I could see them taking a corner as well.
Do you think if they went corner though, do you think they'd go back to the well of U of L where they hit the first time with the guy a few years ago, and then they'll come out and get Quincy Riley this year?
Are you talking about Jair Alexander?
Remember when they jumped on Jair Alexander and they kind of took him a little early, it seemed, but he paid off. You go back to the U of L well.
I think maybe they could go edge as well.
That's a little bit of a reach, right? But you're only taking them above Amos, Parrish,
Who's
Azareé
running the ball
Thomas.
for them right now? Is it Josh Jacobs?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so they don't need that. I think if I could definitely see corner coming off the board here, but just for fun, let's go edge. Let's say they go with maybe Jordan Birch from Oregon, or maybe they could go DT as well. You could maybe see Omar Norman Lott or Shamar Turner come off the board.
Well, they did take what's his name that we had on the show here before. That DT out of Illinois or whatever his name was. Not Illinois. The DT that was on our show a few years ago.
He went to Tampa Bay, Mike. We're talking about Green Bay.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Tampa Bay already picked. I was going to say, Tampa Bay already took him, so I didn't think they were going to do it.
No.
Yeah, you're right. Green Bay's up. Too many bays. One's Tampa and one's Green.
Yeah, what's next? Another bay? Eating some hay down by the bay?
San Jose Bay.
Just May. Oh.
What are they going to do?
I don't know.
Call up old Tank.
Mike, our boy Nate with the 20 bomb. Let's go, man. He says, my sleeper picks Caleb Johnson. Love Caleb Johnson, by the way. He might be one of my favorite running backs in this draft. He can be Hunt 2.0. I've seen him run nasty with the Raiders taking Genty and the Chargers taking Hampton. I want a beast in the backfield to go with Pacheco. 3rd round trade up. Caleb Johnson, to me, he should come off the board in second. But, yeah, top of the 3rd could make sense, too. Caleb Johnson, I think, is one of the more complete running backs in this draft. He's a guy he's a workhorse back that gets better as the game goes on. He wears defenses down. If I could compare one running back in this draft to a Derrick Henry-esque guy, it's Caleb Johnson, 100%. I love the kid, so I like that, man. I like that. If the Chiefs were to go that route, I would kind of be happy about it. Like, that's a little bit different. You were talking, we've talked about Damian Martinez, or they could go a different route, kind of someone like that. Caleb Johnson would be definitely a different route. I don't know if I'd call him Hunt 2.0 because I don't think they're that similar. I think Caleb Johnson's tougher than Hunt in a more physical kind of way, and a more just wear you down over the course of a game. Like, just get better. I don't know, man, but I do like that.
Green Bay picks in. They're taking Anthony Belton, tackle out of NC State.
Oh, wow. I didn't know they even needed tackle help.
Well, look, that's a little bit of a reach, in my opinion. We had Anthony Belton at pick number 14.
Well, this just goes back to show you these teams never rank their players the way these analysts do. It's so hard to – you kind of got to watch the tape and rank these kids. It's really hard to block out the noise from every other analyst on the planet. So it's really hard not to let that influence you. But if you don't do that, I mean, I think a lot of these teams, the way they rank these players is totally different than what everybody sees over and over again for months before the draft.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier, too, is like we rank based on what we think fits the Chiefs. So if we've got a guy at number 6, they may be like number 1 on somebody else's board.
I thought the Chiefs could be looking at Anthony Belton in like the 4th round even, or late 3rd.
Yeah, he would have fit to us in like the 4th round. But I guess the Packers, valued him as a round 2 pick. It is what it is.
He's a good tackle. He's got a lot of upside. He needs some work though. I mean, but who don't coming out of college? Let's be honest. Not very many guys can just step in and be an elite tackle.
Agreed.
I mean, that's the thing with the Josh Simmons pick. I like the pick. A lot of people think he can be like an elite tackle in the league, or like just really freaking good. But like, do you think he's just, even if he hadn't had the injury, it's not like he's going to step in and be that now? I don't think he's that caliber. He's not freaking Joe Alt or, somebody like that. Oh, Chargers went wide receiver. Mike, they took Trey Harris from Mississippi. So, yeah, they're not sold on Quentin Johnson, are they? They are not sold on Quentin Johnson. Trey Harris is actually, he's bigger, but he's also fast. Didn't he run a 4.3?
Yeah, Trey Harris actually, let's see, he ran a 4.54.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah, 4.54 with a 1.56 and a 38.5-inch vert. To me, Trey Harris almost felt like the guy last year that you liked out of South Carolina that the Panthers took.
Xavier Legette.
He kind of had those kind of vibes where you don't know how he's going to translate at the next level. I thought somebody would reach on Trey Harris. I think Trey Harris was like the number 12. We had him ranked number 12 overall. I think this is a little bit of reach on Trey Harris. I don't think he was a top 65 pick, in my opinion. Prove me wrong, Trey Harris. Go for it. But I thought somebody was going to overvalue him based off of just that size at 6'3", 210. And, I mean, he just kind of has, like, they wanted to say, oh, A.J. Brown and this, and you're kind of just seeing that Ole Miss stuff. But I think that's a little rich for Trey Harris, in my opinion. But go figure.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to dog him. He could be good. And again, I feel like that's more of a ranking for like what the Chiefs would do as well.
Yeah. So Peter Ortiz with the 5 bomb. He says basically that you narrowed down your next pick for KC, who's mine. I was either zoned out or I wasn't here yet. I want to know what you think first, and then I'll kind of tell you where my head's at with this next pick coming up for the Chiefs.
Oh, I said that if he's still there, I don't care what anybody says. I'm going to go to the podium knowing we need pass rush and take Mike Green, and I'm going to laugh at everybody going to the Super Bowl for the next 5 years. Like, I'm going to take Mike Green. I don't care what anybody says if he's still on the board. I'm not scared of that. If he's not there, then maybe I look at Trey Amos, Savon Ravel.
Darius
I like
Alexander,
those two.
even, if you want to go DT.
Yeah, Darius Alexander, Omar Norman Lott. Those are the 5 I've got on my short. I think I go defense here.
So it's funny because I was going to say the exact same thing. I was like, if you think it's not going to be like a career-ending thing, I think you go take Mike Green and smile, right?
Yeah.
Because the ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. But, a lot of people thought the Chiefs – Mahomes said it. They want to add to the passing attack. They didn't do it in the first round. They went with what everybody thought they were going to do. They went with the tackle. So who's to say they can't go a second round here and do the same thing? Now, they could do it at the beginning of the third. They could do it at the end of the third. But I think there's a guy on this board right here that's just kind of there's a couple that are kind of like I could see them going that route. If they really wanted to add to the pass attack the way they say they do, there are 2 guys on this board right now that I think the Chiefs could kind of jump at. Number 1 being Kyle Williams from Washington State. The more I watch him, the more I feel like he fits with the Chiefs. I think it's an excellent pick. Same with Jalen Royals. I actually mocked him to the Chiefs, I think, in my original mock draft. So I think one of those 2 guys, if they decide to go receiver, low key, they could go Jalen Noel from Iowa State, or they could even decide to get a Jack Besh. But I think the one that fits the most, and you mentioned another one too, Ty Felton. People think he's going to fall. I could definitely see him going way earlier than people think. But if I had to guess what I'm going to narrow it down to, since you went with the obvious Mike Green, because I swear I was thinking the exact same thing, I'm going to go to the pass attack again. They said they wanted to add to it. They did not do so in the first round. Let's say they do it in the second round. I'll go Kyle Williams from Washington State.
That's a good one.
So that's where I'm at. And I just like the name Kyle Williams because we have a friend named that, and he's pretty badass. Shout out, HD Chiefs fan. Let's go. All right, man. What do we got going on? I love Isaac Tesla, by the way, Brian. I see you saying that in the chat. He's one of my favorites, dude. I mean, 6'4", the best athlete out of all wide receivers. Love that kid. If we were to take him in this draft, I would be pretty pumped about it. I'd be interested to see how they would use Isaac Tesla in Kansas City because he runs a 4.3. He can jump through the roof. He can do all the things that they like receivers to do, but he's 6'4". So it's like totally different than what we're normally working with here.
Do you find it wild that the Patriots took Trevion Henderson?
No, I don't. I think that that makes a lot of sense, actually. Like, he seems like a Patriots type player.
Huh.
Yeah, I saw that. Did not surprise me. I thought the Browns taking Quinshon Judkins was kind of more of a mind-boggling thing to me.
Really? Because he kind of gives you like Nick Chubb vibes, though.
Sort of, but not. I don't know. I don't feel like they're that similar. But yeah, they could use the help, so it does make sense. I just wasn't expecting it. I didn't think they were going to come out and take Quinshon Judkins right there. Trevion Henderson went before him.
Yeah.
And then Luther Burden ended up going to the Bears, correct?
Yeah.
Imagine that. Imagine that.
Has had a good draft, and he's got 2 more picks coming up this round.
You've been saying there's 2 teams that are going to model their team after the Chiefs. If nobody else does, it's going to be the Bears, it's going to be the Titans. And so far, you can tell.
Call me Nostradamus.
If the Chiefs were to go running back in round 2, which is unlikely but could, now with who's left on the board,
yeah,
what do you think you would want? Like, maybe not what you think they would take, or let's do both. What do you think they would take, and who would you want? Because
it's too early for Devin Neal and Damian Martinez. In my opinion.
So I think at this juncture, if they took one in the second round, I think the one that fits them the most is Dylan Sampson from Tennessee.
Me too. That's what I was going to say, Dylan Sampson, but I would be pleased
I would want
with
Caleb
Scadaboo
Johnson.
or Caleb Johnson.
I want
too.
Caleb Johnson. I would love to have Caleb Johnson,
Yeah.
but Dylan Sampson fits the script.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Dylan
absolutely.
Sampson's got that dog in him.
The pick is in for the Bears. Da Bears. The Bears are just loading up this draft. What are they going to
They
do
got
here?
two more. They got pick 56 this one and number 62. They
Da
pick right before the
Bears.
Chiefs again. Look, at the Chiefs have anybody on the radar, and they were using that 5th round that they got yesterday to try to come up. Look, you're not coming up with the Broncos at 60, so you've only
Right.
got 2 more maybe polls. But you'd come up right here with 57. The Raiders aren't going to do it. So 57, 59, and 61. That's all you're coming up for. So I think the Chiefs, if they're planning on coming up, they're limited on where they're going to do
Does
it.
it kind of blow your mind that the Dallas Cowboys, with such needs at wide receiver and running back, they went with an edge rusher?
Hey, that edge rusher is very good, and he fell. I think that they let it right.
I mean,
in
it's
their
good
lap
value,
there.
but I mean, it's kind of strange to me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it. Man, you get somebody to fall in your lap that good, and I think you almost just have to.
Well, that's
take
the whole
it.
thing with Mike Green, right? Like,
Exactly.
but I mean, if he's not gonna play, if he is absolutely screwed, then why waste a pick? So I understand it.
But who said that he's not going to play? I don't know where this is coming from. I've not heard anything about him even being investigated over anything.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, like I'm just trying to figure out. Like I've not heard anybody say that he's being investigated and may not be able to play. Do the Chiefs consider Harold Fannin here?
Yes. I don't know if I like him at the end of the second, but
They took a tackle here. They took Ozzie Trapillo. They took Crazy
Ozzie
Train.
Trapillo. Okay.
He was
Yeah,
one of our
Dylan.
top 10 tackles.
Dylan, I agree. I think Caleb Johnson's like a mini Derrick Henry. I do.
Steve, Ozzie Trapillo was our next highest rated tackle on the board. The Chiefs can look at Wyatt Milam here. You go back to
Love
dip
it.
back-to-back offensive
Hey,
linemen.
I tell you what, if they were to go back to back here and get Wyatt Milam, I would be pleased. I'd be
Offensive
okay with
line,
that.
You think they go
He's
back-to-back
the only
offensive
one.
line?
Well, if you're really trying to shore up the left side of your offensive line, and you don't think that Mike Caliendo's it because you saw him struggle a little bit, you don't think Kingsley's ready for it, and you're not trusting that, I think Wyatt Milam's a shoe-in at left guard. And then if Josh Simmons actually turns out to be your tackle, Patrick Mahomes' blind side is absolutely freaking set for the at least 5 years. Well, 4. But yeah, I would not be mad at that at all. If they're protecting Patrick Mahomes, I'm not going to get pissed. Like last night, would I have gone Josh Simmons there? I don't know, but I'm not mad at any time that they're freaking trying to reinforce the offensive line.
Right.
I'm not. You can't get mad at it. This is going to be fun. I can't wait to see what the Chiefs are going to do here. So Ozzie Trapillo to the Bears. I actually like that pick from them. I ain't gonna lie. I kind of liked him. We didn't talk
think
about
they
him a
did.
whole lot, but
Detroit needs a center here. You think that a center can finally come off the board? We've not seen any centers come off the board at all. You think maybe Jared Wilson out Georgia right here? I don't know.
Man, I'm not finding a whole lot on Mike Green, to be honest, with all that stuff going on. There's some allegations, right? But
Yeah.
it says that he was dismissed from a lot of those in 2022.
Yeah, a lot of those were hearsay.
So, yeah, he's been cleared. To me, unless
what I'm
there's
saying.
something
So-
new, he's been cleared. Now there was another incident with him.
He's just a habitual horn.
No, this
horn
was
dog,
something
huh?
different. This is something different. It was something else legal though. What did he do? So maybe they just think it's just character concerns in general. But
Dude, the Chiefs don't shy away from that, though.
they don't, and with that kind of freaking value, I'm with you, man. I think if there's nothing actual like legally against him right now, to where he's looking at time away from the game or anything like that, then
Yeah, I'd take him. We need pass rush. Now, the one thing that
I
kind of
got
sets it apart, though, Steve, is he's not your typical Spags guy. He's only 6'3", 250. He's about the size of a Mike
he's
Dana.
a beast though. But they took a Mike Dana. They also took B.J. Thompson. They went with there was somebody else they took. That was a
Felix is
little
only
smaller.
255.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, I don't know, man.
But you've seen Felix. Felix is struggling in this because he can't set the edge too well.
Yep.
He's struggling here. He's struggling with it.
Nate says, please no Sky Moore like finesse receiver in round 2. I will tell you, I like Kyle Williams a lot, but do you get slight Sky Moore vibes from Kyle Williams, Tate?
No. Do not put that curse on Kyle Williams.
I'm not saying that he plays like him a lot, but something about the way he looks, just the way he does things, it kind of reminds me of the smoothness that Sky Moore had in college.
He's so much faster. I didn't see Sky Moore ever
He's
cook.
a lot faster.
He never cooked Travis Hunter in college. Steve
That's true.
They picked a guard from Georgia. I thought they were going to take the center from Georgia. They took the guard. They took Tate Ratledge.
Okay.
Pretty good pick right there. Pretty good
that's a
pick,
good
Tate
pick.
Ratledge.
Raiders are on the board. Let's see what the Raiders do.
Tate
I want them to
Ratledge was
screw
our
this
next
up.
one scheduled to go off the board. He was our OG3. Steve, we're right on the money today, though. I'll give you that. Like, we've been on here in this one for not putting a lot of time into this draft due to natural disasters and all sorts of stuff. We're pretty hitting it.
You know what's funny, though? Honestly, we didn't hit the first round pick, and it was out of pure just like, let's not pick exactly what everybody else is picking, right? Like, maybe they'll do something a little bit different. They'll switch it up.
Yeah.
Because I think everybody and their grandma kind of knew they were leaning towards Josh Simmons. That was the word on the street for the last, 2 weeks?
But again, it's hard to say Simmons at 31.
I didn't think it would fall there,
because
to be honest.
nobody thought he was going to fall there. So, yes,
That
you could
is-
say Simmons, but
we
you
could
were
easily,
hoping.
We could have easily put
Yeah.
Simmons there
Yeah,
and
but
just
you were
hope for
hoping.
the best.
It didn't feel right. But we knew Luther Burden was going to fall.
Yeah, we
Like,
did know
we
that.
called that. I'd been calling that for months, that Luther Burden was going to go to the second round. But if he were there, could Brett Veach pass him up? And Brett Veach passed him up because also Josh
You think
Simmons fell.
you think the Raiders really go with Sanders here? Do you think Pete Carroll wants to put up with Dion?
Dude, he throws a good moon ball behind the other moon baller over there.
Who?
Dude, it's also, look,
They don't
Vegas
have
isn't
Russell
that far
Wilson,
from
bro.
Colorado either.
You're talking about Russell Wilson. That's okay. They have Geno.
Gino throws that moon ball too.
Does he really? I thought
Oh,
Geno
yeah.
was. I thought
Especially
Geno
the
was just
dome.
a,
Geno
dink
will
and
air
dunk
it
kind of
out,
guy.
bro.
Okay, never mind. Let's see here.
He's the new Russ.
Tate Ratledge is so funny looking with his mullet and mustache.
Tate Ratledge just sounds like a guy that would maybe be a country music singer
Tater.
with a mullet.
Yeah, and all of his friends call him Tater.
Tater. They say, boy, Tater put out a new hit. You got to go listen to it.
Jack Besh has gone to the Raiders, brother.
Dude, what a
Dang,
pick.
bro. Dang.
Dude, I love Jack Besh, and I got to hate him.
Yeah, you gotta hate him.
Bro, I refuse
Damn.
to hate Jack Besh, bro.
Dude, I really don't like the fact that the
Screw
Raiders
the
have hit.
Raiders.
The Raiders have gone Ashton, Genty, Jack Besh. Gosh.
Dude, and this comes after Dude, leave it to the Raiders to actually have a good draft.
We don't need that right now.
Steve, that burns my ass that they would get Jack Besh. And he was literally almost half of Kansas City's my guy at wide receiver, dude.
Bro.
Dude, he's such a good kid.
Do you
He's gonna
think
go to the Raiders and
Baltimore?
be
I saw someone
painted.
say it in the chat, but do you think Baltimore's the team that says screw it, we're taking Mike Green?
Yeah, they could. Baltimore don't give a rat.
What about Denver too? Denver's all about padding that defense up. And I know they have Nick Benito on one edge, but
Dude, I hate that I just had to write Raiders next to Jack Besh.
that's sick, ain't it?
Makes me physically ill.
Isn't that strange though? Because Jack Besh, I feel like, could maybe translate over to a tight end, and they have drafted 2 first-round tight ends in the last 2 years.
Yeah, Mayer and Bowers.
And now you got a guy that's kind of in the vein of that, even though he's
Dude, Jack
wide
Besh is
receiver.
going to be a good wide receiver, though.
Yeah, damn,
He just don't strike me as a Raider.
dude. I think it's funny that Shadur is falling this far. I think it's hilarious. Like, how funny would it be if every team got together and they're like, you know what? He's an asshole. His dad's being an asshole. Let's just don't pick him. What if he just went UDFA?
He's going to go round 3, number 67 to the Browns.
You think the Browns will do it? I think
That's where I'm calling it.
I think the Saints could take a shot on him.
Steve, going to Cleveland to play quarterback is hell.
The death sentence.
That is
Ask,
exactly that's what
ask
the
Johnny
league transpired
Manziel.
for it. Scott Crosser says Philly's going to take Mike Green if he's there.
I could see that too.
Yeah, I would too. Look, if I'm the Chiefs, I am not shying away from them.
Just take him.
Look, I already said this earlier, Steve. The Chiefs already were we get dogged on. They took all the heat for like all these like Isaiah Buggs in the offseason. They weren't even cutting them. They were just sitting there taking the heat over this guy, and he never even played a snap for us. They didn't care when Rashee Rice had it. Josh Simmons is supposed to have maturity issues. That was another reason they said he failed, because maturity issues.
Yeah.
So it's like the Chiefs don't care. We drafted Kamal Hadden last year, took a shot on him,
Right.
cut him.
Two bomb from Brent. He says, when would Scadaboo be projected?
Third
Round is kind of where we had him. End of the second round is not out of the question
Nope.
for Scadaboo.
I'd say in the second to late fourth, somewhere in that range. You're right in the heart of it.
Yep. Stephen Bill said, watch Sanders go to the Jets. Haha. That's a possibility.
That's a possibility too. I said that one earlier.
Brent,
They
you
can
want
let him
Scadaboo?
develop behind Justin Fields.
Yeah, Brent wants Scadaboo bad, he says. I do like him. He's a little slow. He's on the slow side, but it doesn't – I don't think it affects his game like that. Now, will it affect him in the NFL? That's a different question, because the speed of the game goes way
Steve,
up.
I think Brent, I think he wanted Shadur Sanders. He's trying to get rid of Mahomes.
Oh, is that what it is? Don't put that on Brent.
Brent, you trying to get Shadur?
That's not even a good joke.
Hey, I almost did that to Cole yesterday. Did you see what I did that?
Yeah.
He had posted – what did he post?
I don't remember.
It was something kind of trade rumor, and I was like, Cole told me that Patrick Mahomes should leave.
Yeah. See, Peter, I also thought Pittsburgh could be a player for Sanders, but Mike and Pops scolded me for that, and they said that Tomlin would never take him.
Well, look, Steve, last night I heard that Mike Tomlin liked him.
See, I was onto something there, and you're just like, no.
But Tomlin didn't draft him either, so was that just fake too? But yeah, no, I heard that Tomlin actually kind of liked him. That just seems weird, does it not? Tomlin seems like a hard ass, and Sanders seems like a gloater.
I actually think the best fit for the Ravens here would probably be Alexander, the defensive tackle. Now, they could go and just grab Mike Green here, but I think they might take Darius Alexander.
Omar Norman Lott could fit here too, in my opinion. I think he's the kind of guy that could fit here as well.
Let's see what they do
Omar Norman Lott, man, I cannot believe a guy that was having such round one hype and then somebody drops a bomb about his knee. Steve, how are we hearing everybody in the past few days calling knee injuries and then saying they're chronic? Like, where did that come from all of a sudden? Like, everybody get together and say, we're just going to start dogging these guys over chronic knee injuries?
Good grief. Here we go with the race baiting already. I see RJ Young on X. They say Shadur Sanders needs to be humble, but no one tells Joe Burrow or Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady to be humble.
Yeah, well, those guys are freaking
Well, let me tell you something.
legends
Joe
in
Burrow
football.
won a national championship with LSU, brother. Aaron Rodgers had a similar story to Sanders. He kind of fell in the draft a little bit, but the Niners completely regretted not drafting him and taking Alex Smith.
Yeah, but look what he's
And
done
then
in his
Tom
career.
Brady is Tom freaking Brady. What are we even talking about? He wasn't even highly touted coming into the
Shadur
league.
Sanders is what, 2 games over 500 at Colorado, bro. Like, they're not in the same ballpark. Calm down.
No one was telling Tom Brady to be humble because he was the last pick in the damn NFL draft. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he's humble after the fact that he's the greatest of all time.
Get out of here with
Congrats.
that crap. People always trying to start shit, bro. It's
I know,
annoying.
bro.
KT with the 2 bombs that Sanders should have stayed another year. That's a possibility.
Could he? I thought he was a senior.
I don't know. But either way, I think Sanders should have kept his damn mouth shut and kept his daddy out of it, and he would have already been gone off the board. I do think he's a good quarterback. I don't think he's as good as Cam Ward like he thinks he is, but
Look, Steve, I was right in the offseason. You know what they should have done? He should have 100%. He should have entertained. Dion should have entertained taking that stupid Dallas Cowboys job, and he could have drafted Shadur in round 1. And they could have got rid of the quarterback. And then Shadur would have been round 1. Dion would have coached the Cowboys with Jerry Jones. It's a match made in heaven. They all should have done it, and they all thought better of it because they thought Shadur was going to be drafted at the top anyway.
Yeah.
And look, it all blew up on them. I was right. They should have done all that, and you would have been the face of the Cowboys. I mean, that's exactly what they would have wanted, right?
Peter says leave Alexander alone, that KC needs him. So I think Peter's on the Darius Alexander train here. What are you going to do with it, Baltimore? Let's go.
Shadur was only a junior. Okay. I feel like Shadur had played forever, though. How many years did he play at Jackson? Was it just 1?
Yeah, I
I
think.
don't remember.
So,
Dude, is Baltimore going to pick today, or?
I don't know. They're taking their sweet time.
Get it
I bet you,
together.
I'm still sticking with Darius Alexander for them. I could maybe see them going Savon Ravel.
Dude,
potentially.
that's still on the clock. Look, he's still a potential with the Chiefs.
Dude, that guy's a monster. I'm telling you, exactly like Josh Simmons. He was a top 15 pick before an injury. So getting that guy at the end of the second round, if he's good, if he clears medically, that's a
The
steal.
Ravens are going to take Mike Green, guys.
Yeah, that was called in the chat. Someone said that. Is that
They're
why you're
gonna take
crunching?
Mike Green.
Is that why you started crunching ice? Were you upset?
No.
Oh, that never mind. I thought you were eating ice. My bad.
It's my dinner, bro. And yeah, Jordan Schultz is reporting it. The Steelers are going to select Marshall pass rusher Mike Green.
Daggone it, bro. That sucks. That would have been great. value
17
for
and a
us.
half sacks last season. So they pulled off Malachi Starks and Mike Green. They get two
Damn,
top
dude.
10 talents.
Damn.
The Ravens do this every year. You know, the Ravens are always one of those that they do not do their own scouting. They just wait till the draft comes out and they just wait till one of these guys fall and they just take the biggest name they can take every
Dude, let's
draft.
just get that value, man. That's not a bad strategy.
Dude, do you know they take the biggest name they could possibly get at every round? You will always see them take the biggest name on the board at any given pick. That's just the way the
Denver's
Ravens
on
pick.
the clock now that they traded back, so they're taking Detroit's pick here at 28. So it's
Means
pick
Denver's
60.
coming up to get Caleb Johnson, huh?
I hope they don't take Caleb Johnson. We don't need another freaking beast.
Maybe they'll
in the
take
AFC
Scatterboo.
West. Maybe they'll skip running back altogether and go receiver. That's a possibility as well.
That's, yeah.
So maybe Denver goes.
I think Denver might be holding out on wide receiver, though. They might be looking in the 4th or 5th for Tez Johnson, unless they double. I still think Tez Johnson ends up there, though, right?
They could potentially go. Yeah, I would hate to see Caleb. I would absolutely hate to see Ashton
Even Jalen
Genty,
Royals, dude.
Omarion Hampton, and Caleb Johnson go to the AFC West. That'd be
Dude.
sick. Well,
Yeah,
let's not
that
do
instantly
that.
makes Kansas City the
I
worst
think,
backfield by a mile.
How about Dylan Sampson for them? They like those small, fast backs. If you go back and look at their history,
I would prefer Dylan Sampson, I think. I think I prefer Dylan Sampson over Caleb Johnson.
nah, not for us. I don't want a 5'8" running back. I don't think so.
That's Andy Reid's MO. That's Shady McCoy. That's Brian Westbrook.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
That's
but
exactly
in my
what
head, I'm
Andy
just like,
uses.
man.
He don't use the big guys.
All right, $5 super sticker from Keep Looking Up. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support, guys.
Thank you.
Goes a long way. Appreciate you guys for that. Let's see, man. Do you think Denver trades again? Nope.
Denver
pick is
just
in.
pick and shut up.
Pick
Denver
is
can
in.
find a way to screw everything up.
Let's see what they do with it. I'm gonna guess Dylan Sampson for them. That's what I'm gonna go with. What are you picking?
Not 100% sure. I don't really know their needs too much. Denver. Didn't Denver take a corner this round or this draft?
Yeah, they took Johnny.
Oh, they took
Barron.
John A. Barron.
Yeah, that was a good pick, especially on the other side of freaking Pat Surtain. Jeez, bro, these defenses
Dude,
are really
the
bulking up.
AFC West is loading up, dude.
Yeah,
Could we be the first? Could we be the first conference to get all 4 in the playoffs?
it's not
Has that ever
possible.
been done before?
There's only 2 wild cards, right? Or is there? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. No, it's not possible. Let's see here. What are you gonna
Maybe
do
they'll
with it,
expand the
Denver?
playoffs.
What are you gonna do with it, Denver?
Nate with 5 bomb. He said the stars are aligning for Savon Ravel. Value shopping.
Hey, I like that. I do like that, Nate.
I wouldn't be sad with it.
I like
Steve,
I like him
look,
a lot.
our picks in play. We said Darian Porter right here. Our picks in play.
Yeah. Now with we considered Ravel here.
We
We
considered
actually
him.
talked about that, but we were
We
like, you know
considered
what?
him.
The Chiefs have been pretty interested in Porter.
But we also, Steve, Trey Amos is on the board right now. And we thought Trey Amos was gone. Or we
that-
would have given him Trey Amos because he was
Yeah,
our
so-
number 4.
That's a possibility as well. Denver, come on. Quit taking your sweet
So, yeah,
time.
if Trey Amos were to fall to us right here, I think the Chiefs will take Trey Amos at 63. That might be where they go, unless they're really horned up over another defensive tackle or defensive end. Do you see Trey Amos, though, being the number 4 defensive or the number 4 corner? Or the Chiefs take, say, for example, Landon Jackson, the number 8 defensive end? Like I guess that's where you have to know what their board looks like. I would be very surprised. Well, even Darius Alexander, he's our number 7 DT. So for us, if we went by just our strictly big board, Trey Amos would be the top player left on our big board.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, guys, I want as many likes as we can get tonight. So if you haven't hit the like button, do that.
Please. We're going to break a record.
I want to see a good – well, our record's like 1,100, so good luck.
Denver has taken a running back, Steve, and they didn't go anybody we talked about. They went way outside the box.
R.J. Harvey from
UCF's R.J. Harvey. Dude, that kid can fly.
I don't care. He is good. He's good, but I still love it that Denver decided to reach.
No, that's a big reach. That's a big reach.
I love it that they reached. Thank you, Denver. We did not need Caleb Johnson there after the other two.
That's a big reach in my opinion. I think they screwed that one up.
Yeah. Good job, Denver.
I mean, the kid's good, but I don't think you could have got him in round 3.
Giant reach, I think.
Yeah, giant reach. He was our number 15. He was number 15 for us. Our next guy off the board would have been Scatabo or Johnson, and they just did not. I guess they wanted a guy that they thought could hit the home run, man.
So who's at the top of our board right now? Darius Alexander, obviously, probably. Who else we got there?
Trey Amos.
I think that this is where you could see one of these corners go to Washington. I think that you're looking at maybe Savon Ravel or Trey Amos. One of these two.
Look, if you go by positions, our top 3 running backs right now is Scatabo, Caleb Johnson, and Dylan Sampson.
Yeah. Pick is in, by the way.
If you go defensive tackle, our top guys right now, our top 3 is Omar Norman-Lott, Darius Alexander, Josh Farmer. If you go defensive end, our top 3 on the board are Landon Jackson, Jordan Birch, and Braden Swinson out of LSU. If you go linebacker, which I don't think the Chiefs will go linebacker, Trey Amos is off the board. Trey Amos went to the Redskins. And I lied, it's the Commanders.
Just call it.
Yeah. So Trey Amos is gone now. So look, our next corners up would be Azarie Thomas, Jacob Parrish, and Darian Porter, then Savon Ravel. Those all 4. And we got Porter and Savell right next to each other.
So the Bears are picking. Got the pick from Buffalo.
Dude, Chiefs are getting ready to pick in 2 picks, man. It's getting real.
Yeah, the Chiefs are actually on the clock because the pick is in for the Bears. So
yeah.
Hey, guys, hit that like button. Let's get a little horned up for this Chiefs pick, baby.
Yeah, let's go.
It's about to be on. This is the first of 3 picks potentially tonight. So that's freaking awesome. Let's go. Y'all get a little horn. Start putting in the chat who you want to see the Chiefs pick right here. I want to see everybody putting their player out there. Whoever you like, put it in the chat.
Go for
I want
it,
to
baby.
see it.
Look, I'm going to go out on a limb. If I'm the Chiefs here, I may think about Azarie Thomas. He reminded me a lot of Jalen Watson.
Yeah, we got the 5 bomb from Nate. Says that was a slap nut pick dissing Caleb Johnson. Now I can like you tonight, Denver. It's so funny because I read that completely backwards and I thought it said dick pissing. Like I got the things. I was like, what are you talking about, Nate?
What the heck?
Yeah, got a little crazy for a second. Appreciate the 5 bomb, brother. Let's see here.
Dude, you think Brett Veach is kind of kicking himself? He could have, if he could have jumped. Well, he would have had to have jumped. Denver wasn't going to trade him. He'd have had to win all the way to 27 here. He'd had to win up. They probably wouldn't have done that because they wanted Mike Green, the Raiders. Yeah, he couldn't have got Trey Amos unless he'd have went all the way up to number 25.
That's fine. I honestly,
57.
I like Trey Amos, but I think that if it wasn't for the injury, I would have had Savon Ravel above him.
Yeah,
well,
Shadur Sanders maybe right here, Steve.
To the Bears?
How crazy.
What?
No,
why would they go to the
Bears? Chiefs.
Oh, shut up.
Look, what if they took Shadur Sanders, developed it for 2 years, and then got a first-round pick out of him?
Dude, how mad would he be if he went to a team where he wasn't going to play?
Where he had to sit behind
He'd throw a fit, bro. That'd be comical,
funny,
actually.
Kind of, dude.
It'd be comical. Let's see what everybody's wanting in the chat, man. Somebody said Kobe Bryant. I like Kobe Bryant, but that's a big reach for him. Brian Parrott wants Shamar. Stephen Bill says Revel or Birch. Johnson or Jackson for Justin Blackwell. Shadur Sanders is the Chief, says Brent. Omar Norman-Lott or...
Dude, I love Omar Norman-Lott here.
Let's see. Cam Scattaboo. Darian Porter, also from Brian Parrott. Jalen Knoll. So I'm kind of leaning towards... I don't know. With some of these corners on the board, I think Darian Porter's our first pick, right? That's who we decided to go with. But the way things have fell, too, and the Chiefs
we have Azarie Thomas rated higher.
Right, but the Chiefs taking a tackle in the first round. I it kind of can switch the way we would have went here because that kind of opened receiver for the play here.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm still going to I'll stick with Darian Porter for now. Just got that feeling about that kid.
If receiver, we've got
you could see
Jalen Royals.
receiver. You could see receiver here, Darian Porter at the top of the third.
Right.
So I mean,
we would have Jalen Royals, Jalen Noel, Alec Ailmanor, Kyle Williams, Ty Felton. That would be our top receivers right here.
Caleb Johnson would be a sick pick. I ain't gonna lie.
Caleb Johnson would be nice, but you could also get one at 66 too. So
Right.
don't be too crazy about 63.
Plus, just
no matter
remember
what it
Darius
is.
Alexander being on the board, and they
Right.
need DT help because we had them drafting Tyleek Williams, who is long gone.
Yeah.
He broke the first round, so
You've only got to get by. Look, you've only got to get by the Giants and the
I will
Eagles,
say
and
this.
you pick again.
as a Chiefs fan, you have to be happy with how this board's fell because
Yeah.
once again they get the pick. They get their pick of the crop here. There's a lot of good guys here, so whichever way they want to go, dude, it could go a lot of different ways. It's going to be like I said, I think it's always going to be the top player on their board, no matter what the
Yeah.
position is. So, what are you going to do with it, Ryan Poles? Let's see. Let's go.
Come on, Papos.
I'm the horn for the Chiefs to pick, so you need to hurry
We
up.
called him Papos.
Quit being a peepaw, pappaw. Let's go. Someone said Landon Jackson in the chat.
That's a possibility. I've heard the Chiefs like Landon Jackson.
Got a freaking 20 bomb from Skeeter, baby. Let's go. He says, you two are great. Thanks for the coverage. Appreciate you, Skeeter. Thanks for the gas, by the way, and thanks for the dono. Much, much appreciated.
Appreciate you, man. Steve, we had a comment this morning on our video and said we're just too over the top. They don't like our draft coverage. They actually unsubscribed to us last year at draft time. And I said, well, why are you still watching our draft videos this year, a-hole?
I got 2 words for you. Suck it. No one cares.
We're not over the top. You know, when I heard him say over the top, I was thinking.
Did you think about Sylvester Stallone?
I thought about this. When he said
the
you
arm
two are
wrestling
over the
movie?
top, I said,
What?
What?
what? We're not over the top.
Let's go. What are you going to do with it, Ryan
Ron
Poles?
Poles,
Go.
come on, bro.
Wake up, brother. You're supposed to be drafting. Says the pick is in. What are you doing? Did you trip on the way to the stage?
Maybe the NFL's just holding off on it.
Probably.
Good Lord, the Chiefs have already picked their next 2 picks by the time we get this one in.
Right? Pretty excited about this,
Steve,
man.
give me a dark horse name. Don't give me Darian Porter. Don't give me Caleb Johnson. Give me what's the most Chief random pick you could think of right here? If they just pulled the most weird Kansas City Chief thing in the world and just picked some off the wall player, who do you think it could be? Oh, they took Shamar Turner, defensive tackle.
Yep.
Dude, I like that because they kept Norman Lott on the board for us.
Off the wall? It's not off the wall for the Chiefs, but I think that maybe one that's a bit of a reach here but would fit the Chiefs would be a Harold Fannin Jr. Maybe even, let's see.
I think the most Chiefs pick here could probably be like Josh Farmer.
Josh
Most
Farmer
pe-
from FSU?
Yeah.
Yes.
Most people would be like, why did we take Josh Farmer? Like, who's this guy? Does he grow
I don't see it.
crops?
I don't see it happening. I think we're getting ready to see Darian Porter. That's what I feel. Or Savon Ravel still
Omar
available.
Norman Lott would be incredible.
I think Ravel would be tremendous value here. I wouldn't be mad at Darian Porter.
Brett Beach has got an embarrassment of riches here at 63.
He really doesn't. You can go
Way
any way you
more
want.
than I thought
Jalen
he was gonna
Royals
have.
out there, Kyle Williams. If you want to go running back, you can get Caleb Johnson. You can get Cam
Steve, he
Scatterbo.
picks again in 2 picks.
Let's go, Brett Veach. It's all you, baby.
You've got an embarrassment of riches out here, Brett,
Oh!
and you get to double dip in 4 picks. You've only got to dodge the Eagles. and
Hey,
then
show
who
us
picks
why
at the top of-
everybody says
and
in
the
Veach we
Giants.
trust all the time, okay? Show us why.
You've
Let
only
us
got to
know.
dodge the Eagles and the Giants, man, and you get to pick again. Those 2 teams shouldn't even have anything near your needs.
The pick is in, ladies and gentlemen. The pick
I think
is
they
in.
could take Darius Alexander possibly.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's great value too, right? I mean,
That's
there's so many
excellent
ways they could go
value.
here. So many ways they could go here. Excited. The pick is in, though, guys. What do we got?
Let's see if Jordan Schultz sent me a DM.
Yeah, he might. He throws us a bone every once in a while, doesn't he?
Yeah,
Hit the button, baby. Mike, you have called a pick, sir. The
Did I?
Chiefs have taken with the 31st pick in the second round, the 63rd overall, defensive tackle Omar Norman Lott from Tennessee, ladies and gentlemen.
let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
What
Mike's
a
back in
pick,
the
baby.
game.
What a pick,
Mike's
baby.
back in the game.
Dude, Talk about replacing
Mike's back in the
freaking
game.
Turk Wharton. Talk about replacing Turk Wharton. You get Omar Norman Lott. That's a step ahead. Let's go.
Mike's
Love
back
it.
in the game, Steve. We are on the board. All Chiefed Up is on the
Let's
board. We're
go.
calling another pick. Ladies and gents. And they told me Omar Norman Lott was going to go in round 4.
Hey, I love that pick, brother.
Let's go, baby. Omar Norman
Woo!
Lott. That's a disruptor right there, and that's a Kansas City
Let's
Chief.
go, baby.
Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Your boy Mike's back in the game. We're back in the game, ladies and gents.
What a freaking pick. Hey, that just shows you what they think of Omar Norman Lott because Darius Alexander's sitting there and they said, suck it. We're taking Norman Lott.
That's why Norman Lott was my number 5 DT
Brother,
because
let's
I
go.
thought he fit the Chiefs better, baby. That's what's up. Who
like
knows
it.
better than all Chiefed Up around here?
Well, other one said they're taking Josh Simmons in the first round. Yeah, and so did everybody. Let's see, man. Good pick, dude. Love that pick. Omar Norman Lott did not get enough respect. If you go
Love
watch
him.
his tape, guys, go watch his tape right now. You will get horned up.
He
has one of the quickest
nasty,
first
dude.
steps out of all these cats. And if you like Turk Wharton and what he did last year, which was great, by the way, this kid's a step up from Turk. Like, he can go. Really love this pick. Love
Yeah,
it.
Norman Lott is a disruptor.
Hey, and you can't be mad at the Chiefs going trenches 1 and 2. Love it, dude.
You know
Love
what?
it.
Go back and watch his Arizona State tape. Before he transferred to Tennessee, he played defensive end. He can go all the way down the board, and boy, he would run down running backs 40 and 50 yards down the field. He's a hustle machine, too. Kid can play.
Absolutely love it. So Philly is going to take Darius Alexander here, correct? They're just going to go ahead and
Love
take they're going to go ahead and take that value pick. Or they might go, well, no, I don't think they go corner here. Ooh, what do we got?
We got a 50 bomb from Peter Ortiz. He says Mike nailed
let's
it.
go, baby.
Look, I'm going to take a bow.
Peter with a 50. Hey.
Mike from his Airbnb flooded out for 2 straight weeks and still picking winners out here.
Picking winners, baby. Let's go. Hey, if the Chiefs were to turn around and snag a freaking Caleb Johnson at the top
That
of
would
the
be
third,
sick, bro. That would be sick.
or Kyle Williams or
That would be
Jalen
nasty.
Royals.
Dude, they're just
Brother.
he's just flat out just owning this draft
Hey,
right now.
A to A plus for Josh Simmons. This is an A pick
This
for
is an
me.
A plus. I said this kid was
Loving
a first round talent. If you don't call chronic knee injury bullshit at the last minute,
Yeah.
like he didn't have it.
So
come on.
This just goes to show you that medicals do not scare off the Kansas City Chiefs. They literally took Josh Simmons and Omar Norman Lott, and both people were screaming, bad knee, bad knee, bad knee.
I'm not buying it.
I'm not buying it either. Omar
I'm
Norman
not
Lott,
buying Omar.
loving it, brother. Loving it.
Dude,
Yes.
the fact that I get the right Chiefs next to Omar Norman Lott right here,
Hey,
and then start it
hey.
up as a pick.
Real quick, while we're tooting Mike's horn, why don't y'all toot Peter Ortiz's horn? Put some freaking legendaries
Let's
in
go.
the chat.
Appreciate you, Peter.
Peter, you're the man, brother. Appreciate the support. Omar Norman Lott, dude. Someone in chat asked if he can elevate Chris Jones. Absolutely, because
Yes,
Norman Lott
sir.
can get after the quarterback. So they're going to have their hands full on the inside with Chris Jones and Omar Norman Lott. It's going to be fun to watch. I think what Turk Wharton did this season, a lot of people saw him disrupting. It's that, but it's a next level to me. And that's not throwing shade at Turk. I just think Norman Lott's that good.
No, I love
Norman
Turk,
Lott kind
man.
of reminds me of like a Johnny Newton from last year or something of that nature, dude. So I'm really loving it. 31 Red Ball with a $10 super sticker. Appreciate you, brother. Thanks so
Appreciate
much
you,
for
man.
your support. And then we got Nate with a 2 says, what was the knock on Alexander from Toledo? Is it his size that's holding him back?
I think maybe his level of competition. That was one that people didn't really love about him, right, Steve? Like, you kept even saying that. You were like, it's Toledo. I mean, Kareem Hunt come from Toledo.
Yeah, because, I mean, the size didn't scare me with him. He's 6'4", 305. That didn't scare me too much, but it was the competition level, absolutely.
Yeah, I think also he played with a really high pad level, and if you're playing at 305, you got to be a little lower because you will get thrown around at 305. And I think he didn't have a lot of bend either. So
Can I tell you
there were
what's
some
about to
things there.
happen? I'm going to tell you what's
What's up,
about to
man?
happen. Chiefs are swinging back in here with this first pick and grabbing Darian Porter or Savon Ravel.
If we were to snag
Bro.
Darian Porter right here, Stephen, we hit 2 in a row back to back. ACU owns the planet.
Yeah, everybody can suck it at that.
Andrew Mbaka, the safety from Texas, goes to the Eagles, and that's a great pick right there by the Eagles. The Eagles are putting together a solid one again.
They
Go figure.
always do. They always draft well.
Okay, the Giants are on the board, not the Jets. Wrong New York team. The Giants are on the board, Steve, and then the Chiefs are right back in it, and you've got an embarrassment of riches at corner right here. You've got some more.
got some running backs, bro.
You got Landon Jackson still on the board if you want a defensive end. I think Landon Jackson reminds me a little bit, though, of George Karlaftis.
Hey, KC's on the clock.
Redundant.
KC is on the clock. The pick's already in for the Giants. KC's on the clock. So this is that pick that we got for L'Jarius Sneed. Guys, keep that in mind. Would this not be sick to grab a Savon Ravel, a Darian Porter, someone who is a L'Jarius Sneed
to
type
replace
of player?
your L'Jarius Sneed? That would be pretty. That'd be pretty.
Tell me
awesome.
that wouldn't be a freaking home run out of the park because people were so upset about getting rid of L'Jarius Sneed. And what happened with L'Jarius Sneed, by the way? Exactly what we said. Take him out of Spag's system, he's going to struggle.
Yeah.
So guess what? You go get a guy that has all the intangibles that L'Jarius Sneed had, if not more, with, like, by all metrics, Darian Porter's a way better athlete than L'Jarius Sneed was. And Savon Ravel's a more high-caliber corner than L'Jarius Sneed was.
Hey, Savon Ravel fits the knee injury theme we got going.
That's true. But that's a top 15 pick. If
Are we
he
taking
didn't have the
three
knee injury,
injuries
Mike.
in a row? Is that what we're doing?
If he had not had the knee injury, that's a top 15 pick. That goes right along with Josh Simmons.
Yeah.
Because they could have both been in the top 15 of this draft. If they would
Hey,
be
I
able
just
to
want
get
to shout out Ryan Poles and the Bears for taking Shamar Turner so we could have Omar Norman Lott. If they would have took Omar Norman Lott, Steve, the Bears could have potentially ruined me and both of yours lives because you like the other kid the Bears took 2 years ago or last year.
Javon Dexter.
They
Okay,
took
so
Javon Dexter.
hey, real quick though, the pick's in for the Giants. Chiefs are on the clock. Mike, let's go ahead. Let's throw out what we think's going to happen here. I've had this strong feeling about Darian Porter.
I think it could be Darian Porter.
So I'm going to stick with him here. I think if they go off the script and they were to go maybe a receiver here, you could see a Jalen Royals come off the board or Kyle Williams. Jalen Knoll even, yes. Those are good picks. If they were to go running back for some reason, I think it's going to – I don't think they will, honestly. Dylan Sampson still on the board? If he's still on the board, maybe.
Yeah, Dylan Sampson.
I really love
Would you
Caleb
freak
Johnson,
out if they were to double dip and just take Darius Alexander and just like beef that defensive line up to no end?
Could you be mad at it?
That would be wild.
Could you be
wouldn't it?
mad at that? You couldn't.
Dude,
with
after
the value
everybody's
there.
drafting Hampton and Genty and everybody else to our division.
All right,
Hey,
guys.
once
Put
they
it in the
snag
chat.
R.J. Harvey,
you know
you
the
gotta do what you
drill.
gotta do.
You know the drill. Put it in the chat. Who do you think the Chiefs are taking?
Let's go.
Put it in the chat. I want to see what you all think. This pick is in for the Giants. Are they ever going to announce
KY
it?
says maybe KC starting all the severe injury knee rumors.
Yeah, no
it's
kidding.
Brad Veach. Veach just calling around telling everybody they got
Well,
knee
I heard
injuries.
that his knee was shot. I don't know if you want that.
He said, Darian Porter's got them bad knees. You might
he put a really redneck accent on there to try to hide him. I don't know, boys. I tell you what, I think his knee's bad.
He said, "What's your name? What's your name, sir?" And he said, "Vet Breach."
Well, I reckon he's got a bad knee, son. I don't know if you want to draft him.
They said, "Oh, Mr. Beach called in and gave us a tip on the bad knee." He said he was a medical doctor. He was a
What are we
knee
doing with it?
surgeon.
What are we doing with it, New York? Go ahead and get that in there. We got to see this Chiefs pick. We're horned up for the Chiefs to pick. Come on. We ain't got time for you. Just take Shadur Sanders and get it over with.
I already took a quarterback. Took Jackson Dart.
I know. It was a joke.
Shadur could go at 67. We're going to miss the Shadur pick because we're going to be horned up over the Chiefs taking Darian Porter or somebody here that's awesome.
Oh, Chris says they're honoring servicemen right now, so I can't tell them to
Oh,
hurry
okay. So
up.
they just
That's
can't
okay.
do the pick.
That's
Gotcha.
right. I'm not watching the live. I'm not watching
Me
any
either.
station. I'm watching the tracker and just talking amongst us because I don't care about all those slap nuts.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
But yeah, I'd say Darian Porter's the pick right here for the Chiefs.
Jesse says we're going punter. I like it.
They could. Man, they could have got Mike Green and put him in the punting room, and him and freaking Matt Ariza could have had a Deshaun Watson of a time.
I'm surprised. We might make a trade for Deshaun Watson.
Let's go, baby.
Man.
Darian Porter's going to be the pick.
Darius Alexander off
Gone
the
to
board.
the okay. So now that just shuts you up. Now you're not taking the value there. You're taking your man here. But could it be Savon Ravel instead of Darian Porter?
It could.
Also, could they decide to go receiver here? Because Kyle Williams, Jalen Royals, those are types of guys that Veach would like. Jalen Knoll even. So I'm going to stick with the corner here. I think corner's the play. I think Savon Ravel's the value pick, and I think Darian Porter is that guy that they like. So let's see what happens.
Savon Ravel. Dude, it might be nasty here if you go defensive end.
I think it's poetic to take a corner here with the pick that you got from L'Jarius Sneed.
Jordan Birch out of Oregon would be kind of fun, too. little
Now,
defensive end action.
Keep in mind, they could double dip on offensive line. You could see a Wyatt Milam here or something of that nature.
Maybe, but we got a lot of offensive linemen in the back burner.
We do. I think corner is a good one here. I would lean that. You could also see a running back come off the board. You could see them take a Dylan Sampson.
Boyer agrees. He said it could be Jared Birch. Jared Birch is a heck of a player, Steve. I've been a Jared Birch fan for a while, man.
Hey guys, let's get horned up, baby. Chiefs are about to pick.
Let's go.
We're about to announce this bad boy. Let's go.
Is all Chiefs up going to hit 2 in a row? Is it possible? If Darian
Best
Porter
player
gets announced,
available, according to Mel Kiper, is Savon Ravel Jr.
Ravel.
But he says the best fit for the Chiefs is. Oh, they took the. Oh, hit the button. They went crazy. They went off the script, baby. They went local. Our local. With the 66th pick in the NFL draft, the Kansas City Chiefs have selected Ashton Gillotte.
Steve.
From the freaking Louisville Cardinals.
From the Louisville Cardinals. This kid was flying up draft boards. To me, he played a lot like George Karlaftis.
Dude, I wasn't expecting edge rusher here at all. I wasn't expecting edge rusher.
Well, if so, I was expecting Jordan Birch. Gillotte is a player that can flat out play, but he's got a lot of George Karlaftis vibes. He's not very fast off the edge. There were some things I didn't love about Gillotte, but he's 6'3", 264, so he's got pretty good size. He's got production. He's got violent hands. He's pretty good in the lower body, but he's not going to have a big time speed rush. So to me, he's Steve. My comp to him was literally George Karlaftis. Is this a bad sign for a George Karlaftis extension?
It could be, honestly. But I don't know. I don't think they want to get rid of George, right? I just feel like George is too good of a player with too good of a work ethic, good attitude. Like, I don't know if George is a guy you want to let go. But Gillotte, is that how he says it? Gillotte. I
think it's Gillotte, yeah.
Well, listen, he was the 3rd ranked in athleticism out of all defensive ends. So the Chiefs are going to be all over
athletic.
that. 6'3", 264. He's a little undersized for what Spags normally likes on the edge, but it's not out of the realm of what they've been doing with Felix Anudike-Uzomah, B.J. Thompson. Now, this is considered a bit of a reach because I think most people had him projected in the 3rd to 4th round.
I did. Yep, I had him there.
So they kind of thought the back, but it's not a big-time reach. It's still 3rd round. So nothing crazy. But violent hand chops for this cat. Good lower body flexion. I think he can collapse pockets. He can get leveraged big time. He's hard to knock off balance. So I mean, he's a good pass rusher. He plays with good pad level. He'll initiate the punch first. He's quick getting off the line. Good lateral twitch. I mean, I think this is a good pick.
You're struggling with it.
It threw me off, dude. I wasn't expecting the edge rusher.
I was expecting the Darian Porter pick here because I don't feel like he may get to the end of this round.
Now, did I have Gillotte on the radar for the Chiefs? I can honestly say that I did not. So this one is kind of out of left field for me. But I did think they would invest in edge rusher in this draft. I just didn't think it would come right here. I did not.
Yeah. Look, to me, Gillotte is the first pick I'm not completely thrilled with. To me, he just doesn't – I could be completely wrong. But to me, he doesn't have that pass rush pop that I want.
He doesn't have the burst to get to the – he's
no,
not
he
going to
doesn't
close a lot.
It feels completely redundant to what we already have on our defensive line.
With George Karlaftis and Mike Dana, right?
Yes, it feels like that same player. I feel like they reached a little bit on it. I don't think he gets off blocks very well. I think he's a rotational type of guy. And when you miss on Felix – and Felix is not showing that explosiveness. And George Karlaftis and Dana, I think you had to go out and get yourself a nice explosive guy, not another rotational guy in the round 3. To me,
right.
this is the first pick I'm not in love with. I would give this pick for Brett Veach no better than a C.
I'll tell you that I wouldn't grade this high in the sense that when you watch Gilotte's tape, it reminds you a lot of Felix Anudike-Uzomah. It reminds me of an Arnold Ebiketie or a Josh Paschal. It's one of those type of guys. It's not somebody that's going to be closing on a quarterback like crazy. It's a guy that's going to put on a lot of pressure, but they have a lot of trouble getting home. They don't have that closing speed.
Brian Parrott ain't liking it. Amy
It's
Casey
also
said this pick sucks with what was on the board.
I will tell you, if you get a tackle that has some speed, which a lot of the NFL tackles have
Yes.
some speed, he's going to struggle. So I mean,
It's
I'm
the
with
first
you,
pick
Mike.
I'm not in love with. I'll put it that way. But I'll give Ashton Gillotte a chance because I do like the player. He was flying up boards. He's kind of a my guy for coaches. They liked him. I just feel like the pick's a little bit redundant with what we do have. I wanted an elite pass rusher, and I just do not think Gillotte has what it takes to be the elite pass rusher. He's not that speed rusher guy. He's just not going to do it. To me, he feels at best like a George Karlaftis. Harold Fannin Jr. comes off the board next pick. Steve's a little irritated. But yeah, I feel like this was a little reach on Gillotte here. I'm just going to say it.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I would have probably taken a Harold Fannin Jr. before a Gillotte at this juncture. But, I mean, I'm all about adding firepower to the offense. I think the offense has been stagnant and downright just dreadful to watch at times in the last 2 years. So I've been kind of looking for something to shake that up. And maybe they think that can be sealed up with a left tackle that can actually block pretty well, make Mahomes more comfortable. Maybe they think that's it. But I think they need something to shake this offense up. And so far, we've seen them kind of go just defensive line. But, Mike, this is exactly what you said they needed to do. You said they needed to shore up the defensive line. Now, Gillotte might not be the guy that you wanted to be there.
Did I not tell you? Remember, I asked the question, too. I said, what's the wild thing that the Chiefs are going to do off the cuff?
Yeah, it
And
was
you
about that
call
time,
it.
wasn't it?
It was about that time the Chiefs go off the radar and they do something really wild, like the Brian Cook pick or something. It happened right around this time. This is where the Chiefs start going just completely like into their bag and
Right.
just going wild.
So I like looking at what the writers from college, like in their conference writers and stuff like that, have to say about the guy. So let me just read you a little excerpt from Felix Green, an ACC writer. He says that Gillotte emerges as one of the most intriguing edge defenders in this class, combining elite explosive testing numbers with refined technical skills that should translate immediately to the NFL level. He did appear on Bruce Feldman's Freaks list, and it backs up what the tape shows. A powerhouse athlete with shocking closing speed for his size. So, see, he thinks that he has the closing speed. Maybe what they're going by is these test numbers that are off the charts. Go look up his RAS score, Ian. Check that out. I would like to see that. While he may lack prototypical length, his combination of explosive power and play strength makes him a strong candidate to hear his name called in the second round. So the ACC writer thinks that Gilotte's a second rounder with a lot of
Porter
athleticism.
just went number 68 to the Raiders.
Damn.
Why are the
bro.
Raiders having our draft, dude?
I don't like that one. But Savon Ravel's still out there.
Steve, Darian Porter was the pick right here, and the Chiefs just dropped the ball.
I think so, man.
We were all over the exact time, the exact pick number, and everything. We were all over it, and the Chiefs just did not take Darian Porter.
Right. Well, let's try to get more horned up about Gillotte. So scheme fit will be crucial for maximizing Gilotte's unique athletic profile. He profiles best as a strong side end in an even front where his explosive first step and elite power can be weaponized. His exceptional burst makes him particularly dangerous on stunts and twists, while his verified weight room strength, a 390 power clean, shows up consistently with setting the edge. So that might be something that Spags liked about him. He's an edge setter. That's prototypical of Spags, right? Smart defensive coordinators will recognize his versatility to reduce inside on passing downs while maintaining the explosiveness to threaten an edge. So this is a guy that can move into DT.
Yeah.
So the more you look into it, the more it's like, oh, well, crazy athlete, made the freak athlete list, is versatile. Like, he can set the edge.
His RAS is on the screen right now. He's a 975 RAS score out of 10.
Is it not starting to look like a Spagsy guy?
It kind of is. His height's a little low at 6'2.5". That's
They said his size is kind of the thing. He's a bit undersized. His length is not very good. Let's see. This is a prospect whose testing numbers match his tape, showing a player ready to contribute immediately while offering significant upside as he continues to develop his pass rush arsenal. His combination of verified athletic traits, technical refinement, and consistent production mark him as one of the more complete edge prospects in this entire class. So that's from an ACC writer. So they make you feel a little bit better about Gillotte?
I mean, I don't hate the pick. Let's compare his 40-yard dash time. You don't really have to have 40s. That's not really what you want with a defensive end.
I will
anyway,
tell you this. I did find some metrics a group of guys made that do draft stuff. They're called NFL Draft Buzz. They do what they like to call a player comparison.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something. I just hit 3 out of 3 when I was just saying stuff earlier, out of the blue. Similarity level for Ashton Gillotte is 79% match to Josh Paschal from Kentucky, a 76% match to Arnold Ebiketie from Penn State, and a 71% match of Felix Anudike-Uzomah from Kansas State.
Do we want another Felix Anudike-Uzomah, though? It's not really played out
Mike,
here.
is that not the exact 3 people I said earlier?
Yeah. Well, look, here's the thing.
Maybe not in that order, but I did say that.
He's got a 1.59 10-yard split. So out of everybody that tested, he would have been 4th.
Kyle Williams off the board to the Patriots.
Yeah,
Darian
Kyle
Porter
Williams
to the Raiders is making me sick. Seeing Darian Porter with the Raiders logo
and the
is
team
really
him up with
pissing me
Jack
off.
Bish.
Really pissing me off right now. Kyle Williams to the Patriots, though.
Steve,
the Patriots are kind of having a
Are the
bit of-
Raiders having the best draft of everybody?
The Raiders are having a
Jack
much
Bish
better
and
draft
Darian
than they
Porter?
normally do, right?
Okay, anyways, back to Gelotti's 10-yard split. He had a 1.59. The only ones faster than him was James Pierce at a 1.56, Shamar Stewart at a 1.58, and then he was a 1.59. And then, of course, you had Colin Oliver out of Oklahoma State at a 1.57, who he is super tiny. He's almost an outside linebacker at 240. So he was one of the fastest 10-yard splits.
Got a 2-bomb from Nate real quick. He says no Caleb Johnson with the cry emoji. Mike, I think that we should be more positive about Gillotte. He's a local guy. He's up the road from us. Mike, you could probably reach out and touch him right now.
Yeah, I'm staying right near
U of
Papa
L.
John's Cardinal Stadium right over here. I can literally
Exactly.
throw a rock and hit it. He was right up there. He might be right up the road right now. You want me to go see if I can get him on the show?
Yeah, dude, seriously. See if you can look him up. Be like, hey, man, I'll meet you tonight. Let's talk about this. You know, like I'm in town. We can meet. He's probably on his way. He's probably so horned up. He's on his way to KC in the next day or two. He's getting a flight ready. He's been on the phone with Andy Reid.
Well, look, I'm watching his stuff right now. I'm watching some more film of him. He does something that the Chiefs don't typically do. Every one of his rushes, he's from a stand-up position. He never puts his hand in the dirt. That kind of scares me a little bit. Steve, Isaac Tesla just went to the Lions. Pick number 70.
Damn.
Wow, a little bit of a run on wide receiver here, huh?
Dude, the Lions, they went for that athleticism. He was the number 1 athletic wide receiver in the entire draft.
Yeah, Gillotte rushes from a stand-up position every time, like an outside linebacker.
Okay, well, let's take a step back, though. So, Gillotte, we're kind of getting a feel for what he is. So, let's see here. We think he's more of a George Karlaftis type guy that's not got that home run hitting speed, that can't close. But that's the exact opposite.
But he did test well.
That's the exact opposite of what his test scores and what the ACC writer had to say about him.
But when I watched film, I seen exactly what I said about George Karlaftis. So
I don't know.
Who knows?
I will say that I wasn't expecting defensive end right there. That's kind of odd. But I'm not against it. I don't hate the pick. I don't love the pick. I would grade this one a C plus.
Yeah, I give it a C. That's what I'm giving it.
So we'll
I think it's a little bit of a
A-
reach.
AAC right now. That's kind of where we're at. What's Brett Veach going to do at the end of this round? That could that change how people view this pick? Because I don't think a lot of people are. It's not a popular pick. They're not liking the Gillotte pick. So do you think that maybe if he picks something a little off script, if Savon Ravel were to fall all the way to 30, pick 31 of this round, which is pick 95 overall, if he were to get some value like that, or he were to hit a Jalen Royals, do you think that changes what people feel about the Gillotte pick?
Maybe. I mean, you're going to grade the draft as a whole, obviously. So, I mean, this Gillotte pick could turn out to be something nice. I mean, you never know. You got to let the kid try to develop. I feel like in the day, like at the time, it feels a little bit of a reach. I am finding some more film of him with his hand in the dirt finally. He's not as explosive with his hands in the dirt as he is with his hand. Oh, this must have been what I was watching first. With his hand in the dirt, he really does look like Karlaftis a lot. He's got that same stance, the exact same stance and get off.
You okay?
So yeah, I almost choked. The exact same stance and get off of Karlaftis when he's in the stance. So we'll see, man.
Yeah.
The Chiefs do not like to rush their defensive ends standing up. Like, how many times you seen Karlaftis stand up off the edge? Or
Not a lot.
Yeah, they don't do it very often.
Peter Ortiz with the 2 bomb says, "Why does everyone hate the pick? The stats are good." Yeah, man. I think the stats are there. I think the tape is there. Apparently, if you look deep enough, the athleticism is there. I think it's just is this just kind of one of those things where this one will grow on you? Because there's a lot of times in the draft where they kind of slap you upside the head with something you weren't expecting. So your immediate reaction is, "Oh, what the hell is this?"
That's what it is. There was so many players on the board that it just felt like there was so many guys there, and then you take a guy that
But
just kind of
obviously they had him way high on their board.
Yeah, he had to have been. So
Because there's some guys in other positions. They obviously had him higher on their big board than Savon Ravel Jr.
Yeah.
Which is wild. They had him higher on their board than they had Kyle Williams, Harold Vannon Jr., Darian Porter, who we thought they liked. So yeah, they had him quite a way up their board. So
Way to Jackson.
Almost to me, it kind of feels like the Chiefs feel like they got good value with Gillotte here. They didn't think he was going to make it to the end of the 3rd round,
Right.
or they wouldn't have took him. So yeah, I don't know. This is one of those I think can grow on some of you guys. It's kind of like when they do something outside of the box and something completely unexpected. It's easy to get kind of down on it, right? And be like, "Damn, that's not freaking Caleb Johnson who was sitting there," or you know what I'm saying. So, but I think this one could grow on you. I think there's some promise with that pick. We'll see how it goes. I would say don't get too bad about it. I've seen some people saying D-, F grade for it. I wouldn't go that low. I think being at a C is fair because it's wait and see, right?
Yeah, I don't
Like
think
what
he's
I did there?
horrible. I don't think he's horrible. I think it surprises you because, again, everybody's used to hearing the Mel Kipers of the world and everybody just talking about certain guys. And this was a kid that always made he's a sleeper. He's somebody rising up draft boards. He's a high effort guy. He's somebody to watch for in the late rounds. You don't consider early round 3 a late round. You don't consider that to be a sleeper pick. Like, the Chiefs really thought highly of him, and where all the analysts, like you said, were a little bit lower on him, the Chiefs were higher, and that just tends to do that sometimes.
Right. Man, let's see. Let's go to the chat. Herping Pennsylvania says that the reach on both the picks. He thinks Omar Norman Lott was a reach. He thinks that Gillotte's a reach.
No.
I happen to think that combination, shoring up the defensive line, I do like that. If you think about Gillotte with the Omar Norman Lott pick, I kind of like what they're doing. I get you see what they're trying to prioritizing, right? But once again, I do think they go best player available. So they had both of them high up on their board. Amy Casey give it a D-. Brian Parrott said that Veach is a scrub loving weenie. So a lot of people hate this pick. A lot of people hate it. Peter Ortiz does not. He gives it a solid B. Justin Blackwell was wondering if he had a knee injury, and that's why they grabbed him.
Possibly.
Justin also gave it a C to a D.
Here's what I'll say. When I watched him, he was not like I thought he was. This is a reach. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a reach. But Steve, we had him at number. I had him at number 13, guys. So you got to think about this. I had him at 13. I had him just below Braden Swinson. If you look at the board, the only guys higher than him, if you wanted to take defensive end, was Landon Jackson, Jordan Birch, and Braden Swinson. Then it was Ashton Gillotte. I had Gillotte rated higher than Jack Sawyer. I had him rated higher than Princely Unman-Milan. I had him rated higher than Savion Jones, Baron Sorrell, David Walker, Kyle Kennard. I had him rated higher than every one of those guys. He's a legit football player. He's pretty good. Does it feel a bit like a reach? Yes. Do I think we maybe could have got him at the end of this round? I think late third round, I'd have been fine with it. The first pick of the third round feels a little weird, but it's because we thought Porter or somebody was the pick. You know
Porter
what I'm trying
felt
to say?
like the pick, didn't it?
It felt like the pick, but I'm just saying it's not. It's a reach, but it's just a slight reach. It's just a slight reach, and I tell you, when he gets on the field, if he shows half of what his tape showed, he is going to be a high effort player that you guys will like. He will get a couple. He'll get after the quarterback in the preseason. You'll see it. You'll see it.
Well,
He'll get there.
Just look at the stats. The dude had 7 sacks in 2022, 11 sacks in 2023. Last year was a bit of a down year for him. He only had 5. So
I'll say it right now. I think Gillotte right off the bat will be more effective than Felix Anudike-Uzomah.
Agreed.
And he was a first round pick. And
I think he'll
this
be
guy will
more
come in and be
effective.
more effective.
He's more effective than a Mike Dana too. I think.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, this guy's like, I think Mike Dana's his floor. That's what I would say. So, yeah, I think Felix might be in trouble. If Felix don't turn it on this year, this kid will take Felix's job and Felix will be out here in 2 years.
Yep. So overall scout grades on him was at 86.8. So they had him rated pretty high.
He's not that bad, guys. And at 6'3", he's a little short, but at 264, that's automatically 10 pounds more heavy than Felix. So he's more of an edge setter. You just said that, Steve. The scout said that he sets the edge. He's already a little bit better in the run game than Felix is too. So I don't think it's as bad as people are gonna.
So a couple picks to go over here. The Saints took Vernon Broughton, defensive tackle from Texas. Buffalo Bills took Landon Jackson, edge rusher from Arkansas. And the New York Jets have taken Thomas, the cornerback from Florida State. So pretty good picks for those teams there. I think the last good Lord, man. This round has been a slew of good picks. If you want to call, I know a lot of you guys are not upset about the Gillotte pick, but if you want to consider that a good pick, it's gone Darius Alexander, Gillotte, Harold Fannin Jr., Darian Porter, Kyle Williams, Isaac Tesla, Broughton, Landon Jackson, and Azaria Thomas. So, I mean, this is a lot of good players come off the board so far in round 3. Denver's on the clock, picks in. Actually, San Francisco's on the clock now because it picks in for Denver. This is the pick that they just traded with the Panthers, I think, a while back. So we'll see what they do with it. And the Chiefs don't roll out Brett Veach moving up in a round like this. I mean, if he sees a guy that they really want, they will come up and get him.
Yeah, they could take a shot here.
We'll see about it. I think you guys.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised with the pick, Gillotte. Like, don't get me wrong. I think it was a little bit of a reach. I would have liked them better if they would have took them at 95. But I'm telling you, I don't think it's as bad as you think it's going to be.
Right. Well, on that note, Nate with the 5 bomb says, I'm lost now with this last pick. Who now is our realistic value pick at 95? So that's a good question, man. So let's go ahead and talk about it a little bit. There's a lot of picks before it, so it's going to be tough because we don't really know what's going to happen in the meantime. But if we just go ahead and look forward to that pick 95, Mike, what do you think the Chiefs are feeling now? Because now they've invested in the defensive line twice. Basically, this is an all trenches draft so far.
Yeah.
Offensive line and then defensive line twice in a row. So now do they start looking for a skilled player? Or do they look for that cornerback if Savon Ravel were to fall all the way down there?
Right.
Like, do they look for a value pick here, or do they start, maybe one of these skilled players?
Well, first and foremost, you're going to look for a guy that's just fell, right? So you might have the Savon Ravel that falls.
Shedeur Sanders,
Right. If he's still on the board, I think you could start seeing somebody like a Jacob Parrish from K-State right here. That might be a guy they could consider. Savon Ravel's another guy. I like Caleb Ransall out of Tulane. I really like him. That's kind of like a wild name that nobody's talking about. Noah Williams out of California, 6 foot 199. He's a strong corner that can play man-to-man on the outside. I don't think they'll go defensive end again. I don't think they'll dip defensive tackle just yet, although they could take a big run-stuffing defensive tackle. I don't know. I feel like Warren Brinson's a guy they might be watching late in the draft right there, to be honest. So, for me, you could maybe look at tight end. You might see something like a Gunnar Ham or Jalen Conyers could be coming up at any minute now. He's somebody they like, and you could get him around round 4, round 5, but they may take him at the end of round 3. It's not out of question. And then, like you said, you got the running back, wide receiver. You could see a Jalen Noel at the end of this round. You could still see a Ty Felton at the end of this round. Steve,
Right.
You've said it several times. It wouldn't surprise me if you don't go get Isaiah Bond. Just somebody that's a speedster that has a lot of trouble.
Yeah,
and
that
the Chiefs
kind of
will just
value
take
there,
him.
right? Like he has some legitimate charges coming up though, so I don't know. That's
Yeah,
scary.
he's probably not going to be picked. But
they could also
it's
go
that
running
kind of
back
player.
still. There's still some running backs out there too. The Dylan
Yep.
Sampson fit.
Devin Neal, Damian
there's definitely some
Martinez.
stuff there. Yeah, Damian Martinez is another one to not forget about, right?
Yeah.
I think that that's somebody that they like.
Who do you think's had one of the best drafts so far besides the Chiefs? Anybody
Let's
sticking
see.
out to you?
Well, the Raiders are killing it, right? We just talked about that.
I think the Raiders are doing a pretty good job, actually.
Yeah, so I think you got to look at the Raiders. I think the Eagles, of course, they always draft well. Baltimore's drafting pretty well. They're getting a lot of value picks. Let's see. Anybody stick out to me? I don't think that Cincinnati's done bad, but they've kind of been on the defensive side of the ball a lot. I think they need to do something with their offensive line.
I think the Browns have had a good draft. I mean,
Yeah.
it's easy to say that when you pick at the top, but the way they got rid of the pick, early and got all those extra picks for next year, and then they got Mason Graham. They took Harold Fannin Jr. now. They drafted Quinshawn Judkins. They've got a little bit of a draft working right here. The Browns.
The Patriots have got a couple good skilled players. They got Travion Henderson and Kyle Williams, so that's pretty nice for them. Mm-hmm. Especially with a young quarterback there, Drake May. That'll be some tools for him to use. Let's see. Pick is in for Denver. What they going to do with it? What are you going to do? This has been a interesting draft so far. It's been pretty fun.
It's been a wild one. I mean, if you look at most of our positions, I know you guys can't see these right here. I'm looking at them, but if you look at most of our positions, Steve, it's pretty wild that it's down the board. There's not been too many guys that have popped up out of the blue. Like, it's pretty close down the board. Like, we're hitting them in the right order of the way we've ranked. I'd say the biggest reach so far in this whole draft, to be honest, I think has been Anthony Belton to the Packers, considering what we've actually put out.
But he's not bad.
No, Trey Harris to the Chargers would be maybe one.
The Denver Broncos just took wide receiver Pat Bryant from
That's
Illinois.
another ginormous reach.
Crazy reach. What are
Pat
they
Bryant
doing?
was number 17 on our board, and actually he's going to be number 16 because Isaiah Bond, I think, is just kind of ineligible. So yeah, I think he would be 16 on our board. I think that's a big reach. The kid ran a 4.61. He had the slowest 40-yard dash at the combine out of any wide receiver. He had a 1.56 10-yard split, which ranked him towards the very bottom. Only Alec Ailmaner had a lower 10-yard split, and you've seen him completely fall off the planet.
Right.
So Pat Bryant, not a great pick here. I think this was way too early on Pat Bryant. Pat Bryant was probably he should have went pick 100 to 150, somewhere in that range. But
Denver,
definitely not 74.
I honestly feel like Denver. Now the Jahdae Barron pick, I can roll with that. But
It was
otherwise-
okay, but Denver has had
Otherwise, they're having
bad
a
draft.
lackluster draft. Yeah.
Yep, they're
Now-
very
now-
lackluster.
I will say that Harvey could potentially be an underrated guy. He's got some speed.
But they took him way too early.
I'm not sure about this Pat Bryant pick. That makes no sense to me.
Now, this Pat Bryant pick, this is now the biggest reach of the whole draft, according to our draft board. Pat Bryant to the Broncos at 74 is the biggest reach on our
San
board so far.
Francisco has selected linebacker Nick Martin from Oklahoma State. Wish they needed some linebacker help there. They lost Dre Greenlaw to the Broncos, speaking of the Broncos. So, Dallas is on the clock, man. What do they do? Shadur?
I mean, it almost has to be at this point. How
The
far
pick's
down
in already.
Is Shadur going to go all the way to 83 to the Steelers? I think the Steelers would take him here, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I've been saying that. I think Peter Ortiz said that as well. I think that's a good fit. I don't know what Dallas is going to do here. The pick is in, though. New England's actually on the clock now. You think Dallas could go ahead and grab Caleb Johnson here? Get their running back out of the way. Because they need running back help.
Yeah, could. I tell you what, that Nick Martin pick might have just been a back-to-back reach with Pat Bryant because he was our number 12th rated linebacker, and he just went at pick 75. We had him projected like pick 120.
Yeah.
So that was two back-to-back. Like, I guess the 49ers and the Broncos got together and said, hey, guys, let's reach.
Let's reach. I kicked my camera everywhere. Did you see that?
No.
Sorry.
I'm filling in some stuff, so didn't get to see it.
Well, this is getting pretty interesting. The Gillotte pick makes this very interesting, what they're going to do right here. I was not expecting a defensive end. I was looking more for corner or wide receiver, something like that. So that kind of like switches it up on maybe what we're thinking here, right?
Savon Revell to the Cowboys.
Damn, that's a good pick for them.
Cowboys just got a nice one. Cowboys have had two good picks in a row. Ezeraku and Savon Revell. It's fallen to them pretty well, man. Dallas is doing a very good job of just taking what's there and going. They've been a lot more disciplined draft team over the past few years, I've noticed. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Good pick by Dallas. I got to say, Dallas, good pick. That's two in a row.
Let's see here. What are you going to do, Kansas City? What do you got up your sleeve?
Dallas, two good picks in a row. That's wild, man. Would have never thought it.
I mean, we're still several picks away, but I'm trying to rack my brain here about what is Brett Veach going to do? Who do they have up there on that big board that we don't even know about? I didn't think they'd have Gillotte up there that high. So, like, what?
I didn't either. I thought Gillotte was right around that 95 mark. So, I'm telling you, right now, the highest corner on the board, we got Jacob Parrish, Quincy Riley. They could double dip back to U of L. I don't see it. Caleb Ransall, Dorian Strong, Noel Williams. You've got those types of players. That's your corners. I think it's too early for a linebacker. They're not going defensive end again. If you double dipped at defensive tackle, which I think is wild, it would be C.J. West, Josh Farmer. Vernon Broughton's been picked, hasn't he?
Yeah, he gone.
He went to the Saints at pick 7 in this. Okay, I got to update that one.
Yep.
So he went to the Saints.
If they wanted to go corner here, now that Siobhan Revel's gone, I've seen somebody say something about Kobe Bryant. I feel like this might be a bit of a reach for Kobe Bryant III. But I tell you, the other kid from K-State.
People's reaching right now. Princely, Uman Milan, been taken by the Panthers.
Oh, wow, okay.
That was the Chiefs guy.
Yeah. I think, what's his name? Jacob Parrish from
Yeah,
K-State?
He's one of the. He's our highest rated corner right now.
That could be in the wheelhouse if he's there. Yeah, he's our next rated corner. So if somebody goes corner, it could be him. Let me take a look at old Mel Kiper's board real quick. I want to see who he's got best available. Let's see what he's up to. Obviously, Shadur Sanders at 1.
He's going to have Shadur Sanders.
Jared Wilson at 2, center for Georgia. Jalen Noel at 3. Jordan Birch is still on the board. That's wild.
I love Jordan Birch, man. That would be a heck of a pick right here at 95. Jordan Birch would salvage.
You think they're going to go back-to-back defensive ends, though?
Well, you don't. Look, Felix Anudike-Uzomah doesn't do well this year, and he may be out of Kansas City.
That's true.
You already just paid what's-his-name on him 1 year, Charles Omenihu, and he didn't even want to be here. He thinks he's, he thinks he's God's gift to the defensive end room.
Yeah.
Who do you really have?
Greg Bridger says, what about free safety? Think they'd go safety?
You could. I just don't know if safety really that big of a deal with them coming in with Mike Edwards a little bit. I don't know if safety.
No,
they could though. Maybe a Xavier Watts or something.
A Kevin Winston Jr. from
Kevin
Penn
Winston
State.
Jr.
If he's still there, that's intriguing, I suppose, after losing Justin.
Billy Bowman out of Oklahoma's not bad.
But then again, I don't know if they really care that much about safety right now. But
Yeah, I
you
feel
never
like
know.
safety's kind of a reach.
Let's see, man. I'm thinking like at this point, they've been trenches, right? So at what point now is this where they could? Is White Milam still out there?
Yes.
This would be a good spot for him if you want to stick with the trenches theme. This would be an excellent pick.
I think it'd be a good pick for a Ty Felton or a Jalen Royals too.
Exactly. Or even Jalen Noel. Nate with the 2 bombs says, do we need a safety? I don't think we do. We hit with Jaden Hicks. I think Hicks is a fantastic safety. Brian Cook, a lot of people have been dogging on him. He did kind of have a down year after that ankle injury, but I think he's okay. He's not bad. And then, re-signing Mike Edwards. And then you still have probably Deion Bush hanging around. He's always around. I think we're okay at safety for now. Plus, you got some guys out there that could play safety as well. Najee Johnson. I wonder if he would be better at safety. That's where he played at in college. We converted him to a corner, and he's kind of struggled. So that's an interesting one to me. But now, Chamari Connor. Forgot about him.
Yeah.
Yep. Appreciate the 2, Nate. KC Colossal says, you brought a lot of likes with you, Steve, since you joined the stream. Hell yeah, let's make it more. If you haven't hit the like button yet, do your boys a favor. It takes 2 seconds to go hit that little thumbs up. And it helps us out. Appreciate you guys. If you guys haven't subscribed to the channel, by the way, do so. Tons of Chiefs content. You'll notice that YouTube is not a fan of our channel. It's hard to find our stuff half the time. We don't come up on search bars. You type in Chiefs, and you're going to see 27 Cole videos in a row. How about those Chiefs is what's popped at you the most, right? Even more so than the Kansas City Chiefs channel themselves. But you'll see some other guys. You'll see RGR a little bit and Chat Sports, and hell, you'll even see a Scrambling Armchair video. But you're not going to see all Chiefed Up video in that search bar. So if you're here now,
to see it, that's for sure.
If you found us by chance and you've come across,
if you found us, you'll see it. If you haven't found us, not. Steve, we like to do a fun thing called. I've been going to Airbnbs and people, I'll log on their TV, their smart TV, right? I'll go to the YouTube channel.
Who do they got here? Yeah.
I'll go to the YouTube app. So on the YouTube app, they don't usually keep it signed in, but if they do, the chances of them being a Chiefs fan is not very high, right? So they've not watched any Chiefs stuff. They probably don't watched anything Chiefs, right? So I'll go to the channel and I'll go to the search bar and I'll write Chiefs. I want to see where all Chiefed Up's at. Steve, I literally scrolled 200 videos today. They didn't put up a single all Chiefed Up video.
I think we're blacklisted because we're assholes.
I honestly do. I think that YouTube has us literally
shadow banned. Is that
shadow
the name?
Banned.
Yeah, shadow.
I think we've been shadow banned for 2 years now. They hate us. Like they absolutely despise us.
Yeah, Macabear,
Jordan
we do
Birch
lives,
off
but
the board.
we also do videos and shorts and everything else.
Jordan Birch off the board, baby.
Let's see here. Peter Ortiz says, let's mix it up and get a running back. It's a possibility. I mean, we can see what's there. Dylan Sampson's still hanging out. Caleb Johnson, Scataboo. I appreciate the 2, by the way. Oh, and I wasn't throwing strays out at Cole, by the way, Julia. It's just that's a fact of life. Hell, you can go type in Chiefs on Google and he'll come up before the Chiefs do. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, Cole knows how to work the
search engines.
He knows how to work the SEOs. His wife's an SEO. Is it his wife?
I don't know. Did you just make that up?
No, I'm pretty sure she works as like a computer marketer
I don't think she
or
works
something.
Anymore. Cole's a millionaire now. He don't need his wife don't have to work. What are you talking
that's what
about?
she used to do before she got Cole on Google searching. Congrats.
That's awesome.
Shout out Danielle. We need to hire her.
Danny's the real hero in that household.
She is. That girl.
Yeah. She don't get enough credit. Cole, you're awesome, brother, but we know who the real MVP is.
Danny's the looks and the brains over there. And the hair, by the way.
Not the beard, though. That'd be a little odd.
If Danny had the beard, too. I mean, I don't know.
Sam
She can
Lofton
maybe
says,
pull it off.
Sam Lofton says because we say for that ass, YouTube won't have it.
That's probably it. Jalen Noel off the board to the Texans.
I kind of felt like that was coming up for them because they needed something in the vein of that That kid that just keeps getting injured over and over and over again.
Take down.
Yes, always injured, getting shot, like all kinds of crazy stuff. So yeah, that's kind of a good fit for them.
They've now taken both Iowa State players, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel, to the Texans.
Interesting. Indianapolis Colts pick is in, and the Bengals are on the clock. Still about 12, 13, 14, I don't know, 15 picks outside of the Chiefs. Still got a minute.
We're getting close, though.
Yep, yeah, this is fun, dude. I thought this round was like one of the most crucial ones for the Chiefs. This day 2, because they had 3 picks, you know?
Yeah. This was a big
picks.
one. Friday was a big one for the Chiefs.
The Josh Simmons was kind of like of course they took him, right? Like, okay, not a surprise. So it's kind of wondering, now I'm kind of getting into that Brett Veach headspace where obviously they were thinking trenches. Do you think that's just by chance that the players that they had at the top of their board and they're taking best available have been all trenches? Or do you think they actually had a focus on that defensive line? Justin Wally off the board.
Steve, I was just saying that. Remember yesterday I said Justin Wally's a guy to watch out for. He's climbing.
Yeah, you did.
Wild, dude. Now, this is still a little early. Like when I said he was climbing, I thought maybe he'd go to the 4th round, 5th round. I didn't think he'd make it to the mid-thirds.
Yeah, that's a little high for him. If you go to the cornerbacks now, if the Chiefs were to stick with corner, I think the only one that super intrigues me at this juncture, it's probably going to be Jacob Parrish. And if they wanted to stick with Louisville kids, Quincy Riley, I think, could be a decent pick at this point. Yeah. Colby Bryant, I think, is more of a 4th round type guy, but he's intriguing a bit. I don't know. I don't know about the corner picks at this point. Now, they could be what I originally thought, Mike. They like investing in corner late in the draft. It could still be Melvin Smith. The freaking, what's the name? The Mule Rider.
I ain't talking about the Mule Riders anymore.
Could be damn Mule Rider at the end of the draft here if they want to go corner.
Steve, if they drafted the guy from the Mule Riders, live reaction.
What?
Mule Rider?
That's what everybody said when they drafted Gillotte. Hey, the Chiefs take Ashton Gillotte.
What?
Jazzy D, we will come up if you search our name. Just go search Chiefs and see what happens. So.
You know what's funny, though, is that they won't put up Chiefs. It puts up Chiefs up.
No, sometimes they'll have the ED. No apostrophe.
Okay, maybe sometimes it'll do the S and the ED. I'm thinking, do you think that's what it is? Do you think since YouTube is an algorithm?
Our name sucks, right?
Or Google, it's all an algorithm. And since we don't necessarily have the word Chiefs in our name, it's Chief. It's completely fake. I think that maybe that might be why they don't associate us with Chiefs news, even though we've got about 3,000 videos. That's nothing but Chiefs.
Yeah.
It could be it. Should we change our name to All Chiefs Up?
Nope, I'm good. Let's see here.
Dylan Fairchild, guard from Georgia, off the board, and the Bengals are bingling finally.
Yeah,
it took just a little bit of time, and they've done it.
There they go. Chris Wright's in the know here. Hey, Dylan Fairchild. Why would they do such a thing if they were wanting to go guard here? There was a perfectly good guard still on the board. Who was it?
Nyland?
Yeah, good Lord. There's a couple different ways you could have went there. Miles Frazier, even from LSU.
Dylan Fairchild, not too bad. He was our number 7.
They
could have took Imbo, but he would have been a converted. He's a converted from right tackle, but they could have went Miles Frazier, LSU. That was a good pick, I thought.
I think so too. Bengals are bingling.
It's not
the Titans are back up. What do you think Borgonzi's going to do with this pick? He's had a pretty good draft so far.
Borgonzi's yet to take a wide receiver, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
he took use one.
He took Oladejo last time, so he may take Jalen Royals right here and go to the house. That'd be a pretty sick draft from him.
That'd be wild. Lonnie says it's really not funny what's happening to Shadur Sanders. I don't know. I tend
It's
to think
not. I don't think. I mean, I don't think they're that bad.
I
At
don't-
the end of the day, it's not.
Look.
Like I don't want to see any of these guys have to go through this.
I don't
It's
want to
kind of
see that,
annoying.
but I think your chickens are coming home to roost. If you're going to walk out there and talk all that big shit and act like a cocky asshole all over the media, and just act like that you're so great and just like no humility whatsoever there, and then your dad's out there making a scene as well. I just think they set themselves up for this. If the
I mean,
kid
do you
would've-
remember early in the
if the
process
kid
where they
would've
were
shut his
talking
mouth-
about where they were talking about if they got drafted to certain places, they were going to hold out?
Exactly, that's what I'm talking about. If they would have shut their mouths and let his play speak for him, I think he would have been drafted already.
You know what? He needed a PR person to come in and give him this. You ready?
Shut up. What? I said shut up.
It's the
needed.
truth, though, man.
He needed Stone Cold as his PR
Exactly,
person.
Lonnie. Just humble pie. Like, man, too much. Too much. I could have told you that back when he was running that mouth. The Titans just took Kevin Winston Jr., the safety from Penn State, brother. That's a good pick.
That's a good pick.
Good value.
Now, look, people were saying Kevin Winston Jr. was a first-round pick there towards the end, and I did not understand that one at all.
No, but I thought he could be a second rounder, so I think that's still good value for
Yeah, I
Bronte.
was not picking up on why people were putting him so high. I actually still had Xavier Watts rated higher than him, and Xavier Watts has not went yet. So
This isn't real. This can't be real. This is allegedly Sanders got in a physical fight with his dad because they're so upset they had to be separated.
wait, is it?
I don't know.
There's no
Dad,
way.
why'd you do that for? It's your fault, Dad. You told me to tell everybody I was the greatest of all time.
Wait, does that mean they have it on video or something? I'm not
don't
buying it.
I feel like he made it up. There's no way.
Yeah, I'm not buying it. Maybe.
The Steelers are still like my lead to take.
I think
Shadur.
I think he goes right here. I think he goes right here. This pick. They'll take Shadur Sanders at 83.
I mean, it makes sense.
If they don't,
it's starting to be laughable if they don't. The Rams,
if they
maybe?
don't, the Rams at 90, and then maybe the Saints at
Saints
93,
at 93?
or the Browns at 94.
Let's just put it this way. If Shadur Sanders doesn't go to
This
one of
round.
those 3 or 4 teams that need a quarterback still,
Yeah,
brother.
but look, when you start falling this low, look, if you only got 3 teams that need a quarterback, then essentially you can be like, well, we can just pass them because nobody's going to take them.
Oh, Pretty Ricky's the one that said that they got in a fight.
Pretty Ricky's wild, dude.
Man. Well, let's see.
Wait, somebody
here.
said he got prank called. By who?
Hey, somebody acting like they were drafting him. Hey, let's get his number and prank call him
You wanna
live.
do
on-
it?
Yeah, dude.
No, I wouldn't
Call
do
him
it.
up. Like, hey, Shadur, this is blank blah 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 from the GM of
This is Mike
what's
Borgonzi.
the best UFL team?
This is John Denver from the Battlehawks.
Yeah, we're gonna take you in the draft, okay?
Do you
Oh,
realize?
man.
I've been cracking up. Do you realize Dov Kleiman hasn't posted since he said Shadur Sanders been blackballed? He hasn't said a single word since. He's so mad he went on strike.
Jesse says, yeah, someone called him and said you're gonna have to wait a little longer.
This dude literally went on strike over this.
See, this is the crazy part. I mean, Mason Rudolph is their quarterback, brother. Like, that's wild to me. That is so wild to me.
They went Kevin Winston Jr. That's the Titans pick. Yeah, you're right there, buddy. YB.
Chris Wright says Caleb Johnson to Pittsburgh. That would be a great fit.
That might
honestly.
be.
I mean, they did lose Najee Harris, I should say. He went to the freaking Chargers, and then they turned around and drafted Omarion Hampton. What do we got here? They pick yet?
No. I like Jordan Schultz. He loves that Gillotte pick. He said the Chiefs are picking Louisville edge rusher Ashton Gillotte, who was a game-wrecking menace in college. He's a game-wrecking menace, according to Jordan Schultz.
Dang, man. The food
Where's
fairy
mine?
showed up. You should see this plate she just brought me.
Where's mine?
Trying to fatten me up. Thank you.
Where's mine?
Bro.
I'm so mad. I'm over here eating frickin' M&M's.
Do you see this?
What did she make? That looks like chicken and
Brother, I got chicken.
Steve, if you sit here and
I got
suck chicken bones
asparagus,
again tonight,
I
I'm
got-
going to be mad, dude.
There's no bones, man. It's boneless. I also got potatoes and sausage.
If you eat asparagus in front of me, I'm going to be really
Brother.
mad.
I'm so pumped right now.
Yes, the Steelers did take Caleb Johnson. Caleb Johnson is off the board.
Nice. Good pick for them. Good call. Chris Wright, by the way.
Yep, that was a good call. Caleb Johnson. That means Scattaboo and DJ Giddens and Dylan Sampson are the top 3, according to All Chiefed Up, left on the board at running back. You know, I'd be willing to say, though, Dylan Sampson, Devin Neal, Damian Martinez can't be that far behind.
Yeah, I don't know.
319 to the Steelers. I'm being able to keep up a little bit better here. It slowed down just a little bit, but... Dude, Caleb Johnson right there makes total sense. Number 1, he doesn't have to change his color scheme that he had in college pretty much. Number 2, he reminds me straight up of Le'Veon Bell sometimes. I mean, dude, now the only thing is they didn't get Shadur Sanders.
Dude, no one wants him.
They may be able to get Shadur in like round 7.
His career's over.
You think Shadur Sanders will just refuse to report and put himself in next year's draft? Can you do that?
If you don't get drafted, you could.
If you get drafted, can you choose to not report?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. But isn't there a rule about that somewhere?
And Ian, pull it up.
Dylan, yeah, pull it up, man. Wait, Dylan, what do you hate right now, bro? He said, if I hate this so much, we shouldn't even bother taking a running back. I think he's mad because he wanted Caleb Johnson, man.
I would have loved to have had Caleb Johnson. So, I mean, I feel you. But I also know that that's not somebody the Chiefs are going to go after.
Rich said when KC didn't take Caleb at 66, I knew they didn't want him. Chiefs have just traded up. Chiefs are on the clock at 85.
Let's go, baby. What we doing?
Brett Veach. Who's he wanting? Parrish? Nope. Jacob Parrish went to the Bucks. Jacob Parrish just went to the Bucks. Well, so what are they scared of?
So he come up in front of the Chargers, bro. What do you think the Chargers were going to try to do?
Well, you just had a little bit of. Did he think there was going to be a run on running backs here? He wanted to get in on
Cam Scattaboo.
You think that could be a pick?
No way. Dylan Sampson, you think?
Dylan Sampson would be a heck of a pick right here.
Is it Jalen Royals or someone like that?
Could be, man.
Dude, this is exciting. I told you they might move up. I had a feeling they might move up. Here we go, baby. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, they traded with the Patriots right
Mike,
here.
who are they coming up? Who are they coming up for? Tell me.
Dude, I honestly don't know. Honestly have no idea, bro. Like, I'm guessing this is the pick that they just got from Simmons yesterday, right? To move up?
I guess. Which is kind of odd. Pick is in. Let's see what they did.
Do you realize the Bucks have now taken Jacob Parrish and Benjamin Morrison? They've took 2 top 10 corners.
Yeah.
They're reloading. I don't know. Look, if it's a corner, you maybe got like, I don't know, man. Quincy Riley, Caleb Ransall, Noel Williams, Denzel Burke. I don't think it's a corner.
Jalen Noel still on the board?
It's Noel Williams.
Noel Williams.
They took the corner, baby. I mentioned him. I mentioned him earlier, man. I said Noel Williams was a player.
Wow.
That's the one they wanted, ladies and gentlemen. Noel Williams.
Not Darren Porter.
Look, 6'190". Noel Williams is a completely long corner, man. He's crazy, and he has got tons of interceptions in his college career. Noel Williams can flat out play bump and run coverage. He graded a 75 zone, 68 in man. He only allowed a 47% completion percentage this past year. He had 10 forced incompletions, which tied him in the top 60 in the entire NCAA. Dude, he's pretty solid. He had 7 picks this past year, Steven, only allowed a 40 passer rating, 31 receptions on 65 targets. So he can play, dude.
Let me tell you a little bit
He's got
about
some
Noel
size.
Williams. Elite production, 14 career interceptions, crazy playmaking instincts, physical presence, like you said. He's big, he's long. Press coverage is where he's at. He likes jamming receivers. His hand placement's great. He can disrupt receivers at the line of scrimmage all day long. Very L'Jarius Sneed-esque. Excellent route recognition from zone coverage. Spags has been dropping these guys into zone a lot, so we'll see how that goes. Just really good ball skills, man. Super competitive. Another one of those guys that's got some dog in him. Just good instincts. Like, I feel like he's just a good football player. When you watch his tape, it's like he knows where to be. He has a good feel for the game. And like I said, there's a lot of guys in this draft that just show a lot of competitiveness and just like that will to win, that dog in them. And this is one of those guys, man. He's a ball hawk. He's a straight ball hawk. I think this is one that you guys should be excited about. Also, a little off the cuff. Might not have thought Noah Williams was going to be the guy here. We were thinking more Darian Porter or maybe even, Savon Ravel earlier. But this is a guy that fits into that vein of cornerback. And this guy's a complete ball hawk, and he's going to be fun. He's going to be a fun one.
He was our number 11th ranked corner. So, I mean, he was next one on the board that come up. I didn't think they were going to double dip to U of L. It made no sense to go Quincy Riley. So,
right.
Quincy Riley, I think it's a little early for Ransall right here. I think Ransall's coming up boards, but I think it's still a little too early here. So it was between Noah Williams and Dorian Strong out of Virginia Tech. That would have been another one I would have thought, 6'1", 185. He was physical too. But Noah Williams was just tested better across the board. He had a 1.54 10-yard split, which was elite. He had a 33.5-inch vertical. My knock on Noah Williams, he doesn't have as long of arms, which means if he gets beat, he's not going to be able to throw his hands up and knock passes down. So if a quarterback can seriously put it on the money, you might be able to beat him. But the teams that played Cal couldn't put it on the money. They couldn't do it, and he was in their hip pocket. Man, he's good. He's really good. You guys are going to like Noah Williams. I think he's going to replace Josh Williams. I think that's what's going to happen. They replaced one Williams for another. But, yeah, man, I think he's going to be decent. He's very much man-heavy. He's man-heavy. I think Trevor Sikkema compared him to Jalen Jones. So that's a pretty good comparison, too, Jalen Jones. I thought he played a lot like Josh Williams, for real. I thought he played like Josh Williams. I think he might have, how funny is it that I said that he kind of played like Josh Williams, and then they're going to literally replace him that's who Josh Williams' replacement's going to be. And the kid's Noah Williams. I wonder if there's any relation there.
Yeah, well, I mean, just like I said, he has elite ball skills. Once the ball's up in the air, he's kind of like a receiver. So, we get a lot of, stone hand cornerbacks sometimes. This is not one of them. So he gets himself in position. Solid. He gets himself into position to create turnovers, and he's going to cash in. You're not going to see I know he's not a cornerback, but you've seen Brian Cook, who just stone hands, free interception. You're not going to get that with this kid. I think that he could maybe
you say
improve.
That and then watch he'll drop one or two in the preseason. We'll all be freaking out.
Nah, man, he's got good hands. I think one of the things that he could probably improve on is his run defense. He's going to miss some tackles here and there, but that's just kind of comes with the territory, right?
Yeah, dude, I like him. This is a fun one. I think this is a hit. This is a hit. I don't know. This round, okay, so the first round was just was like that big need that everybody wanted. They kind of appeased Chiefs Kingdom, right? Got to have that left tackle. Second round, Brett Veach give a nod to all chiefed up, and he said, look, guys, I'm going to take your guy. He said, I'm going to do it for you. And then in the third round, he did some Brett Veach stuff, and they went out and grabbed just solid guys that are going to make the roster. That's what he's done. He's going out and getting some just solid football players right now. Jamari Caldwell off the board to the Chargers, man. That's a good pick. And I said Jamari Caldwell is coming up boards.
Scott Vansel says they gave up a 2026 fourth, so we still have that other pick.
I like it, man.
Yeah,
I'll take that.
Hey, I'll take it, man. Not bad, not bad. I do like this pick a little bit better than I like the Gillotte pick, which I don't hate, but I gave that a C. I think this one's more of a B- pick, maybe even a B, because it definitely hits a need. And he does kind of fall into that same category. It's like Darian Porter that we were talking about the Chiefs actually getting. He's a similar player. He's just got a lot more experience than Darian Porter. Darian Porter was a converted wide receiver.
Darian Porter only had 1 year of starting. This guy definitely, in my opinion, is more of a ball hawk. He's more reliable.
More experience.
He's got more experience. I mean, honestly, Darian Porter tested off the charts. It just seemed kind of like a Brett Veach kind of guy. But so does Noah Williams, 100%. Like, this kid is good at football. Like, he's very good. Let me bring in the blurb. This is written by Mel Kiper and them, pretty much. Steve Munch wrote this. Pre-draft analysis. Williams extends and catches passes above his shoulders. He excels at getting his head snapped around, which is great, Steve. How many times are we screaming about turning your head around on a route?
Right.
Like, this is perfect. He can locate the ball. He avoids getting called for pass interference when he turns and runs. That's good. That's a little bit better than Josh Williams. Williams doesn't get caught guarding grass and zone looks, which means he's very much close to somebody's hip pocket. He's just not standing there watching it. He reads the receiver. He gets his eyes on the QB when the receiver breaks, and he can jump routes in off coverage. He led the FBS with 7 picks and returned a kickoff 80 yards for a touchdown in 2024. So he's got kickoff return ability somewhere. Tobes horned up. He's an instinctive open field runner who breaks tackles. His post-draft analysis here by Matt Miller says the Chiefs' defense was notably different without cornerback L'Jarius Sneed in 2024, and there have been rumors of moving All-Pro Trent McDuffie back to the slot. This pick would help in replacing Sneed and allowing McDuffie to move. Williams will align as an outside-only corner with an excellent press coverage ability. This is a very good pick for Kansas City based on need and value, and he's going to go right in with Christian Fulton. Christian Fulton isn't going to be here no more than 2 years? Or was he a 1-year deal?
You said Josh Williams replacement. Could he not be a Jalen Watson replacement?
He could. This might mean that this could mean that Jalen Watson is not getting re-signed in Kansas City. He's going to want too much money. Right?
Agreed.
Like, it's feasibly like he's going to get paid, and I don't know if the Chiefs are comfortable paying him that much.
As much as we love him, too, he's very injury prone.
So Christian Fulton signed a 2-year deal for $20 million. So we'll have Christian Fulton here for 2 years. Christian Fulton and Noah Williams on the outside with Trent McDuffie in the slot, and you're still going to have McDuffie, or you're still going to have Jalen Watson and Josh Williams this year. Mm-hmm. Like, dude, our corner room instantly just got really good with Christian Fulton and Noah Williams being drafted.
Well, I think the defense as a whole has been beefed up, and I love it. I'm okay with it. But at the same time, I do feel like it's a slight miss to not get some kind of weapon at the top of this draft for the offense. I mean, you're looking at...
But this offense, look, this is a deep draft, though, for this. I think running back goes deep, and I think wide receiver goes pretty deep, too.
Yeah, I mean, they could still do that, but Savion Williams just went to Green Bay.
Savion Williams is a good pick. God, they've now took Savion Williams and Matt... What's his name?
Golden.
Yeah, Matt Golden. So we don't pick again, Steve, until pick 133. That's 31st in round 4. Wow. Yep. So we're done for the day, man. Chiefs are done for the day.
Maybe.
I don't think they come back in. They're going to want to take these picks. They've got 4 left. I think they take them.
Yeah. We'll hang out. We'll see. Let's get to the chat a little bit.
Yeah, let's talk chat a little bit.
Let's see here. Where did we stop? Slamming Sammy Joe with a 2 bomb says, which running back would we get in the 7th round? There's a 7th rounder out there.
Dude, I've heard that Ollie Gordon could potentially fall to the 7th round. That's wild to me, but I mean, we've really seen some of these players falling, though, right?
Right. Well, you've seen some reaches, too.
Yeah, exactly. I think Ollie Gordon in the 7th round would be a steal. Jarquez Hunter out of Auburn would be a nice pick if he got there. I like LaQuint Allen out of Syracuse. I think he is a stud. Brashard Smith out of SMU. He's going to go a little later. I don't think he goes 7th round. Marcus Yarns out of Delaware. I mean, that's got Brett Veach written all over it, but I think he's probably going to be, I don't know if he'll be UDFA though. Marcus Yarns can play. I like Corey Kiner out of Cincinnati.
Yeah, I think
there's a lot, man. Woody Marks out of USC.
Nate says Milroe goes before Sanders.
Caleb Ransall just went off the board, Steve. I told you Caleb Ransall was good. I knew he was going to be somewhere close. Nice, man. We're still hitting. I like it.
You think Jalen Milroe is going to go off the board before Shadur Sanders?
No. In no world do I think that Jalen Milroe is better than Shadur Sanders. No way. Do you think?
Even without the baggage and all that?
But do you think? There's no way, dude. I think Shadur Sanders actually does have some talent at QB. Like, he
I
really
agree.
does. He's
I
not a
agree.
scrub.
I think he hurt himself. How everybody knows he did, right? But I think he's an excellent player. But good Lord, man. So I think that we should definitely let's hang out. Let's see what goes on for the rest of this round here. I'd also like to kind of revisit the picks for the Chiefs today because we have a lot to unpack, right?
Yeah.
Omar Norman Lott, Ashton Gillotte, and now Noah Williams. So straight defense. Were you expecting a straight defensive day in day two?
We knew the defense. Look, Steve, we've been talking about this forever. The way the Chiefs are built, you have to keep getting younger on defense because you put all your money in the offense. Right. Only Chris Jones is the one getting paid. And Gillotte may meet George Karlaftis' replacement. Let's be completely honest here. If Gillotte comes in and has a great year, they may not restructure George. They may not re-sign him. Because you got to pay McDuffie. That's the downside of getting 2 round 1 picks. Is you got to turn around and pay him. So it kind of scares me because a lot of people think Trent McDuffie would get the contract over George. And now that you took a guy that I physically thought was a George Karlaftis clone, scares me a
Wyatt
little.
Milam off the board of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Jaguars just had a monstrous back-to-back pick.
Damn.
Ransaw and Wyatt Milam are monstrous picks right here.
I hate that we missed out on Wyatt Milam. I think he's going to be a hell of an offensive lineman.
He's going to be pretty good. Yeah, he's going to be good.
But he was not going to fall all the way to our next pick.
No, he was not going to fall all the way to 133. No way. You would have had to take him where we did. But, dude, I'm very pleased with Noah Williams. 100%. That's a pick that I like. I think that could, by the end of this draft, that could be a pick we look back on maybe in August or September and be like, good God, Brett Veach hit it again. Like, good thing he got that.
I'm not saying they're a similar type player, but do you all remember how good of a ball hawk Marcus Peters was early in his career?
He's very similar to Peters. He's got some – look, he's a picturesque Peter puffer. I don't know what to say. I was looking for 3 Ps. I couldn't find it.
How'd you just throw puffer in there like that?
He's a portrait of a Peter. He's Marcus Peters. I don't know. I like him, dude. The Jags just had a nice little back-to-back pick there with Ransaw and Milam, dude. That's going to get overlooked, but it should not get overlooked. That was back-to-back gas right there.
So what do the Chiefs do going forward?
What is it?
What do the Chiefs do going forward from here?
Look, they're going to have to take – they're still on trajectory to take best player available, 100%. But I think what they'll do is you may start taking some offensive weapons here. I think they may double dip at defensive line as well. That wouldn't surprise me. They may look at a linebacker or a safety. They really could. So I'd say linebacker, safety. I don't think they do both, but they maybe take one of each or one out of those two. They could double dip on defensive line, and I would think defensive tackle over end. And then maybe they go wide receiver, maybe a tight end, maybe a running back, one of those 3. So, I mean, what do they got? 4 picks? I'll say they do a tight end, a running back, a wide receiver, and I think they might double dip at defensive tackle, and then they may go linebacker, safety at UDFA or something.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know, honestly. I wasn't expecting
they could go anywhere.
I wasn't expecting an all defensive day in day 2. I really wasn't. I thought they would for sure go for some kind of offensive weapon in the first 3 rounds, but they proved me wrong. Mike, we got a train rolling in here, baby.
Let's
Our
go.
boy, Iron Price with the 5 gifted freaking memberships. Let's go, Iron Price, baby. Suck it.
Let's go, baby.
Appreciate that, my man.
Iron Price, he's about to get something. This is for Iron Price.
Suck it! Suck it! We got 2 words for you! Suck it!
Let's go.
Let's
Appreciate
go,
you,
baby.
brother. If y'all got one of those memberships, make sure to thank him in the chat. Got a 5 bomb from Adam, our boy. Says, you guys doing day 3 or nah? Absolutely, sir. We doing day 3. They start early in the morning, don't they?
I think
Like
they start
9?
around noon. Let me see.
It's earlier.
The Spoken, Lance, they invited us to come on the show in the morning if we wanted to, but I told them I didn't know because I didn't know when draft coverage started. They wanted us to come talk about draft because Lance knows who the big dogs of the draft is in the Chiefs world. And shout out Brett Veach for giving me Omar Norman a lot today. I mean, he threw me a bone there, Steve. Brett Veach said, Mike, I know it means a lot to you. Here you go.
Draft coverage starts at, let's see here.
I think it might be noon or maybe 1.
That's noon Eastern time.
Yeah. So I don't know.
I was thinking it was way earlier than that. So
I might not be able to do the Spoken tomorrow then because it's going to overlap.
What time do they go on?
I'm not for sure. 11, 12, right at that time. Unless we did something crazy.
Which is what?
And you went here and I went there and we just competed against each other.
Let's do it. I'm down.
We're just all over everything. And then I come back to you and you go to another show. We just keep swapping back and forth all day.
Which one should I go to next? All right, let's see what's going on here. Wyatt Milam off the board. The pick is in for the Rams.
Shadur.
Baltimore's on the clock again. I bet the Baltimore probably hits another. They've been having a pretty good draft.
Dude, let me go look. I'm going to find the biggest name player out there, and that's who they'll take. I will predict it right now.
I think that the Rams might go. They took the Rams might go Jalen Royals here, bro. I think he's a good fit for their offense. But they did
the biggest named player
Devontae Adams
on the board for. Who's the biggest name that hasn't been drafted right now? They've already took. Yeah, they won't take another defensive end. They're not going to go that route. Corner?
Josiah
Riley?
Stewart, edge rusher for Michigan.
From Michigan. Who took him?
The Rams.
Okay.
Shadur is going to fall out of this round.
Yeah, he's probably going to do it. Do you think do the Ravens need a running back? If so, I could see them taking like Cam Scattaboo here just because he's the biggest name left.
Oh yeah, I could definitely see that one.
Because he runs tough, and I mean that just fits. Like they take the biggest name left on the board every time. That is their draft. That's their draft motto. But right now, there's not a lot of big names on the board. Do you think they take Shadur Sanders and let him play behind?
I think if Shadur comes off this round, it's got to be the Saints at 93.
Yeah, and I've heard the Saints just might not be into him.
Yeah, they're just not that into him, you know?
They're just not into him.
Just not that into him. Appreciate you guys being here hanging out with us tonight. It's been fun so far. It's been pretty wild. Straight defensive day for the Chiefs, man. But some really good additions. Can't complain. Here in just a bit, we'll probably revisit these picks. We can kind of get a little bit of insight on each one and kind of unwrap everything. It's been a little bit here, a little bit there.
Yeah, at the very end, we'll do that.
We'd like to definitely focus on each player. We'll talk about them a little bit, let you know what we think. And like I said, appreciate you guys being here and hanging out with us. It's been fun. Hit the like button if you haven't. Subscribe if you haven't. All that fun stuff. And everybody that's been donating and everything, you guys are freaking amazing. Appreciate you for that. And speaking of, we got a freaking 2-bomb from Remy. It says 7th, Neil from Kansas. Scat is tough but slow. You think Neil would fall all the way to round 7?
Devin Neal? I don't think so. I think he's more like a round 4 guy, round 5 guy. But, I mean, you still got Scattaboo and players like that. You still got the kids from Tennessee on the board.
If the Chiefs ended up with Devin Neal, I would be super happy with that.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, they could definitely do that. They could horn up a lot of their fan base, too, by just doing such a thing.
They double dipped. They went offensive tackle, Steve. The Ravens took Emory Jones. Hey, shout out. They didn't take the biggest name on the board for once. So.
Well, I'm surprised.
Well, there wasn't really a big name left, so they kind of just had
Scattaboo. That's probably about the biggest one left.
That would have been the biggest one, but I don't know if they really needed him.
Shadur.
That would have been wild, putting him behind Lamar.
That would have been a dirty work. Yeah, man. So if there's some decent names still out there. There's some players that we've talked about that fit with the Chiefs that are still available for now. Will they make it back to the Chiefs' next pick? That's yet to be seen. But we got Jalen Royals still out there, wide receiver. Ty Felton, wide receiver from Maryland. I think you got running back Cam Scadaboo. There's a tight end out there named Gunnar Helm that I think is low-key, could be one of the best ones out of this draft class.
From Texas.
Yeah. Dylan Sampson, running back from Tennessee, fits the script of an Andy Reid running back. Super fast. He ran a 4.3 40. He's a little small, though. He's like 5'8", 190, something like that. Pretty small. Let's see. Who else? Charles Grant is still out there, the offensive tackle from William and Mary, if they decide to double dip there. Quincy
That'd
Riley.
be a good pick.
Quincy Riley from Louisville, the cornerback, if they decided to double dip at corner. Also, if they wanted to go back to the defensive line, Ty Robinson from Nebraska is a good pick. There's some guys out there that I think we have kind of linked to the Chiefs. DJ Giddens, the running back from Kansas State. Devin Neal from Kansas, of course. There's still some guys out there, man. It's pretty exciting.
Cam Williams out of Texas. Look, if he would have went back to school, he'd have been a top 10 pick next year.
Absolutely.
And he's still out there because he's a project. Chiefs have talked to him. Jalen
Right.
Milroe off the board. He
No,
went
he
before
went
Shador.
before him. Oh,
Jalen
good
Milroe
call.
to the Seahawks.
Hey, who called that? Was that Nate?
That is
that called
wild,
that?
dude.
Let's go. Hey, Shadur's like, dude,
If I'm
Dion
Shador Sanders,
is losing his mind.
Now I'm punching Dion in the face.
He was led
This is
astray.
wild, though. Like, he's not that bad of a quarterback. It's just
Jalen
wild.
Milroe is a freak athlete that ran a 4.3 40 and can do a lot of things, though. Jalen Milroe is a very fast Jalen Hurts type of quarterback.
That's what I said. I think Jalen Hurts helps Jalen Milroe.
Right. Jalen's and Jalen's and Jalen's.
Here we go. Shador Sanders, do we get a quarterback run? Because Shador to the Saints or the Browns right here would make sense.
Dude, if Milroe goes to Seattle and the Saints pass on Shador Sanders here, that's embarrassing.
Here we go. Look, Shador goes 93, 94, or 98, 99. He's going to go to either the Saints, the Browns, or one of the two Raiders picks. The Raiders could physically put him with Chip Kelly and what's his name?
I think it'd be
Pete
funny.
Carroll.
I think it'd be funny if he fell to the fourth.
Stop.
Just saying. Peter Ortiz with the 5 bombs and Sanders and Rodgers on the same team. A match made in heaven. That'd be pretty wild. Slam and Sammy with the 2 says we have 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers, and 1 running back on contract next year, and we are taking no offensive weapons. I agree. I thought they would try to get a few earlier in this draft, but
Well, it looks like Kelsey's going to retire next year, right? Hollywood
course,
probably walks. Juju's not going to be here. We know Scott Moore, surely to God, ain't coming back. Rashee Rice is getting close to getting on that contract. He'll be here one more year, right? Rashee Rice. This is his 3rd year. So he'll be here one more. You don't have a 5th-year option on him.
No,
he was a round 2
second-round
pick.
Yep, that's true.
So it's getting sketch, which was why we said Luther Burden when people said, do they really need a running back? Or do they really need a wide receiver?
yeah.
I think they might. I don't know when they take it, right? But we'll see.
So if Josh Simmons doesn't pan out the way that people think he is this going to be something that they look back at and they're like, dude, what a boner. You know? I made a boner.
Maybe. Could
Have you
this be
seen Hubie Halloween?
Yeah. Is this the Veach? Okay, if he does not pan out, could this be a DK Metcalf situation again?
Well, it depends on what Luther Burden does, right? And he's with the Bears. But the Bears are kind of on the up and up. Brian Poles is killing it in this draft.
Caleb Williams, man. You give Caleb Williams a weapon now. And Roma Dunze.
He's got Roman Dunze and Luther Burden. Not to mention...
And Colston Loveland.
Yeah, bro. They got some pieces. They're all young, though. They're very young.
The Bears have had a monster draft.
Appreciate the 2, Sammy. Let's see what's going on here with the Saints. Are y'all going to pick today or nah? What are we doing?
No, they give up. Oh, they also took Crazy Train, Ozzie Trapillo, to protect, and they took Shamar Turner, defensive tackle. Bears have had a pretty good draft.
Bears have been racking up, bro. They're a good young team, man. Like they have a lot of potential.
Steve, all they wanted to do was make Chiefs of the North.
Right.
They just wanted Chiefs of the North up there.
So does this surprise you any at all that Alec Manor hasn't even been sniffed
He was falling a little bit. We had him ranked as our number 10 wide receiver, like our very first initial.
His speed kind of killed him, didn't it?
He was fast, but it was his Ailman ran a 4.44. What hurt him was his 10-yard split.
New Orleans Saints just took Jonas Sanker from
Safety?
Virginia. Yeah.
Jonas Sanker. Hold up a second. Jonas Sanker was our number 9th rated safety.
Hey, brother, if someone would have told you at the
Actually, I
beginning
take
of
that
this,
back. He's number 10 because
the pick is already in for the Browns, so maybe they go Shadur Sanders here. But if anyone would have said before this draft started, Jonas Sanker will be drafted before Shadur Sanders, what would you have thought?
I would have said there ain't no way, bro.
Ain't no way. Oh, Sanker Wanker is going to be what?
Wanker Sanker. Jonas Wanker ain't getting drafted.
Bro, talk about a freaking
what a miss.
Talk about humble pie there.
Yeah, what a miss though there.
That's pretty wild.
So right now, Jonas Sanker may have.
Hey, yours over Sanders? Nah, just kidding. I'll tell you who could. The kid from Louisville.
Who?
The quarterback.
Tyler Shuck. He already been drafted, bro.
Oh, did he? Who took him?
He got drafted at the top of the 2nd round.
Oh, I thought he was still hanging out too.
No,
It was when
no.
It was when I wasn't here yet. Who drafted him?
He went to the Saints, pick 40.
Oh, well, no wonder they don't want Shadur Sanders.
Right.
Jeez. I didn't even know that. I thought he was still hanging out too.
No, it's got to be the Browns. It's got to be the Browns or the Raiders. That's his 2 landing spots.
Jeez, bro. That's wild. Hey, yours over Sanders. It's coming. Nate has predicted it. He said just kidding, but we'll see. It'd be interesting. All right. Let's see how many likes we got, guys. We got 233 likes. Let's try to get that to 300 before we get off here. If you guys haven't hit the like button, do it. Do it now. We'd appreciate that. That'd be awesome. It's been fun. Interesting draft day for the Chiefs, and we're going to talk more about that. If you're just rolling in, we've talked a little bit about each player, but we're going to go back. We're going to revisit. We're going to unpack it. We're going to unravel it. We're going to talk about it, each player, and then kind of grade it the way we see it, which we've kind of thrown some out there. But also, it's nice to marinate on the players a little bit and then kind of go back and talk about it, right? So, yeah, we got some players to talk about. Omar Norman Lott, Ashton Gillotte, Noel Williams. Defense. Name of the game today. So, if you're just rolling in, we'll be talking about those guys. Appreciate you being here. Hit the like button, share it with a friend, do all that fun stuff. We appreciate you guys. Y'all real says he's starting to feel bad for Sanders. Yeah. Isn't it hard to feel bad for him though after the shit he was spouting off? It's so hard for me to feel bad for him. It really is. Like, I don't know. I'm not heartless, but I mean, you did this to yourself. You did this to yourself. Now, he might have had bad guidance from his father.
I don't know. I think what Dion does, okay, look, here's the thing. I think Dion's always been that cocky guy. He's always had that saying, you know.
Confidence
you dress
is great.
Good, you confident, you play good, you do this, you get paid good.
Cockiness is too much.
Yeah. But what I think he's done is he's empowered Shadur to be his own person, and Shadur's just ran with that whole entire Deion Sanders persona, and he's almost just took it too far. And I think that's what it is. Deion's just kind of fed into it, and he's not really like put him in his place a few times.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is, if you watch like some of the stuff behind the scenes, like Deion pretty much, he talks to Shadur and Shiloh sometimes. Like, he'll get on them and be like, you guys think you're hot stuff all the time, but
well,
to the world, he's not going to dog his sons, though. You know what I mean? So he's always going to inflate it. Dude, I'm still watching some Noel Williams stuff right now. I'm just watching some of his games, and dude, this dude can play
for sure. Are the Browns going to pick today?
No, they're not.
The pick's been in forever. What are they doing? Are they honoring somebody now or something? What are they doing now? Come on, NFL. It's freaking 11 o'clock at night. Let's get on with it. Mary says being the kid of a millionaire comes with its own bag of garbage. Sometimes worse than lower middle class. So I'm not judging nobody like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. It
Browns
is what
take
it is.
Dylan Gabriel? No way.
No way.
No way.
Dylan
They
Gabriel.
did. Chris, I thought you were joking, brother. They took Dylan Gabriel. Dude, Shadur is literally shitting himself right now.
Yeah.
Bro.
That's crazy, dude.
Wow. That Ewers joke doesn't seem so funny anymore, does it? Good grief, brother.
That's crazy, dude.
New England on the clock. Pick is in. Nope, the Eagles are on the clock. The pick is in for New England, I should say. And then we're getting into the compensatory picks after the Eagles.
Dude, I'm going to bring in...
So, this is wild.
I'm going to bring in a Noel Williams highlight for you to watch really quick.
Shh.
You're going to love this.
We're going to love it. You heard it. We're going to love it.
You're going to love it. Let me bring it in. It might take me like a minute to get this to load.
Sanders been blackballed, says Jack Crack.
I mean, yeah. At this point, maybe.
Chiefs should have taken Jalen Royals in the 4th round, says Tyler. I like Jalen Royals' pick. I would really like to see him on the Chiefs, but
Dylan Gabriel, bro. Okay, here we go. Here's the highlight. Check out this heat-seeking missile that they call Noel Williams. Watch this.
wow. That Ewers joke doesn't seem so funny anymore, does it? Why
Did you
was I
see that?
talking in the background?
Because I had to screenshot it with you going.
Oh,
I just wanted to confuse you, but did you see him come downhill and just take that guy out, dude?
yeah.
He's nasty. This
He's
kid's
got some
nasty.
fun tape, man. He looks good.
I heard you say, wow. I knew you were going to be really confused when you heard your voice in the background again.
Mary says Noel Williams is her favorite pick.
Dude, he's good. He's good. He said, wow.
Dude, it's pretty crazy what's happening in this
Dylan
draft.
Gabriel going before Shador Sanders, dude.
Shadur Sanders got
He went-
he got Will Levis times 3.
Dylan Gabriel going before Will Howard's also kind of odd, too. Let's be honest. I think Will Howard's better than him, right?
Mike, I think I might get drafted before Shadur Sanders.
You
does.
might. Are you in this draft?
Is it too late to enter?
Maybe, but
Sign me up. I can sling that ball. Let's do this.
so the Titans, the Saints, the Giants, the Seahawks, and the Browns are the only teams to take quarterbacks so far this year.
Amy Casey says Mel Kiper's losing his mind.
Oh yeah, dude. It's been rumored that Mel Kiper got paid to promote Shador Sanders. Like he got money under the table to promote Shador.
Something.
I don't buy it. Yeah, Mel Kiper had him as his number 5th overall player, or something like that. Maybe his 3rd overall player.
Yep. Slam and Sammy says Royals ain't making it to pick 133, and Royals is basically a Rice replacement. Jalen Royals is awesome. He kind of is that Rashee Rice type. He reminded me and Mike of Jamar Chase at times on his tape.
Yeah, I seen some Jamar Chase. I mean, I don't think he plays as well as Jamar Chase.
Right.
don't
It's
get me
not that
wrong,
high
but-
of a level, but he definitely brought him to mind. Jared Wilson, center from Georgia, finally went to New England. They're having a good draft. The Falcons pick is in, and the Vikings are on the clock with their compensatory pick. So we'll see what the Falcons decided to do here. You think the Raiders could go ahead and take Shadur with one of these compensatory picks here? They got
That's what I said. You could do this because you got Chip Kelly, you've got Pete Carroll in
Chip
place.
Kelly.
They'll keep him in check, and then on the backside of that, you've got that Geno Smith. He can straight up that's similar type player right there.
Sort of.
It wouldn't be that far fetched, and you know what? Just to keep loading up the AFC West. I mean, it seems like we're like the powerhouse. We're like the SEC of the NFL right now. It seems.
Dude, AFC West is a beast, son. And they're like young. They're all young. They're
Right,
gonna
they're
be
only
so
going to get
good.
better and better. Like, yeah, people's like, well, what are you talking about? They're not.
Well,
that
they're
good.
all on the
It's
right
like,
track, though. They're all on the
just
right track.
loading up, and they're not sparing any expense on coaches. They're not doing anything they're not cheaping it.
So check this out. They just took Xavier Watts, brother. Safety from Notre Dame. That's
Okay.
who the Falcons have taken. So the compensatory picks are going now. Pick 97 goes to the Vikings. They're on the clock. And then we got 2 Raiders picks, San Francisco pick, an Eagles pick, and another Vikings pick to round out this round, man. Pretty wild. They were talking about Mel Kiper losing his mind, so I kind of wanted to go look and see what he had going on. Like
What he was saying?
So his best player available
It should
is Shadur Sanders. He had him number 1 ranked overall. He had him ranked higher than Cam Ward.
Wait, he really had him at number 1? He had him at number like 5 like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. He was number 2. He was behind Cam. So yeah, he had him ranked at number 2.
You know he's going wild right now because as much as we want to get draft right, because we take our credit, we aren't looked as prestigious as Mel Kiper. We don't get paid like Mel Kiper gets paid.
To his credit, number 2 overall in QBs, he had him as the 35th overall rank. So,
right. Well, we had him as a number 2 QB overall.
Right. Let's see. What else is going on with him? He had Will Howard.
I had Will Howard at 4.
He had him at 6.
He had him at 6? Where do you have Dart? I had Dart at 5.
He had Quinn Ewers on here at number 7. So
yep,
yeah,
I have him at 7 too.
Pretty crazy. If you go overall, the players that he has right now that are still available, it's Shadur, Jalen Royals, Jalen Lane, Ty Felton, Josh Farmer, Cam Scattaboo, Gunnar Helm, Dylan Sampson, Braden Swinson, Charles Grant, Quincy Riley, Ty Robinson.
That's about right, man.
Marcus Embo, Miles Frazier, Torrey Horton, Mitchell Evans, Savion Jones, Devin Neal, Billy Bowman, and DJ Giddens rounds out the top 20 that he thinks is left.
That's about right. Jalen Smith, USC
Texans?
corner.
The Texans traded with Minnesota and come in and took Jalen Smith.
They got Jalen Smith. That's a good pick. It's a good pick. It's a big time reach.
Yeah.
Big time reach. Like Jalen Smith tested horribly. He had a 1.6 10-yard split, which was the slowest of the entire corners class. He had a 32.5-inch vert, which was the least amount of anybody except for Belial Cone out of Western Michigan. He had 29-inch arms, which was the shortest arms out of anybody in the class. This was a huge reach. For some reason, I was thinking Jalen Smith was a little higher than that, but I was getting him confused with for some reason, I was thinking of Upton Stout, the little guy from Western. But yeah, Jalen Smith is not a very good pick. Like, this is now maybe the biggest reach of anybody on our board. Yeah, we had him rated like number 190, and they took him 97.
Maccaberry, the Chiefs gave up according to, I think it was Scott Crosser that told us this, like a 4th round from next year, 2026, is what they gave to move up. Yeah. Brian Parrott says, yeah.
Dude, that becomes the biggest reach of this entire draft so far as the Texans taking Jalen Smith at number 97. They now have the biggest reach, according to our draft board.
Willie Taylor says Sanders is getting a public whooping. If we learned anything, code switching matters. Get your foot in the door, get the job, and then let your hair down. I don't know if it... I don't know. I don't know if that's it. More than just, I feel like it's more of the attitude and the baggage that comes along with his dad. I don't know. Do you feel like a lot of teams
are scared that no matter what they do, like they're just going to take public criticism from Dion all the time?
I think that's the thing, man. I really do think it's that, like, it's like a package deal, right? Like, I think Sanders even said no matter what, he's going to be involved. And I just think that rubbed teams the wrong way, you know? So,
well, we're going to see because the Raiders have 2 picks here.
It's hard for me to make any of this about race with Shadur Sanders when Cam Ward went number 1 overall in the draft.
Right.
I mean, come on. I just don't think that. I just think that's, yeah.
How do you?
It's not it,
Steve. There's been arguably out of 97 players taken, there's been maybe 10 white guys. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
How are we making anything about race? There's been 10 white guys selected out of 97.
I mean, there's been a notorious argument that the black quarterback
Maybe if he was Spanish or something.
So maybe that's probably what he's getting at. But
maybe
yeah,
if he was like a Chinese man, you could have an argument here.
I tell you
like,
what, I will say this.
Chinese people.
I will say this. Maybe I would look further into something like that if he had kept his mouth shut and he didn't have his dad to deal with.
Right.
Because his tape shows him way better than where he's at. But with all the baggage, I just don't see it. I think that's the problem, unfortunately. Sanders is paying the tax, is what McAberry says. I think now I will agree with you. He's taking a public whooping, for sure. I think Willie, by the way, I think he is, but it's kind of more of a humble pie. I think somebody put it earlier. I think that's what it is. Like, I don't know. I think still in today's league where players are more outspoken and they like to hold out a lot and they like to demand this and demand that, I still think that these teams and their management and their owners, they don't want guys that think they can just run things or like think that they're owed something right from the get-go. I just don't think that's a thing. I don't think guys like teams like that still. I think that you got to have a little humility about yourself. Well, what do we got going on here? What the Raiders do? Pick is in, and they're on the clock. Back-to-back picks. Somebody said something in the chat. Where'd it go?
Sometimes if they get back-to-backs like this, sometimes they won't announce them. They'll announce them together.
Let's see. Yeah, 31 Red Ball says arrogance has its consequences. I really do feel like that's the main problem with him. Raiders continue to pass on Sanders. With a 98th pick, they picked OT Caleb Rogers. So shout out Chris Wright for that update. And there it went. Caleb Rogers, guard from Texas Tech. Let's see what they do with the 99th pick. You think they go with him here? Or do you think they continue to let him fall down the board? I mean, we're literally talking about 4th round if he's not picked right now.
Dude, I would be like, I think at that point, like, you're so embarrassed. Like, do you even show up to camp at this point? You just quit football?
You can't tell me that this isn't all about the ridiculousness, like the sideshow that went on the entire draft process. The whole anybody that don't have me at the number 1 quarterback just ain't watching the tape. They just don't like me because my last name's Sanders. Like, just all that kind of dumb stuff, you know? I don't know. Just quit football, Jack Crack says. He should just stop. He doesn't really need to play, right? I mean, they have enough family money. He doesn't have to work. He doesn't need to play. I might just quit if I was him, you know?
Somebody just said this. This is a Raiders talking head. The Sanders narrative is turning teams away. Rumors are that Kellen Moore didn't like him. Brian Daboll traded up for an entirely other QB. I know there's a lot of smoke of him to the Raiders, but I think that he actually torpedoed his draft stock in his interviews with the Raiders. So they're saying that when he met with the Raiders, he screwed it up.
What we saw was public. Can you imagine what that kid was saying behind the closed doors? There's no telling how cocky he was in the one-on-one interviews. I mean, he's been saying some out-of-pocket stuff the entire draft process. So could you imagine what he said in private? You know, there's no telling.
I mean, there's still a chance they take him right here. If they don't take him here, do you think the Eagles or somebody could pull a stunt like
they took
that?
Charles Grant, offensive tackle from William Mary.
Dude, did they just, like, go take a sneak peek at the Chiefs draft board?
Yeah, it's like a lot of players that we thought the Chiefs had their eyes on, the Raiders have taken. Like, a lot. Like, who all have the Raiders taken now?
So maybe we found, Steve, they don't promote us when you put Chiefs in on YouTube, but maybe if you put Raiders, we come right up, and they're eating it all up. They said, look at these guys. They're awesome. We'll go ahead and take what they say. I'm glad we can help y'all out a little bit.
Well, seriously, who all have they taken now? I mean, I know Charles Grant, Caleb Rogers, Darian Porter.
Jack Besh.
Who was their first pick?
Ashton Genty.
Good grief, bro. They've
had a great draft today.
They've had a great draft.
The Raiders have the Raiders have an excellent draft. I mean, you can tell Chip Kelly and And Pete Carroll actually come in and said, "Look, we're not letting them run the show anymore. Like they're going to do it their way."
I think it's Pete Carroll, Sam. I think you're right.
Pete Carroll he come in. He wasn't going to take the job and play
This
second
right
fiddle.
here too. This is something that I was wanting to say earlier, and I just forgot to mention it. But Sam and Sammy Joe hit the nail on the head. If he would have showed up to the combine, if he would have worked out for more people, been a little bit more cooperative, I don't think this would have happened at all. I don't. I think if he could have kept his mouth shut and actually participated, I think people would have saw what he has to offer, right? But
yeah. Steve, I got some live footage of Shadur Sanders right now.
Go away, Peyton! Damn it.
all the teams keep calling him, but he's like, no, I'm baiting. Leave me alone. Is that what's happening?
He ran off to the bathroom. They're like, where'd he go?
Dang, bro. Rough day for the Sanders family, huh? The pick is in for San Francisco, and then we got
the only
Philadelphia
Sanders that
on the
done well
clock.
today was JT. He got drafted early. This is the first or the second round by the Bills.
That and Colonel. Colonel put out a new chicken sandwich today.
Colonel had a day today, didn't he? What was it?
I don't know. I just made that up.
Did you try? Oh, I thought you were being serious.
No.
I was hungry,
No.
man. I've been eating 75-cent M&Ms all day for dinner.
Dude, I had this freaking massive plate of food that was excellent, by the way.
Right.
And you're eating M&Ms. I feel bad now.
I ordered pizza, and by the time it got here, like I literally had about 5 minutes to jump on, so I scarfed down like 2 cheese sticks. That was it.
Cheese sticks and M&Ms, brother. What a diet.
I didn't want it to be that way.
Didn't want it to be that way, huh? What if Shiloh goes before Shadur?
Stop, dude. That'd be hilarious.
Oh, what if it happens?
It would be kind of funny. Hey,
Our president at this
Shiloh.
point, draft his ass and put him behind Mahomes.
that's what I said. Daggone, at this point, you're getting somebody that you could just develop into a really good player. and
Hey,
pawn
we
him
said this
off.
earlier, Spin. We said he might go to the Battlehawks.
Yeah, we said the Battlehawks were calling.
Sanders is a backup QB / wide receiver. What if they pull? You remember when everybody wanted Lamar Jackson to be a slot receiver?
And a running back.
Yeah, hey, I would take Lamar as a running back for the Chiefs. Could you imagine Lamar Jackson as a running back in Andy Reid's system with Pat Mahomes as a quarterback? That would be fair.
Look at Willie. Willie says, when you got your mom's athleticism, but your Hall of Fame dad's cockiness, you set yourself up for a disaster. No,
Yeah,
seriously, no
man.
way you can tell me 5 better. There's not.
No, there's not.
There's
You're
a good
not.
quarterback. I mean,
You're
he's
not
not
wrong with
great. He's not great.
He was still like, okay.
He's got
I'll say this.
good qualities.
I'll say this. If you wanted to throw Jackson Dart ahead of him, it's personal preference, whatever, but I wouldn't. I think he was obviously the second best quarterback. in
Tyler
this.
Shuck, you can make a case for. That kid from Louisville could play.
Yeah, but I think he was an obvious number 2.
Yeah, me too. He was number 2 on our board, too.
I swear I think his daddy really boned him on this one. Yeah, I do. It's kind of like, are they not like the Ball family of the NFL?
Oh, yeah, kind of.
Just too much. You quit making it about you, Dion. Like that's the thing. I feel like it's way too much about his dad and not him. And that sucks. That sucks for him. But I mean, when you're riding the coattails of your dad and you're trying to use that name to get places, this is kind of stuff that's going to happen, you know? Peter says the Raiders are new nemesis. I think they've been our nemesis, Peter. They're just drafting better now.
Yeah, they're just out drafting.
Yeah,
somehow.
they used to suck at the draft. They take people like Alex Leatherwood in the first round, you know. Dang. Yeah, the AFC West is really bulking up, and they're doing it the right way. Every one of those teams has a good coach now. The coaches in the AFC West is unbelievable. Andy Reid, Pete Carroll, Sean Payton, and Jim Harbaugh. And now they've come out and they've got these young teams. They got young quarterbacks with Justin Herbert and Bo Nix. The Raiders apparently don't care about that. They just got
Steve,
Geno.
you remember who I said that I thought the Texans got was Jalen Smith? I thought it was Upton Stout. And I said, good pick. Upton Stout goes pick 100 to the 49ers.
Yeah.
From
I like Upton
Western.
Stout, Western Kentucky guy. He's up the road
Yeah.
too.
That's who I thought they had took for some reason. I was thinking Upton Stout when I seen Smith. But yeah, Upton Stout should have definitely went before Jalen Smith.
For sure. I agree. So Philly's pick is already in. Minnesota's on the clock, and that'll wrap up round 3.
Philly's pick is now the Broncos. Broncos traded up.
Oh, okay. See what they decided to trade up for. They've took some stinkers, so let's see if they traded up to reach another 3 rounds on a guy.
Yeah, let's see. I hope.
Because that receiver they took, come on, guys. Sean Payton, I would think he could do a little bit better. Donkey's on the clock. Donkey's on the clock. Let's see what them turds do, and then we'll see what Minnesota does. And then we're going to unwrap these draft picks from the night and wrap this bad boy up. But pretty wild so far. I think the story of the draft, obviously, is Shedeur Sanders, right? If there was another big story from this draft, Mike, like the biggest thing that you think happened outside of the box, outside of Shedeur Sanders, what do you think it is?
Yeah, Shedeur Sanders is the big one. It's wild.
Is there anything?
I honestly think a big story is
Philly. Philly didn't trade with the Donkeys.
Yeah, they did.
Did the Donkeys just take Savion Jones?
Yeah, they took Savion Jones, edge from LSU.
Okay. The draft tracker still says the Eagles took him.
I think that all the weird knee injuries, like the Will Johnson stuff, the Simmons stuff, the Omar Norman Lott stuff, and look, the Chiefs capitalized on 2 of those. So whatever, we know Vet Breach MD was out there throwing that around.
Chris Wright says that Will Johnson fall. Yeah, that was a pretty crazy one, honestly. But yeah, man, I mean, there's been some odd picks.
Savion Jones a solid pick.
Honestly, I think one of the most outside of the box picks that could prove to be like a boom or bust is Gillotte to the Chiefs.
It's a decent pick. It's not the worst. It does feel a little high, but look, it looked like they knew they were trading back up for either Noel Williams or Gillotte one, so they just kind of took it whichever order they wanted. I think Brett Veach got a little scared when he's what just happened?
You left us. We can't see your beautiful face.
What is going on? Hold up.
We can still hear you though. It's kind of like we put you in the corner.
You did.
We got tired of seeing you, but we can hear you.
Well, I'll just keep talking.
Hey, keep it down. Keep it down. When time out. Oh, there you are.
There we are. When it's my camera and everything's like connected to a USB. It's got a short in it, so every time I accidentally touch it, dude, it shuts it off. But anyway, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, when Brett Veach seen who was it? It was Ravel go at 76, and then Wally go at 80. So you had those 2 go, and then you had Jacob Parrish go at 84. Brett Veach said, "There's a run on corners. We got to go get Noel Williams." I think, right? I think he's seen those 3 go pretty quick, and he said there might be a run on corner. And then, sure enough, 3 picks later, Caleb Ransall. A few picks later, you had Jalen Smith. A few picks later, you had Upton Stout. So I think that he kind of had a feeling that if you were going to go get the corner, it was starting to go because you were starting to get to pick 100. Right around that pick 80 to 100, you had to go get him.
Yeah.
Ty Felton just went.
Ty Felton to the Vikings?
Yes, and that holds true, Steve. I said Ty Felton would go before the 4th round, and I've called it. Here we go. Ty Felton,
good
baby.
call, man. That's a good pick for them. Okay, cool. So that wraps up the 3rd round of the NFL draft. So rounds 2 and 3, their history, baby. Let's talk about what the Chiefs have done now. Before we do that, before we get started, just want to say thank you guys for being here, by the way. Do us a favor, hit the like button if you haven't. Share the channel out with your friends, family, whatever it is. Share it to, your social media and stuff like that. Just help us get the word out. Totally appreciate that. Shout out to the guys that have donated and gifted out memberships and stuff like that. That goes a long way, especially, we're investing 5 hours in a live stream here. So seeing stuff like that is freaking awesome. And we appreciate that. Especially in a slow month of the year, like April. When you're a football content creator, you rely on this draft stuff, don't you, Mike?
You have to.
But yeah, I appreciate you guys so much. Thanks for being here and everything. So, Mike, let's go ahead and get into this a little bit. I want to go ahead and unpack what the Chiefs have done in rounds 2 and 3. I wrote, even on the thumbnail, that this was crucial. These are some big-time picks for the Chiefs right here, especially in the middle of a dynasty run. And they have decided, Mike, to go straight defense with their second, third, and fourth picks in the 2026 NFL Draft, 2025, I should say. First, we'll start off with Omar Norman-Lott, Mike. This is a guy that you had going to the Chiefs. You said that they could take him as high as the back end of the first round at pick 31. They ended up getting him in round 2, but you hit the nail on the head. They liked what they saw with Omar Norman-Lott. I'll go ahead and spew out a little bit of what I like about Norman-Lott, and I'll let you take over. But Norman-Lott, man, this is a guy that didn't get enough credit, in my opinion. If you go back and you watch the tape, he pops off the tape. You're excited to watch him play. He's a guy that reminds me a lot of like Johnny Newton from last year's draft, Kalijah Cansey from last year, or maybe the year before, I can't remember. Just an undersized defensive tackle that brings a hell of a pass rush to the team. And that's something that we can definitely use. We've struggled a little bit with pass rush on the edges lately, but Chris Jones has kind of been our bread and butter there. And now we got Omar Norman-Lott that can go in the middle with him. And it's going to be a handful for teams, I think, with that combo. He's very reminiscent of Turk Wharton, who had a good year last year alongside Chris Jones. But I think Omar Norman-Lott is a better player, or should I say has a higher ceiling than a Turk Wharton ever had. Omar Norman-Lott's first step is super explosive, and that's the first thing you'll realize when you start watching his tape. Natural power. I mean, he can transition with a lot of speed, devastating long arm move. He can walk centers back, collapse pockets from the interior, nasty hand fighting ability. If he's in tight spaces, those phone booth situations, as they like to call it, he's just got that good fighting ability. Quick processor on stunts and twists and things like that. He's a big time pass rusher, guys. Relentless motor. He's got that dog in him that I've been talking about. He's one of those players. And if you remember, Mike, when you talked about Omar Norman-Lott the first time, I said one thing that I really love about Omar Norman-Lott that people don't bring up is the fact that he shows up when the lights are on. When it's the fourth quarter, when you need a big play, when you need a big stop, he sniffs a sack out from a mile away, and he's going to be right there by the ball. He's sniffing sacks, Mike. Can you believe it? But no, he shows up with timely big plays. And I love clutch guys like that. Super, just highly competitive, shows flashes of complete dominance, overwhelming blockers, just nasty raw power. And that first step quickness is just insane. If you want to look at the downside of Omar Norman-Lott from my perspective, a little bit of a limited sample size with him, and a little bit of concern about his size being what's considered to be undersized. But I feel like the defensive tackle position over the years since Aaron Donald, it's starting to become more of a thing where they're using guys around this size inside. But I think overall, Omar Norman-Lott was a guy that was very overlooked in this draft. He reminded me a lot of Michael Hall Jr. from Ohio State last year, who I thought could be a really good prospect. Also, at times, he reminded me of Keanu Benton, which was a guy that the Chiefs really liked out of Wisconsin. A lot of people mocked Keanu Benton to us last year, I think. But really love Omar Norman-Lott. I think this was a hell of a pick, especially at the second round. This is my favorite pick of the draft so far, hands down. So, yeah, I'll let you go ahead, Mike. You can talk about your boy, because you're the one that predicted this pick.
Yeah, I did. So the other day I said he was going to be a round 1 pick. People said it was crazy. Look, he was getting hyped to get into round 1. And then, of course, right before the draft come out, they said he had a chronic knee injury, and, of course, he falls. I was starting to think that maybe even without the chronic knee injury, he maybe falls out of the first round. And I'd said this the other day. He kind of reminds me of the Kingsley Suamataia pick that we did last year, where we put him into the first round based on what we thought we needed and his potential. And then the closer it got, we were like, okay, well, maybe he probably goes mid-second, late second. This time, which is exactly how Kingsley did it, right? So we hit that pick last year. We turn around, we hit this one again this year with Omar Norman-Lott, and it kind of goes for the same reasons, but most of it was because of that chronic knee injury they kept saying. Look, I've seen it. If you watch him at any of the All-Star games, if you watch any of his film from 2024, the kid is explosive. You've already said this. I love Omar Norman Lott. He gets in the backfield. He creates a lot of havoc. He's nasty. At 6'2", 291, he's a little bit bigger than Turk Wharton, but he plays like Turk Wharton, and he's probably got a higher ceiling than Turk Wharton ever thought about being, Steve. He's got 10 3/4 inch hands. He's almost got 11-inch hands. When he gets his mitts on you, he's going to throw you around. He is powerful. He's got 34-inch arms. It's not to be messed with. He's actually got some juice as a pass rusher. He's got 10 sacks over the past 2 years and 13 over the past 3 years. And if you go back and watch his tape at Arizona State, he can also not just play on the inside, but he can play on the outside, and that's what Spags likes. He can play over the tackle. He did that at Arizona State. He was a high motor guy. You can watch times where they would throw it to the edge, or a running back would break it out to the edge, or a quarterback would get around the corner, and he would run them down 20 and 30 and 40 yards up the field. He was a high motor effort guy, and he was outrunning linebackers and corners. He's got all of that. He has a true pass rush grade of an 88 and a 19% pass rush win rate. He can absolutely cause chaos. He can get after the quarterback. And if you want to watch it, go watch him versus Kent State this past year. That was a good one. Watch him versus Alabama in week 8. Watch him versus Vanderbilt in week 14. He could play. He likes to get after the quarterback. He could also, look, they said that he can't play the run. That was one of his knocks because they do this hockey-style switch, okay? They just do a whole line change. But I found a lot of clips on him playing the run, and I thought he actually done really well playing the run when he's given the chance. So I don't think that's a big deal, Steve. I think Brett Veach had to replace Turk Wharton. I think that eventually they're going to go maybe double dip and get a big guy that can stop the run, kind of in the vein of Mike Pennell or somebody like that. But for now, he decided to go with Omar Norman Lott. I think it was a gift that chronic knee injury come out, and we got him at the end of the second round, just like we did Kingsley last year. I think he's going to come in. I think he's going to be productive. This was an A-plus pick. I think Brett Veach went A-plus to start the draft with Josh Simmons, Omar Norman Lott.
Absolutely. I'd be right there with you giving an A for Norman Lott. Let's move on to the next pick they took. Ashton Gillotte, the edge rusher from the Louisville Cardinals, Mike. So just right up the street from you. This is a kid we saw some college tape on. We watched a lot of his tape. This is somebody that was, I guess this is probably the most polarizing pick for the Chiefs so far in this draft. A lot of people weren't expecting it. I don't think we even had Gillotte on the radar for the Chiefs. We had talked about it a little bit, but nothing major. I thought they had their eye on a couple of other guys. So this one kind of struck people a little sideways. The initial reaction that we saw from the fan base was that they didn't like this pick. They thought it was a reach. This is a bad pick altogether. But I think, like I said earlier, this is one of those picks that I think that you have to settle into, and you'll eventually probably like him if you watch his tape more and read up on him. He's 6'3", 264. He had a 40 time of a 4.63. This guy's got a motor, right? So he's going to just constantly go kind of in the vein of a George Karlaftis, or I saw someone in the chat comparing it to the motor of like a Jared Allen, which is absolutely insane. This dude will get after a quarterback for sure. I mentioned earlier there were 3 guys that he really reminded me of, and he also just happened to be the top player comparisons from NFL Draft Buzz, which was Josh Paschal, Arnold Ebiketie, and Felix Anudike-Uzomah. I do think that he'll play at a higher level than Anudike-Uzomah in his first year. Uzomah kind of proved to be a guy that's going to take a while. If he does pan out, it's going to take a minute. I don't think we'll have that problem with Gillotte, Mike. I think he's a little bit ahead of the game there. He was on Bruce Feldman's freaks list, the freak athletes list. The guy, he's a good athlete. You'll read a lot about him not being that great, and if you watch the tape sometimes, you don't see it. You think you don't have that closing speed. But if you really start looking at it, they put him on the freaks list because he's 6'2". He added a dozen pounds or so. He's up to 276 pounds, but he still has hit 19.9 miles per hour on a GPS in game. In vertical jump of 36 inches, he power cleans 390 pounds, but strength coach Ben Souter said he could probably easily do 405 because he's so explosive. There's just a ton of upside with Gillotte, and I think that's what the Chiefs liked about him. They were very low-key and kind of hush-hush about this one. I did not see any connections from Ashton Gillotte to the Chiefs. I don't think
No.
they visited with him at all. So they kind of kept this one close to their chest. But just some of the things about him. On tape, you will kind of see him demolish some pass protection because he has the explosive first contact. Consistently jolts tackles backwards. I just think that he's got the strength, he's got the speed, and he's got the ceiling that they were looking for. And obviously they wanted to stick with the trenches here. This draft so far has had the theme of trenches up until they took the next guy we're going to talk about. But they stuck with defensive line. They took Gillotte here. I'm not in love with the pick, but I do not hate it whatsoever. I do think that there is some things to be excited about with him. The drawbacks are that he's got limited arm length. He's still got some development to do. And occasionally they think he gets over aggressive. But that's not necessarily a bad thing if you learn how to control that. So I think it's an exciting pick in the fact that there's a high ceiling there. And obviously the Chiefs seen something that they really loved about this kid. And it kind of just fits into the Spags mold when you really look into it. What did you think about the Gillotte pick, Mike?
Yeah, Gillotte, he was a guy that you thought you could have got maybe at the later pick in the third round, but the Chiefs said, look, we like him. We're going to go get our guy. He fits the Spags mold. He actually come in at the combine at 6'3", 264. So he came in an inch higher than they had him listed at U of L, and he came in about 10 pounds lighter than they had him at U of L. At 264, that's still about 10 pounds heavier than Felix Enudike-Uzama plays at. So I think he's going to set the edge a little bit better than Felix did, and that was one of Felix's knocks so far. I think his motor is actually really good. I've seen George Karlaftis a lot. I feel like that is a pretty good comp for him. And I felt like the pick could be a little bit redundant. But at the same time, when you watched him on film, he would have flashes of getting after the quarterback and being fast, but there were also flashes of him not being able to get to the quarterback, and the quarterback would get rid of the ball just in time. So I seen a lot of Karlaftis, and what he had to do at his pro day was he had to come out and he had to run and he had to test well, and he had to show that he had that playing speed, because sometimes on film it just didn't show. And so like you said, he was on the Feldman's freak list. He was here, he was there. He always tested decently well, but on the film, it just didn't always look that way. But he come to the pro day, he run a 4.65, which turned out to be one of the fastest 40s for a defensive end. He come out and run a 1.59 10-yard sprint, which is pretty fast. That may have been the fastest out of every defensive lineman. 36.5-inch vert, which ranked at the top of all defensive ends. So he showed some explosiveness. Like you said, he's got the shortest, one of the shortest arm lengths in the class. He's sub 32 arm length, and he's got the smallest hands out of all defensive ends by a lot. He only has 8.5-inch hands. I think I have 8.5-inch hands. So he can't really grab onto people very well. They will run through his hand tackle. So he has to be able to form tackle and do that, and you see that on film a lot. A lot of people they're not familiar with the Gillotte pick, but he had a 90 pass rush grade from PFF. He has a 21% win rate on the pass rush per PFF. He had 2 solid seasons, Steve, where he scored over an 85-8 and an 87-8. So he had 2 solid seasons. He had 14 sacks over the past 2 seasons, 20 sacks over the past 3 seasons, and Steve, he had 83 hurries over the past 2 years. So he can flat out get after the quarterback. That's what this guy does. Trevor Sikkema actually said he reminds him of Adrian Claiborne. He's a guy that is very impactful in the stunt game. He's a high football IQ. He's strong overall. Sometimes he gets stuck on blocks a little bit. His hands don't get put in the right position. And again, it's because they're kind of small. And then his arm length is a little bit of a problem too. Sometimes he can get boxed out and blocked out by bigger, faster offensive tackles that are really good with their footwork and really smooth in their sets. But I think he's a strong defensive end, Steve. He kind of feels like George Karlaftis Part 2. And again, when you have 2 round 1 picks like we had for McDuffie Karlaftis, and we are under the impression they're trying to get McDuffie taken care of. If George Karlaftis is going to demand more than $80-90 million, George Karlaftis might be expendable to the detriment of all of Chiefs Kingdom, because we all like him, but it's tough to start paying all these players because we pay a lot of offensive players. We can't really afford to pay a lot of big money to defenders, and so it makes sense now that the Chiefs go and they're starting to replenish that defensive line because they may have to keep doing it this way. And I hope George doesn't have to go nowhere, but this now puts a little bit of a backbone behind some of these rumors that we heard that maybe George Karlaftis could possibly be on a trade block here soon.
Yeah, for sure. That's a very good point there. I know it's a lot of guys in the chat kind of thinking that this was a reach here, that he was more of a 4th to 5th round pick. NFL.com had him 3rd round. I think that he's
been flying up draft boards too, like crazy.
I think if it was a reach at all, maybe he could have been a back end of the 3rd round, early 4th. So I don't think it's a huge reach for the Chiefs here. And just a couple of things to note. The Chiefs always value athleticism. We talk about that over and over again. And he was the 3rd ranked athlete out of all defensive ends in this draft.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and this is a draft where you had guys like James Pierce, who's out there running 4.40s and stuff like that. So this kid ranked 3rd overall in the athleticism score. So I think this is an exciting pick, Mike. Like I said, a bit polarizing. A lot of people did not like the pick. They don't understand the pick. I think is probably more like it. Once everybody settles in, watches some more tape on Gillotte, I think you'll start to get excited about what you see. So definitely hold out on that.
Steve, one more thing, before you mentioned it, the only ones that tested higher than him throughout this entire process was James Pierce Jr. and Shamar Stewart. And we seen both of those go. We seen James Pierce Jr., them trading a 1st rounder to get back in and get him this year. And then Shamar Stewart went to the Bengals. So those were both 1st round picks. He was right there with them. I don't think it was much of a reach. It was a little bit of a reach, but it's a very good possibility, Steve, that we couldn't have got him at that 95 pick. So I think Brett Veach, you got to give him a little bit of credit here. I think Gillotte comes in and he actually is more productive than Felix Anudike-Uzomah in year 1. I think that'll be pretty obvious to see.
Agreed. I definitely agree with that take. All right, let's move it on, man. The Chiefs moved over out of the trenches finally. They drafted a cornerback. A lot of us thought they were kind of looking at Darian Porter from Iowa State. They weren't, apparently. Maybe they were blowing a little bit of smoke there. Maybe they were interested. He just went a little bit higher than they wanted to spend on him. But either way, they went with a guy that's much in the vein of that, much in the vein of a L'Jarius Sneed-type player, and that's Noel Williams, the cornerback from UNLV. Mike, this kid is a ball hawk in all aspects of that word. Like anytime someone's talking about a ball hawk, these are the traits they're talking about. Just elite production, 14 career interceptions, exceptional playmaking instincts. He looks like a natural out there. It's like he's on the field to create turnovers, and that's what he does. Physical presence and press coverage. He uses well-timed jams and hand placement to disrupt receivers, the line of scrimmage. Very L'Jarius Sneed-esque when it comes to that. He has excellent route recognition. So he's definitely on the ball out there. Natural ball skills reminiscent of a receiver when the ball's actually up in the air. Very competitive, very tough. He's nice out on the boundaries, man. He's going to play on the outside. He's a versatile defensive back. He's excelled at multiple coverage techniques over his college career. He also has special teams experience as both a coverage man and a returner. So that's something that Dave Tobe is going to like as well. His just a playmaking instincts is off the charts with him. He just looks like a natural out on the football field. He actually ended his college career with Cal. Wasn't there like a California kid that we thought the Chiefs were looking at last year or the year before? Was it Daniel Scott or somebody like that?
Yeah, Daniel Scott last year.
Yeah, so it's funny that they dipped here to Cal, and then we also got a receiver from Cal, which was Nico Remigio.
Yeah.
So it's weird to start seeing this pipeline building up. But he just showed consistent improvement each season, too, if you watch his college tape. So he's definitely on an upward trend. And that's huge, man. Like, I guess some of the knocks on him, and when I tell you these, you're going to think of none other than L'Jarius Sneed. The biggest knocks on this kid are that he will miss tackles because he dives at their legs. And the other biggest knock is that he gets a lot of penalties, a lot of holding penalties, a lot of pass interference penalties. So here's the thing. He fits the mold of what everyone loved about L'Jarius Sneed. He's almost like a little replica of him. And I think that he could prove to be a fantastic pick for the Chiefs. I love the idea of having a ball hawk like that out there. It's been a while since we've had somebody that just has a nose for the football. We remember how fun Marcus Peters was early in his career. And that's kind of what you're getting with Noah Williams. You're going to have somebody out there that's going to create turnovers. You always have that excitement when he's out on the field and the other team's passing the ball that you could see a pick six. And I just think that's what you see with Noah Williams.
Yeah, look, Noah Williams, you said it. He's 6 foot 199. He's basically 6 foot 200. He run a 4.5, a 1.54 10-yard split. He's got a 34-inch vert. He's athletic as all get out. He is a prototypical bump and run, man-to-man cover corner. He is aggressive. He is going to bump you. He's going to hold you. He's going to be physical. He is Snead. But Chiefs Kingdom got all over Josh Williams over this because you're going to get called nowadays in the NFL. You're going to get called if you are aggressive for a lot of penalties. And sometimes they're going to have cheap penalties. We've seen Josh Williams get called for some very cheap penalties versus the Bucs on Monday Night Football this past year when he got the start, and some of those penalties were just flat out trash. They were just calling it to call it to extend drives. So you're going to see that. Aggressive corners, and this is what Noah Williams is. He's aggressive. He's probably going to get flagged on this. I hope Chiefs Kingdom don't come down to him the way they did Josh Williams, because I think this could be a Josh Williams replacement. This very well could be a Jalen Watson replacement. Jalen Watson's probably going to get paid a lot, and we can't afford to pay Trent McDuffie. Now we've paid Christian Fulton for 2 years. They can't afford to pay Jalen Watson at the end of this year, more than likely, and this is probably going to be a Jalen Watson replacement, and maybe Josh Williams probably walks too, or they maybe can get him back cheaper than you would get back Jalen Watson. So this guy is a straight up ball hawk. You said it. He reminds me a lot of Marcus Peters, the way he goes after it. He's had 12 interceptions over the past 3 years from 2022 to 2024, Steve. And then that same amount of time, he's totaled 8 touchdowns, 8 defensive touchdowns. He's got return touchdowns. He can return balls in the run game. Tobe's going to love that. The kid's aggressive. He does everything the right way. He's got this confidence about him. Luckily, it wasn't a Shadur Sanders confidence, or he wouldn't have been drafted.
You kind of like that with cornerbacks, right? You like them to be a little mouthy, a little cocky.
You want him to be Deion Sanders. You don't want that from a quarterback. This is what Shadur's going through. But yeah, this dude, he feels at home when he is just kicking receivers down the field. He loves it. He's very good at defending the run too. He can do that. Like you said, he will dive at your feet. He'll miss tackles.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I wanted to address this. Wade says he doesn't agree with the tackling comment. Noel's a downhill C, being a good tackler. Here's the thing, Wade. Mike said it probably 15 times since he started talking about Noah Williams. He's aggressive. He's overly aggressive sometimes in the tackling game, and that led to a 19.4% missed tackle rate in 2023. So it's not that he's a terrible tackler. He just gets a bit over-aggressive at times, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. If you can find a way to bottle that up and get a little bit better technique on your tackling, and maybe just not overshoot it, he very well could end up being a good tackler.
He helped his numbers, Steve. You mentioned the 2023 numbers. He actually improved that big time. In 2024, he only missed 3 tackles. So he did manage to get a lot better, and that is good, and that's why he elevated himself like he did. Noah Williams was starting to fly up draft boards, Steve. We actually had him ranked number 11, right behind Savon Ravel. We had him right there. And so Noah Williams was the pick. He was the next best player on the board. I think Brett Veach seen Jacob Parrish go to the Bucs. He watched the Commanders take Trey Amos. He was seeing all this happen, and he said, look, we've got to go up, and we got to get our guy. So he traded up. He took Noah Williams. And from everything we're hearing, that it's a 2026 fourth-round pick. So he didn't give up anything in this draft to go get him. I think it was a good, smart move by Veach. I like this move. I rank this move an A+ as well. I think Brett Veach is having a killer draft. Ashton Gillotte would be the one guy that you would question as a slight reach. And right now, I'm going to give him a C to a C+. I want to let Gillotte see what he can do on the field before I want to grade him either way. But I think right off the bat, I think a C+ or a C is really fair with Gillotte. But I think as soon as you get to camp and you see this guy's motor and you see some of his speed off the edge, if he can bring his testing numbers over, I think Chiefs Kingdom's going to actually really like this guy, and he's going to do what Felix wasn't able to do in his first few years. And I think people's going to start looking at Gillotte and being like, hey, maybe Brett Veach found a diamond in the rough there. I think this draft right now is shaping up to be one of Brett Veach's best drafts he's had.
It definitely has a potential, man, because like you mentioned the Gillotte pick, slight bit polarizing, and you rated it a C. That's exactly where I'd be at with that one. But it does have the ability to show. You could look back in a year or two and be like, what a hell of a pick.
No, you can look back and be like A plus.
Right. But right now, just as it sits, I've got A plus in the first round, A plus with Omar Norman Lott. Got a C with Gillotte just because you don't know exactly what you got yet. But then Noah Williams puts you back in the A category because I just love the way that kid plays the corner position. So I think overall to this point, Brett Veach has an easy A going in this draft right now. And he's got a lot of work left to do. And just real quick, before we end today's stream, I would like to talk about that just for a minute. What does Brett Veach need to do with these last few picks that he has to really solidify an A to A plus draft? I think that the biggest thing that we're lacking so far is some kind of offensive firepower. If you look around the AFC West, everyone's building. Everyone's young, and they're building the right way. All of these teams are going to become very, very competitive in the next year to 2 years to 3 years. It's not going to be that same AFC West where the Chiefs are just romping unless Brett Veach continues to keep building this team in the right way. I love addressing the defense. I love addressing the left tackle position. But I think now is where you got to change gears, and you really got to start looking into getting a running back on this team that could actually contribute for the next 3-4 years, because we've got no running backs with more than a year left on their contract. We got Kareem Hunt, who's a little bit older than you like for a running back to be, that gets a big workload. You have Isaiah Pacheco in the last year of his rookie contract. Elijah Mitchell's on a 1 year. I think there's still some guys out there that could take a look at in the run game. Devin Neal, DJ Giddens, Cam Scatteraboo. I don't know where all those guys are going to go. They could very well be off the board before the Chiefs get to pick again, but that's something to look at. And I also think, as Patrick Mahomes mentioned, they want to keep adding to this pass attack. And I think that there are some guys out there they could still grab there. They might have to trade up to get a Jalen Royals, but sure would be nice to get a guy like that now, wouldn't it? Very reminiscent of Rashee Rice, has shades of Jamar Chase, minus the slap nuttery. And I think that Jalen Royals would be a fun pick. There's a couple other receivers out there still hanging around too. I want to see the Chiefs make a move on the offensive side of the ball with the rest of this draft, because I think you've mentioned it before and I've said it. This offense has looked pretty damn stagnant at times in the last 2+ seasons, times where it's almost been hard to watch. And I think that they need to rock the boat a little bit. Patrick Mahomes mentioned that they want to get back to high flying. They want the deep passing game, and that they want to add to the receiving core. They want to add to the pass attack. I also think they need to add a very good running back. That's what I want to see. What would you like to see from the Chiefs to continue the trend of having an A draft?
Yeah, I think Brett Veach has to start looking at some playmakers, like you said, maybe a running back, maybe a wide receiver. It wouldn't surprise me to do a tight end. Maybe if you can grab Jalen Conyers in round, maybe your 5th round. I don't think he falls to the 7th, so you may have to go 5th on Conyers. Then again, there's been a lot of talent sliding, so maybe he does slide back late, or maybe he can find a way to take a 7th and get up into the 6th to grab him. I wouldn't be surprised for a Jalen Conyers to come in. They have looked at him. If you were to go running back, Steve, there's a few running backs that we really like from here out. I just don't know what you're going to get in the 5th round. I don't think Cam Scatteraboo is going to fall all the way to pick 133. I'm not seeing it. I don't think DJ Giddens or maybe even Devin Neal or Sampson. I don't even know if Damian Martinez can get that far down, right?
Right. Bashal Tutin's still out there too. He's blazing speed. Rashard Smith is somebody people like.
I think Ollie Gordon, if he could fall to the 5th round, that would be a great pick. I've seen some people saying he could get to the 7th. That would be a monstrous pick, Steve. But they could go ahead and wait to UDFA for the running back. I know people want them to invest something there. If they go wide receiver, I don't think they're going to be able to get their hands on a Jalen Royals. He's falling a little bit because he did have some injuries in his final year there with Utah State. But I just don't know. We seen Ty Felton come off the board there, the last pick in the 3rd round. That was a guy I kind of liked, but I thought if they didn't get him in the 3rd, they weren't going to be able to get him. I think if you want somebody that can take the top off here, you really can't underestimate the 2 guys they've looked at already, which is Isaiah Nair and Sam Brown Jr. from Miami. Both of those guys can fly. I really like Torrey Houghton out of Colorado State, 6'3", 185. He reminds me of a baby Randy Moss. Of course, he did have a knee injury. The Chiefs have shown they are not worried about knee injuries. So that's also an idea. I also think Chim Dike out of Florida is a good pick. I think Andrew Armstrong out of Arkansas would be fun. And then I kind of like two other guys that nobody's really mentioned a lot. Deontay Thornton Jr. out of Tennessee is 6'5", 205, and he run a 4.3. If you want to stretch the field, that big boy can do it. And Keandre Lambert-Smith out of Auburn. First and foremost, he's got a hyphenated name. Brett Veach loves that. But he's also 6'1", 190. He run a 4.37 with a 1.53 10-yard split. He could flat out fly, and he played at Auburn in the SEC, and he produced. Other than that, Steve, I think you've got your corner taken care of. You might want to double dip at the defensive line, be it defensive tackle or defensive end. I don't care which one it is. And then maybe you take a shot at a linebacker or a safety. I think that's where Brett Veach looks. I think he's done a good job, and I'm curious to see how he works these last 4 picks.
Absolutely. And there's one wide receiver that I would like to bring up, totally polarizing, by the way, but Brett Veach loves some value. He loves some value. You said the Chiefs don't shy away from some of the medical stuff. They also don't shy away from some of the off-field things sometimes too. So if they have more of a perspective into the Isaiah Bond situation, the kid from Texas, they already visited with him. They love the speed that he has, an X-track athlete. He said he was going to run a 4.2 at the combine. He did not. He ran a 4.4, but he still got blazing speed on tape. This is a kid, Mike, that if the Chiefs feel that he's not going to miss a ton of time for off-field issues, they might take a shot at this kid with that 5th round pick they got. They could take a shot at him in the 7th if he falls that far, because at that point, it is pure value. This is a guy that at one point people thought could go in the first freaking round.
Yeah.
And don't tell me that Brett Veach doesn't love value picks. So don't count that completely out. Now, I know the situation that he's in is not a good one. I know it probably don't look that good for him. But he's put out statements, his lawyers put out statements, and they've said, hey, we ask you guys not to judge until all the facts come out on this. Because you've talked about that. When things get brought up, it's almost like everybody's guilty before they even get to defend themselves. It very well could be that situation. It very well could be the complete opposite, and he's a no-go. But don't count out that kid being somebody the Chiefs will look at because of pure freaking value. I would love to see them be able to get Jalen Royals. I'm with you. I don't think they can get back up to get him. They would have to trade way back up into this 4th round coming up to grab Jalen Royals, I think, because he's going to be one of the first people off the board when the draft starts up in the morning.
Yeah, there's one other receiver I'd love to see the Chiefs grab, and I think you got to do it in round 7. I've said this time and time again. I love him. He's a little guy. He's a spark plug. He reminds me of Tyreek Hill. Jamal Pritchett out of South Alabama. He's only 5'8", 175, but this kid can absolutely fly. South Alabama used him a lot in the way that Tyreek Hill was used with the Chiefs. He was used on a lot of end arounds. He was used on a lot of slants, some deep cross patterns, and then he could just take the top off of a defense, Steve. He's absolutely amazing. He actually had a PFF receiving grade last year of an 88.1 out of South Alabama. He actually rated number 2 overall in all the NCAA on yards after the catch at 8.3, and yards per route ran, he was at 3.34 of South Alabama, which was the 2nd highest in the country behind Trey Harris. So he can absolutely fly. He can go out. He can do things that like we have actually been missing since we went out and got a Tyreek Hill, and now that he went to the Dolphins, we've missed that a little bit. But he's a shorter slot receiver who's used on quick screens and shovel passes. He forced 29 missed tackles, I believe. His elusiveness rating was off the charts. 3.34 yards per route ran, ranked number 2 in the class. He had 12 punt returns in 2024, and he took 1 or 2 of those to the house. So he can absolutely fly. I think he's the poor man Luther Burden going forward. I think he's a round 7 pick, and I would love to see the Chiefs go grab Jamal Pritchett. If you just watch any of his stuff, watch how he runs, watch how his mannerisms are. I swear he models himself after Tyreek Hill. I showed him to my girlfriend, and I said, who is this guy? And she was like, is that Tyreek Hill? And I was like, it's not, but I see why you said that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. Nate with the 2 bomb. Appreciate you, Nate. He says DJ Giddens at running back in the 6th round. I think that would be good value on DJ Giddens. I actually like Giddens to the Chiefs, man. He's got the speed. He ran a 4.40. I think he's a pretty patient runner. He's got good field vision. He offers you a lot, man. I think he's decent out of the passing game. So I think that would be good value on Giddens in the 6th round. Wouldn't you say, Mike?
Yeah, I like DJ Giddens. I don't know if he'll last to the 6th round, but yeah, Steve, everything you said, we actually thought DJ Giddens was we had him ranked as our number 7 running back. We were pretty high on him at 6'2", 212. He's pretty big, and people said, well, he's not quick enough. Well, I'll be damned if he didn't go test and run a 4.43 40 with a 1.53 10-yard split. And oh, by the way, he put up a 40-inch vert. So he's pretty explosive. I'm surprised DJ Giddens is still on the board, to be honest. I thought somebody would have took a shot on him right now, and I kind of thought somebody would have took a shot on Cam Scatterbo by now too. So I would say 4th round, 5th round, those two, Dylan Sampson, Devin Neal, Damian Martinez, Bashal Tootin, all those guys got a real shot to go here over the next maybe 60 picks.
Absolutely. Shout out Mike here. He said, let's get 300 likes for the boys. Let's do it. Not too many left. Just go hit that like button if you haven't done it. Let's hit over that 300 mark. We're about to wrap up this 5 freaking hour live stream, by the way, guys. 5 hours. So shout out to you guys that have been here the whole time. Shout out to Mike for holding this thing down for the entire 5 hours. And shout out to us just for doing a 5-hour freaking live stream for you guys during the draft. Little pat on the back here, baby. Appreciate you guys that have donated. You guys are freaking amazing. If you guys have any last-minute questions you want to get in, anything that you want to get in, put it in the chat. Let us know what you want to talk about. We'll try to get a couple of questions, and then we're probably going to call it a night. But, dude, you guys are freaking amazing for hanging out with us so far.
Yep. Steve Brutal Reynolds said George, Pittsburgh linebacker, 7th round. Steve, we called that in our mock draft. We said that's a guy they'll look at.
Absolutely.
We really like him. He put on a clinic at the Pittsburgh Pro Day. We know all about this kid. We actually put him in our final mock draft, my boy. So, Brutal.
This guy
you found the
literally
content creators here with the Chiefs that know it. We know it.
That's a top 1% guy in RAS score since that started. I'm talking ever since it started, guys. In the top 1%. Dude's a crazy athlete. Definitely think the Chiefs are going to have their eye on him. They have visited with him, so be on the lookout for that. Really like that comment. Edwin wants to know if we're going to draft a wide receiver. I think they are. I think there's no way that they talk about how they want to add to this pass attack, and they don't. I think right now the one that makes the most sense for me, Mike, I think they're going to draft a receiver, and I think I know who it is, and I put it on my initial mock draft. It's Sam Brown Jr. from freaking Miami. The kid tested in the top 2 or 3 in athleticism in the draft. I think he might have been number 2 after Isaac Tesla, to be exact. But the kid's an amazing prospect, super high upside. He's a big guy. He can fly. He can catch the ball. He offers a lot of stuff, and the Chiefs have met with him. They like what they see from him, and they could probably get him in about the 6th round if they had a pick there. They got a 5th round, and they could reach a little bit on him, or if he falls to the 7th, I think they could definitely take him. So I think they're going to draft a receiver. That'd be my best guess. Edwin would probably be Sam Brown Jr. Mike, do you think they're going to draft a receiver? Do you think they're definitely going to hit on a receiver?
I think they may draft a receiver. I think they might. I think you're maybe onto something with Sam Brown. They did look at him. He's 6'2". I don't remember his exact. He actually come in. Let me get his exact numbers here. I don't want to mess this up. Sam Brown come in at 6'2", 200, and like you said, he tested pretty high off the charts. He ran a 4.44 with a 1.52 10-yard split, a 41.5-inch vert. He actually had the highest vertical jump out of every wide receiver that tested. So he tested off the charts, and that 1.52 10-yard split is just as fast as a Jamar Chase. So put that in perspective. This cat played at Houston, and guess who he played at Houston with? Matt Golden. Those two were a monstrous wide receiver core there in Houston, was Matt Golden and Sam Brown, and Sam Brown actually went to Miami. Look, he's got to improve the way his release package off the line is nothing special. I think he's got to get his separation a little bit better. He's too fast to have people on his hip like he does a lot. And then when you combine that with his catch rate, his contested catch rate wasn't like blowing people away or anything. I want to say it was like 10%. It was an 18% contested catch rate. So not the best. You want to see that somewhere around the 50% mark at least. So he's only catching 1 out of every 5 balls that's contested. He's got to get that better, but I think that probably results in him maybe falling to the 7th round or a UDFA. Yes, maybe the Chiefs could look at him right there in that 7th round UDFA mark. Go back and watch his game versus U of L. You can watch Gillotte play a little bit, and you can watch Sam Brown Jr. play and tell us what you think about him.
Absolutely. Our girl Brenda Pike with the 5 bomb. Appreciate you, Brenda. You have a good night. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for always supporting the channel, by the way. You're freaking amazing. So shout out Brenda Pike. Pepe, Tez Johnson too small. Yeah, maybe. I think he's too slow, in my opinion. I just don't. He doesn't necessarily wow me at all. I still think that the Broncos are going to end up drafting this kid, right? Like eventually, they're going to grab him.
He's basically like him and Bo Nix are basically like stepbrothers. Like if you read their story, they're like this.
Well, he's
they pretty much got adopted.
Then his family adopted him, right?
Yeah, he's pretty much was adopted by him.
Yeah, for sure. 7 more likes to 300, says Mike. So y'all hit that like button if you haven't. Ollie Gordon. Someone asked if we like Ollie Gordon. It was Wade. I love
Absolutely.
Ollie Gordon. I think for a late pick in this draft, I think it's definitely worth taking a shot on. There's a couple other running backs still out there for me that I would have over Ollie Gordon. Obviously, Dylan Sampson, if he can hang around. Cam Scattaboo still on the board. Bashal Tootin, super fast. Brashard Smith from SMU. Taj Brooks, I think Virginia Tech or
Taj
Texas
Brooks,
Tech.
Texas Tech.
Yeah, like there's a lot of good guys that are still out there. But I do like Ollie Gordon. I think he's a pretty. Some people say he's small, but I feel like he's a good sized kid.
Right. You mentioned Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech's got a few sleepers out there right now. Jalen Lane's out there. Daquan Felton's out there for Virginia Tech. They've got tons of players that nobody's really looking at right now. They've even got a pass rusher, and he's a hyphenated last name. Brent Veach might fall all over that. So we tend to like some Virginia Tech guys every once in a while, thanks to Chamari Connor.
Absolutely. Shout out Mike Johnson. Thanks for the gas, brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate all you guys being here, by the way. Do us a favor. Please hit the like button on the way out. If you spent 5 hours with us tonight, you are a real one. So we appreciate you. Once again, thanks all the people for the donations and the gifted memberships. Those go a long way with helping the channel go and helping the channel grow and all that good stuff. We appreciate your all's time. And you guys appreciate ours, and that's always awesome. Been fun. I think the Chiefs did well so far in this draft. It's going to be exciting to see what they do going forward. We'll be back on here tomorrow at noon Eastern time to get this bad boy kicked off and see what Brett Veach does with the rest of this draft, man. I think it's time to go offense, so I think it's time to get a little horned up. We can see some fun things. But once again, appreciate all of you guys.
Shout out Brett Veach for helping your
Let's
boy
go,
get Omar Norman Lott picked. ACU hits another one this year, baby.
Good job, Michael. Round of applause for Mike.
Love Omar Norman Lott. It's my boy.
All right, guys. Y'all have a good one. We'll see you in the morning. Let's go Chiefs, baby.
Go Chiefs. See you guys.
Wow.